I guarantee after about 2 more words, I'm going to have a tickle and I'm going to want to cough. So I have a little water here, but I'll warn you ahead of time that those of you in the front row may want to move backwards. I don't know, et cetera. But at any rate, well, again, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here. This is hopefully our first of many health fests that we'll hold throughout the world. And I think the first one's always an interesting one, so getting some feedback too would be very interesting. It's a very full day with a lot of very interesting kind of topics and speakers throughout the day, so it should be a lot of fun and very, very informative. So I thought what I would do, though, there's a lot of signs and things that say Touch a Life, and you've heard this term TAL, and then TALHospitals, and a lot of things that you may have no context on at all. So I thought I'd spend a few minutes just kind of giving an overview of what it is, and kind of what the idea behind it was, and kind of what the unique characteristic of it was, and then a little bit of a link to healthcare in general and kind of the fundamentals of healthcare. And then I'm going to turn it over to my friend and colleague Kishore to talk more about TALHospitals. But I'll spend 10 minutes or so just kind of giving context. So let's start off with, probably everybody in this room has a desire to help people. You wouldn't be in the healthcare industry or associated with it if you don't want to help people. But let's say that you had a desire to do something to help people throughout the world in some other context. So maybe like in the front row here, we know each other, but let's say you decided, I would really like to get involved in helping solve hunger in the world, or education, or access to housing, or et cetera. How might I do that? Well, you could start a charity. You could start a 501(c), and you could actually make an attempt to make a difference in life, and that's a wonderful thing. It fundamentally is very difficult to scale. You would be in really great company. You would have 1.5 million 501(c)s in the United States to come along with, and over 2 million in India, and probably 2 or 3x that aren't registered and are involved, et cetera. Most of them are small, 2, 3, 4 people doing wonderful things, but no scale, no ability to scale. So the thought behind Touch a Life was a little different. I'm going to start with a commercial kind of analogy. So there's a guy named Jeff Bezos and another guy, Jack in China, who built these little companies called Amazon and Alibaba. So what do these companies do? What did they do? They created a commercial marketplace. They connected people who have stuff with people that want stuff. And they do it in a very efficient way. They handle the financial implications, the supply chain, the delivery, all of the kind of logistics. And it is done at what can be, we now call it hyperscale, but kind of infinite scale, right? There's no limitation on how big it can be. And they both have gotten very, very big. So the innovation behind Touch a Life was kind of, why in the world couldn't you do the same thing for giving and for philanthropic activity? Connecting people that have needs with people that would like to help with those needs. That's what charities do. But they have a hard time scaling. They have a hard time, they have no brand, they have no awareness, they have a hard time getting funding, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a difficult job. So TAL, the idea and the real innovation, and what interested me when I first got involved in it is, let's do the same thing. Let's build an application platform that allows charities to kind of have a back office, or think of it as a toolkit of things that they can use to grow and to be efficient and effective and capable at what they do, and help them do it in kind of every dimension. So Touch a Life was started as a foundation. There was an allocation of resource, primarily technical resource, to build a set of applications. So there's one called, and by the way, Touch a Life is abbreviated as TAL, so there's a whole bunch of TAL things you're going to hear about. But there's an application called TAL Giving, which was originally thought of as kind of a crowdfunding application for allowing charities to get funding, but it's grown into something much larger than that, requesting any number of kinds of things: mentoring, board roles, funding applications, et cetera. So there's an application to do that. There's an application called TAL Radio. So if you're a small charity, you have no brand, you have no access, you can't get your story out. So the notion of TAL Radio is let's create podcasting, let's create video content, and make that, all of this, by the way, free to the charitable organizations throughout the world. So now you have a mechanism to get your message out, to establish your brand, even align it with large productions around big themes like hunger and education and, et cetera. We have a youth thing to teach young people how to become in entrepreneurship around philanthropic activities. And then there are a number of other things, TAL Leaders, connecting senior people that want to help with charitable activities. And then you'll hear more about TALHospitals and the link to healthcare. So our vision is really simple. We want to connect people that have needs, organizations that have needs, with those that can help, and do it at what can be an infinite level of scalability, the ability to do it, across a very, very large scale that's not limited by humans and the application of human capital, but it's limited by the ability of the technology. So that's kind of the notion behind it and kind of what we're all about. And I've got some things that I wanted to talk a little bit about as a lead-in to Kishore and talking about TALHospitals uniquely. In addition to kind of this toolkit of things to help charities throughout the world and do it on a global level, we think there's some tremendous opportunities in healthcare. And hence this festival and this activity that we've got going on. So things like aligning people that have no ability to get help, don't even know where to go to get help. They may have financial implications and problems. But even getting something like a second opinion or finding out, what may be the problem I'm having, there are millions and millions of people throughout the world that have no way to connect. So can we use the technology to create that point of connection? Can we create really efficient connections between people in the industry? The industry's connected in many ways, but it's also quite vertical in many ways. So the notion is, can we create an environment through technology and community and interaction to kind of connect the dots horizontally? That's actually quite hard to do. There's a lot of amazing innovation around preventative medicine, et cetera, that will find its way in kind of the mainstream. But we think that we can create this wonderful kind of connection point as a broad worldwide community and do that on a worldwide basis. One of the things that probably everyone in the room is learning about, hearing about, wondering about is AI. That's another interesting thing. So not just the kind of classic pattern recognition where we may say, we're going to let the application be really smart about connecting donors to people that have need. A lot of that's kind of classic machine learning and pattern generation. But there's some really, really cool opportunities now around generative AI, around natural language. Something as simple as, I don't feel very well right now as a person. I have some symptoms, and I'd like to just talk to somebody, maybe get a second opinion. AI can be an interesting mechanism in natural language to explain what I feel like, and then connect me to a professional or a practitioner that actually is aligned with the symptoms I have, and to do that in a really efficient way. So you're going to see some amazing things, not to replace the practitioners and replace the intelligence and the MDs, but really augment them in a very, very clear way. And then I'll probably close by saying that, this ability to create a horizontal community, connect people, is not purely philanthropic. There's an opportunity for all of you in the room that are in this business in a commercial sense as well. There's brand alignment, brand awareness, the ability to attract a community that you otherwise wouldn't, the ability to connect horizontally with tools and capabilities you otherwise wouldn't know. So there's great opportunity philanthropically, but also commercially as well. And so kind of with that as a lead-in, I'm going to invite my friend and colleague Kishore up to talk about specifically about TALHospitals and more about what we're doing there. And again, welcome everybody. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Barry. And I would like to welcome everybody for this Health Fest event. Today our focus is more on healthcare, and we want to celebrate the health in general. So I'm very excited and also very proud to introduce TALHospitals platform. I think Barry introduced Touch a Life in general, but one of the vertical that we're focusing on called TALHospitals. TAL stands for Touch a Life. And TAL platform is a digital platform where we are providing healthcare services, pro bono healthcare services, by connecting doctors, patients, and hospitals who are willing to provide those pro bono services. So it's a digital platform for that purpose. And how are we doing it? And anybody have access to iPhones or phones or the laptops can become a member on the platform, and doctors can onboard, hospitals can onboard, and we are not charging anything for anybody who is supporting on the platform. It's completely free platform for everybody who is either requesting service or providing service is completely free. So just to give an example, a couple of weeks back, somebody reached out to us and asking for some help with an immediate bypass surgery kind of a request. And once we received the request, and we reached out to our network on the platform, and there is one non-profit organization set up a booth here called One Family, One World. They're here. And they immediately picked up the request and performed a bypass surgery the next day. So just to give an example, we are able to build this network where we can reach and help people. So that's an example. And part of the platform, obviously there should be benefits for providers, the doctors and hospitals. How are they going to benefit by onboarding onto the platform? So we came up with this model called freemium. It's not premium, it's like a freemium model. With this model, what we are proposing is if a hospital or a doctor can offer one free service, for example, and we can promote that service on our platform, and we let people who are looking for that kind of a service apply for it on the platform. So let's say 10 people applies for it, and the doctors or the hospitals will provide one free service, and for the remaining people can be sort of a qualified lead, can get services very, very at a discounted rates. So that's a win-win for everybody, for patients, doctors, and hospitals. So that's the kind of a model we are promoting. And it's not only that, and the TALHospitals platform is also like an help-like directory for doctors. If people want to find doctors, qualified doctors in different disciplines, and they can use this platform to find out who are all the doctors available in which regions and what is their specializations and skills and things like that. And they can use this platform to find the doctors that they're looking for. And we have also integrated our platform with the latest AI technologies, like Barry is saying. We have integrated with the Google Gemini, and they have a special large language model specifically trained on healthcare type of data. So, you can go to our platform and ask for any, kind of NLP kind of questions at this time, and you can get the first level information from the platform with the technology that we have integrated. And we also have integrated with Project Echo. Again, Project Echo is another big initiative where especially the healthcare professionals can discuss specific situations or scenarios where they have successfully treated, and if they want to share that knowledge to other doctors, or if they want to discuss any unique situation or a unique case with other professionals, and the Project Echo will give you a platform where they can have that conversation. They can group together, they can create their own forum, small forum, and talk about these specific situations. It's kind of a training, learning kind of a platform. So we have integrated with that. And this is also, TAL platform is also a great platform for getting a second opinion type of a platform. And then we have also built in such a way that we can promote and bring awareness about the best hospitals and the best healthcare services across the globe. So the platform is available, and then it's available across the world. So anybody can become a member. It's live and it's running, and we already have some members getting some the treatments and the benefits from the platform. And finally, and the platform is also eventually, once we start accumulating the data, once we start accumulating all the information, we can help innovate new medicine based on the data that we are accumulating. So that's the ultimate goal that we are trying to target from the TALHospitals platform perspective. Because Touch a Life has an integrated platform, if anybody looking for some healthcare services on the TALHospitals, and if they're not able to find any free service on the platform, and the platform is integrated with the TAL Giving platform that Barry is talking about, and they can use TAL Giving to raise some funds, and they can use that funds to get the healthcare services that they're looking for. And we also have integration with TAL Radio. Again, TAL Radio is a digital radio platform, and doctors can use that platform to promote the messaging. They can broadcast interviews, amplifying inspiring stories, and things like this on the platform. So that's a quick introduction on TALHospitals. I would like to encourage and request all of you to become members and share the platform information to others who might need some help. And the platform can also, you can also request help for somebody else. It's not that somebody may not be in a situation to request for help, especially for the kids, or elderly may not be able to use systems or access the devices, right? So once anybody can become a member, they can submit requests for other people. So the platform built in such a way that so people should be able to get help easily is what is our ultimate goal. So the platform is available, as I said. Please become members, start using it, share with others, help us improve the application, give us feedback, and we are more than happy to take the feedback and improve it to the next level. So that's a quick introduction on the TALHospitals. And especially today, we are having this Health Fest event primarily to celebrate wellness, because there are a lot of challenges in the healthcare industry. And we would like to also use this platform or this event today to promote innovation to advance the healthcare. So that's the primary focus on the event today. So today, in this event, we have a lot of the best speakers attending this event, and we also have a lot of exhibitions. People are showcasing their technologies in healthcare and the solutions that they're offering for various challenges and issues, and they're all here. And we have a lot of startups joined us today, and a lot of innovators are here. So we're all gathering here with one common goal. We would like to drive some meaningful change in healthcare. So that's the primary objective and the goal of this event. Throughout that event, you have we have very exciting keynote sessions, and we have very good panel discussions on various topics, and we also have a lot of exhibitions that I would like to encourage all of you to join those sessions and talk to the exhibitors, learn more about it. So, and another objective of this conference and this event is also about share your experiences and learn from others, and also collaborate is also another objective of this event. So with that, and the last thing that I would like to talk about is this event is also primarily focusing on how do we focus on more preventive side of the healthcare solutions by using advanced technology to predict things in advance so that we can address that particular issues at the right time, rather than waiting until the last minute and having bigger challenges. So please focus on both predictive, preventive, and then the prescriptive side of the healthcare solutions. And finally, starting from AI is making a big difference in healthcare right now. From AI to the personal healthcare medicine, and also the digital innovation is happening, and a lot of medical tourism is also happening. So we would like to make this particular event as a platform to advance healthcare into the future. So with that, I would like to thank you and again welcome to this Health Fest, and a great day ahead of us. Please have a great day today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kishore. My name is Russ Purrier. I'm going to be one of your hosts today. Starting the morning, we've got 5 different keynote speakers. And I've got the pleasure to introduce the first speaker. His keynote is Mental Health and Wellbeing, Cross-Cultural Perspective, being presented by Dr. Prasad Kaipa. He's a PhD and member of board of the Trustee Yoga Bharati organization. Dr. Prasad Kaipa is a thought leader integrating Indian Vedic wisdom into management practices. He's the author of the best-selling book, From Smart to Wise, Acting and Leading with Wisdom, and the founder of the Center of Leadership, Innovation, Change in the Indian School of Business. Dr. Kaipa has impacted 130 CEOs and over 30,000 executives globally, advocating for the application of Indian wisdom to enhance leadership development and innovation. Please welcome Dr. Kaipa.
Good morning. I think my presentation will show up here, and it is being organized to a certain extent. So hopefully you will be able to turn your heads both ways so that you will get exercise as well. Just before the summer started, I heard from an old professor of mine with whom I did my PhD about 40 years ago. He was living with his daughter in East Coast, and I heard that his grandson, who was admitted to a top Ivy League medical school and who was in the final semester of his undergrad, committed suicide because his father got into an accident and he needed a kidney transplant, and his brother is mentally disabled. He just couldn't take the pressure. In yoga, the kind of organizations that I have been working with, whether it is North-South Foundation, where we work with a large number of Indian American students who are competing with spelling bee and all kinds of competitions. One of the biggest things that we have been facing recently is youth having mental health issues. Large number of mental health issues that is preventing them from either going to the Ivy League schools they got admission to, but they do not feel they have the capability to go to those schools anymore, or there are a few cases of attempts for suicide, and some of them even succeeded. This is not just the situation with youth. Many of us are going through large number of mental health issues, and the mental health crisis has become really big. Can I have a way to project those slides? Do I have, Srinivas, first I need the way to change the slides. That would make it much easier for me. Thank you. So, the cause of mental health crisis has become so much that globally, the suicide has become the second leading cause of death for youth. Whether you talk about 10 through 14, really, really young, not even high school many times, and 25 to 34, that means people who have joined the jobs and they are experiencing the first role, they are not able to cope up with the mental pressures. 90% of the American adults believe that the United States is facing a major mental health crisis, but that is not something that we talk about. It is like the elephant in the room. And finally, the prevalence of anxiety and depression has increased 25% globally by 2020. The number of prescriptions that are being written is enormous. I was told between 1/3 to half of population in the Western countries are under medication at one time or another. So if we look at the global healthcare landscape, it feels like we are going through a perfect storm. The perfect storm is because of the economic uncertainty that we face and the social isolation thanks to COVID, and after COVID, people are working from home sometimes, but people are hybrid work and people have moved from one place to another. There is a large amount of disruption that is also creating a headache. And the healthcare system is under constant strain. So because of all of that, if you look at the youth are the one that are first facing the major issue. 50% of youth are reportedly having anxiety and depression symptoms last year, 2023. This is the most recent thing which we talk about. And 31% increase in the mental health related emergency department visits. And finally, mental health conditions are projected to cost global economy $16 trillion by 2030. So, we are not just facing a health crisis, we are facing an economic disaster waiting to happen. So, how does the bringing Indic wisdom and the Western wisdom, if we try to bring it together, how do we address that? The two major effects that you can see is one is the emotional resilience, which is needed. Resilience is something when you fail and learn from it, and you fail and learn from it over a period of time, you learn how to manage failures a lot better than other people. Like somebody said, IQ will get you a job, but EQ is the one that will keep you in the job, and EQ will be the one which will promote you to get to a higher place. So the true strength for anybody comes from within. That is one of the major insights that one can learn from the Indic approach, and the inner presence, like everybody talks about. Like I was talking to Veena a little while ago, she was saying there are large number of Indian women who are in the mid-level or almost executive level, but they have a glass ceiling. They are not able to become the senior executives because they don't have executive presence. So executive presence that is taught from the Western perspective starts with how you look, how you dress, whether you meet the eyes, whether you speak clearly. All those are what you might call the outcome oriented. But if you really look at how do you develop inner confidence, self-acceptance, certain tapping into the strengths from within, that only happens if you can learn to deal with your emotions and keep them in check, not just react. And today you will have a lot of other speakers who will talk about transcendental meditation to Ayurveda to variety of tools that we will touch upon. But all of them begin with, do we have emotional control? Do we have emotional resilience? And if we want to actually become successful as leaders and recognized as leaders, we need to bring consciousness, not just deal with intelligence. The intelligent models, the AI models, are all coming from what you might call taking the computer to imitate the human brain. But all of us know the brain-based models are very, very limited because it deals with intellect, pattern matching approach. That's why it can predict what is the next word, what is the next sentence that you are going to say in the intelligence, in the AI, but what you are and who you are is much bigger than that, and you need to be able to tap into that consciousness, and that part of who you are as intelligence that comes to and that needs to be looked at from the perspective of transforming your inner state of the mind, inner state of consciousness, to be able to come from a place of strength. That's the reason why, for example, the Bhagavad Gita which you talk about is probably one of the most important mental health textbooks, if you want to call it. Because the greatest warrior, Arjuna, literally freezes on the war about to begin, and he just doesn't know what to do. And the whole text of Bhagavad Gita, 700 slokas, are about teaching him to develop the mental resilience so that he can win the war. And the same thing, you have something called a Yoga Vasistha, which is about developing, for Rama to have clarity about what needs to be done. So many of the programs that the Yoga Bharati offers and many of the other organizations which are here, they offer integrate the breathing techniques, yoga to make the body resilient and work with, and to be able to be flexible to do what you want to do day in and day out, are not just about what you can from outside, but many of them are connected to your emotional intelligence, your body intelligence. How do you tap into, in a way that you can meditate, you can do some yoga, you can do some pranayama, and in such a way you can improve the medical health. To improve the mental health, you also need to develop something called emotional resilience techniques. Google, which is not too far away, has developed a program called Search Within Yourself, based on some of the emotional intelligence and meditation and some of these techniques. It has become so popular that 15,000 or more Googlers have taken the program. Now they have created a Search Within Yourself Institute, and many Silicon Valley companies are actually beginning to look at that. So if we want to really deal with it, these are one approach. The second approach, you will hear a lot of, from a lot of doctors today about Ayurveda. The Ayurveda talks about 3 doshas. Essentially, they are like humors in the body, called Vata, Pitta and Kapha, and 3 gunas, which are Rajasic, Sattvic and Tamasic. Some are related to the body, some are related to the mind, and in a book called Charaka Samhita, there is an entire chapter about 16 types of personality. Why am I bringing this up? Mental health, according to the Western approach, especially when it is pharmacological, when you look at medicines, it doesn't take into account different personalities, different types of people. Essentially, in the Charaka Samhita, Ayurveda approach, they identify the type of personality that you are and the type of tendencies you have physically and mentally, and then identify the particular kind of treatment that will suit you. By the way, the kind of high trauma that we are experiencing right now, the perfect storm we talked about, it affects all of them. For example, even people who have a lot of emotional resilience will get disturbed by the kind of COVID and the economic situations and all of them. The Sattvic people become more Rajasic people become more Tamasic. So there are different kinds of personality shifts that come about. Those are not diagnosable by the Western treatments. So we have to bring a combination, the integral approach to both Indian and Western if we want to do anything meaningful. There is a Western doctor, a rheumatologist called Dr. Gopal Basist in Orlando, Florida. When he went through the cardiac situation, he realized that he needs to develop the Indian approaches to combine with the Western approaches that he had been practicing for 50 years. And he went back to India. He got the Charaka Samhita to be rewritten for the Western physicians. So there is a Charaka wiki called Charak Samhita online that any of you can go and you can do research. The Western doctors can work and look at how these are combined, and then you can do variety of things which are connected with that. Another interesting point about healthcare, especially the mental health that we are talking about, is the variations in the perspectives. Like in African situation, they go to a shaman for mental health issues. They don't go to a medical doctor. You know what is interesting? In Indians, majority of Indians do not believe in mental health issues. As a matter of fact, if there are mental health issues, those are considered to be a major stigma. There are very few people who go to therapists, very few people go to psychiatrists. They do not get treated. So they assume somehow we will grow out of our mental issues. And essentially, we do not talk to other people. If our kids are having high stress situations, especially in the United States, the Indian American kids going through the multiple cultures and then having major issues when there are communications are broken down, when there are issues between parents and children, or younger employees and older employees, they do not know how to deal with it. They hope somehow this will all get worked out over time. It doesn't work that way. Understanding and respecting the cultural pathways is going to be crucial for critical care and for people to become whole. That is extremely important. There is a beautiful solution that I found in the healthcare, not in mental health, but for example, there was one Dr. V who created something called Arvind Eye Hospital. Interestingly, he retired at the age of 58, but he decided that he was too young to retire, and he convinced his sister to convert their parental house, a 4-bedroom house, into a 11-bed eye care hospital in Madurai in 1970s. Now that is the largest eye care in the world. The Arvind Eye Care Hospital essentially deals with over 10 times the British population deals with at 1/100th the cost that the UK spends on eye care. And for example, the cataract surgery, some of them, they were able to take the Western cataract lenses, intraocular lenses they are called. They got them from United States. They are what you call manufacturing them in India and selling it for $2 instead of $200. So the idea is there is a lot that they came up with. You know what is very interesting? When Dr. V came to United States, and in some situation he had to go to McDonald's, he saw these high school students actually doing all the stuff and providing a certain kinds of things, and he said, you know, eye care should be provided like this. And then he presented in Harvard. Everybody laughed at him. If you are going to look at McDonald's as an example to take from United States to provide your health care, I have a feeling yours will be worse. Nobody can actually pay any attention to that. But interestingly, 40 years later, even though Dr. V had passed away almost 20 years ago, people from Johns Hopkins, from Harvard, everywhere else, if they want to study the best eye care, they go to India and they study at Arvind Eye Care Hospital. So what can we learn from that about for the TALHospitals and for everything which we do? Number one, combine the traditional wisdom with the modern practices. Integrative approach is the only way to go if we want to really deal with healthcare crisis that is coming up. Second, innovative service delivery models, like what is being proposed, just like a Uber that does not have a single car, they became one of the leading providers of transportation solutions, just like a Airbnb, which doesn't own any hotels, is valued much more than the Marriott, Hilton, Hyatt, all of their value combined together, we need to create a platform for healthcare that addresses different people to do different things, and which is what actually Sai and Veena have invited us to look at the TALHospitals model. Finally, we need to focus on accessibility and affordability. Several times, when you go from here to various other countries and do the medical tourism, it might make it much easier to work with both systems to be able to deal with it. Actually, Mutual of Omaha and some of the other people have worked with some of the doctors for healthcare for heart patients to go and have their heart care, some other parts, and the insurance still covers it. So there are ways in which we can do multi-country collaboration to work with this kinds of situation. So way forward, if I want to conclude some of this, we need a new paradigm for global mental health, and of course the regular health also, which is what is being discussed today. The whole day we will have series of people who will look at that. So the integrated approach combining Western psychiatric approaches with the traditional healing practices is probably the best way to deal with the crisis that we are facing with the human beings. And the most important part of it is, how do we leverage the Western technology with accessibility that is available globally, because the global digital mental health market is supposed to grow at the compound annual growth rate of 20% from 2021 to 2028. So this is a great growing opportunity. So if we can look at this very, very differently, it will be very powerful. I have a friend, a Nobel laureate called Leland Hartwell. He got a Nobel Prize in 2001, and he was the head of Fred Hutchinson Cancer Hospital. When I used to work with him, he used to tell me that if you look at the oncology, if you look at some of the therapeutic approaches and effectiveness of chemotherapy in the 50 years that he had practiced, he was telling the efficacy of it went from 30% to 40%. So the key thing what he realized was, you need to really do personalized care. So when he retired from there, he went into University of Arizona to look at personalized care, and now he is not only working with the University of Arizona, he is also working with Amrita University, trying to integrate meditation, integrating yoga, integrating various stuff in that. So early prevention and early intervention is the best way. So there is a lot that can be done in this. So let me take it to the final thing. If you name the elephant in the room, it is the mental health. We talk about a lot of things, but we don't talk about mental health. So my sense is, you might want to think about how many of you are overwhelmed today. How many of you are anxious and depressed? You don't have to raise your hand, but you can think about in yourself how many of you have got major conflicts, but on the other hand, while you are on medication, it is great. But how many of you have seen a therapist? How many of you do meditation? How many of you do yoga and pranayama? This is because ultimately it comes down to one call for action I want to leave you with is, doctors, embrace the cultural competence to your practice. Look at integrative health practices. IT professionals, become pioneers in creating the culturally empathetic mental health technology that save millions, like what you are doing today. And political leaders, advocate for policies that recognize mental health as a global priority. And finally, Silicon Valley leaders invest in innovative, culturally sensitive mental health solutions. It is not just a challenge, it's an opportunity to reimagine how we care for each other. And thank you very much for that.
Thank you so much for that presentation. In reference for your appreciation, we'd like to give you this award. Thank you so much.
I'm not the next speaker, but I'd Like Russ, my name's Keith Lee. I'll be introducing our next keynote. Our next keynote that I've got the pleasure to do is Bridging Mind and Body, Harnessing Consciousness for Optimal Wealth. And our speaker is Dr. Tony Nader. Dr. Tony Nader is a distinguished physician scientist and leader in the field of consciousness and transcendental meditation, educated at Harvard and MIT. He's the head of international TM organizations and president of Maharishi International University. He combines the scientific background with Vedic scholarship to explore consciousness applications. Welcome, Dr. Tony Nader. See here? Oh, there you go.
Hi, I'm Jayesh Ranjan. Greetings to all of you. I work for the state government in the state of Telangana in India, and I look after the subjects of information technology, industries, entrepreneurship, skilling, etc. I'm sure all of you know this, that India is a federal country. There are 28 states like in the United States, and I represent the state which is called Telangana. This is somewhere towards the center of the country, between south and center. Many of you may not be familiar with Telangana, but I'm sure all of you would have heard of our capital city, which is Hyderabad. Hyderabad is a very important center for technology, for life sciences, for aerospace and defense, for knowledge-based industries, and that is where I'm located. I wish I was there in person attending this conference along with all of you. But nevertheless, I'm very happy that I'm getting a chance at least to share my thoughts virtually. I want to tell all of you about a very significant project that our government here in Telangana is embarking upon. Most of you would be aware that there are some Indian cities, including my city of Hyderabad, which has great healthcare facilities. If you visit some of our healthcare institutions, and let us say you go to the reception of a hospital, typically they have boards there mentioning who are the doctors, what is their background, what disciplines they belong to, and you will notice in many hospitals, the entire list will have doctors who have studied in the US, who have trained in the US or UK or possibly Germany, who have worked there, practiced there, and now they have come back and they are part of this particular hospital. You will have hundreds of such doctors who have received the best possible education, training, practice in the West, and more or less are following the same standards. So despite having such amazing healthcare facilities, of course, we do get international patients to Hyderabad, but if you look at who these international patients are, we find that most of them are from, let us say, Bangladesh or Afghanistan or Kuwait or Oman or Uganda or Tanzania. We don't get patients from affluent countries, for example, the United States or Britain or Germany or anywhere else. And it is not to say that there are no challenges in accessing healthcare in the US or UK or elsewhere. I know for sure, I myself used to be a student in the US, I've lived there for a year. I know for sure that there are certain kinds of surgeries, certain kind of therapies which are not covered in insurance, and therefore they are very costly. In UK also, I know that there is what is called as the National Health Services or the NHS, but there is a huge wait time. The costs are low because of NHS subsidies, but you have, for even a minor kind of an ailment, you have to wait for months altogether to get it treated. So I know that there are challenges, but still we fail to attract patients from, let us say, US or Europe to India and to Hyderabad. People like you may be going to Canada, maybe going to Singapore, maybe going to somewhere else, but very few American patients or British patients come to India and to Hyderabad. So what we have decided is, we have done some research to find out what is it that can move the needle. Despite the fact that we have best healthcare institutions, despite the fact that a majority of the doctors who work in these healthcare institutions have been trained and educated in the West, we are not able to convince patients that this is a great place to come and get yourself treated. So our research has shown that instead of an Indian hospital who is inviting American patients, if it is an American healthcare institution which sets up its unit in Hyderabad and obviously gives that sense of confidence that the same quality standards, the same procedures, the same familiarity with the US health systems which patients have back home, the same is replicated here, then possibly the confidence to come over and try out, etc., will be there. So based on this particular research, our government is embarking upon something very significant, and that is exactly what I wanted to share with you. So we are setting a medical tourism hub. Our interest is to set up this hub by attracting lots of overseas or global healthcare institutions, largely from the US, but a few from, let us say, the UK or elsewhere in the world. But predominantly, we are targeting American healthcare institutions who enjoy a very high reputation, very good track record, and some of their procedures, etc., are very, very well kind of recognized and patronized. Some of these could be very niche kind of institutions also. For example, a institution which only does dental related work, or an institution which only does, let us say, knee replacement or a hip joint replacement, or an institution which only looks at hair transplant. So whatever is a big ask in the US and the existing institutions are not able to fulfill everyone's needs, the insurance costs are very, very high, or it's not covered at all under insurance. So those kind of institutions will be our preference. So in this medical tourism hub that we are setting up, there are 3 USPs, actually 4 USPs. There are 4 USPs about it. The first USP is that the land that we will be providing, this hub is coming up over a 15,000 acres of city, a satellite city, which is called the 4th city or the future city. And I'll tell you in a while about this 4th city, future city also. A part of that 4th city will be carved out as a medical tourism hub. It is all government land. The land belongs to the government of Telangana. So one USP is that the land will be made available absolutely free of cost. We will not charge anything for that land. The second important USP is that, let us say, a healthcare institution in the US feels attracted enough to decide to set something in Hyderabad. We will expect you to set up only your core facilities. Your capital expenses, your capital expenditure will only be in setting up your treatment rooms, your diagnostic rooms, your administrative rooms, etc. Let us say you will employ some people and you have to take care of your housing. You don't have to spend money on that. Any facility which is shareable will be provided by someone else for all the health institutions which are located in that hub. So you don't have to set up your own cafeteria, you don't have to set up your own pharmacy, you don't have to set up, let us say, something else which is also going to be set up by everyone else. So these facilities will be set up by some developers which the government will bring in, and obviously you will use their services at some payment terms or some contractual terms, but your capex requirements will significantly come down. The third USP, of course, is that in that hub, while there be mainstream treatment disciplines, but I'm sure all of you are familiar that India also has certain very unique healthcare systems which are traditional to India. For example, yoga. Many of you would be familiar that yoga is a discipline which promotes wellness. Similarly, there's an ancient Indian medicine stream which is called Ayurveda. So I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it is like the traditional Chinese medicine. It also has lots of proven scientific backing on which are the Ayurvedic medicines, etc., work well for different systems. So I know that there are many people who come to India to learn about yoga or get this Ayurvedic treatment. Kerala is one of the centers in India where lots of Ayurveda is practiced, and some of it is coming for, I would imagine, almost 600-700 years. There's a long legacy of Ayurveda, and by this time everything has been perfected. So those centers also will be there in the medical hub. So you may go for your mainstream treatment in one of the hospitals, but then that can be supplemented through yoga, through Ayurveda in one of the other centers which is also in that same hub. One other USP is, and that is what I want to tell you about this future city or the 4th city. So our government is setting up a greenfield satellite township which is called the 4th city, which is very close to our Hyderabad International Airport. Hyderabad Airport incidentally is rated as one of the best airports in the country today, and possibly best in the Asia, and amongst the top in the world also. So your experience of the airport will be fantastic. The city's commute is also very, very easy. And about 15 kilometers from the airport, 15 minutes commute from the airport, about 20 to 25 kilometers from the airport, this satellite greenfield city is coming up. This is spread over 20,000 acres, and there are different zones in this fourth city. And as I mentioned, one of the zone is on medical tourism. But just to let you understand the context, like who else will be occupying that space in those 20,000 acres, there will be an education city. Again, we are trying to get the best global universities to set up their Indian campuses there. One will be a sports hub where very high level coaching and performance monitoring of elite athletes, people who are serious about various kinds of Olympic sports, all that will be happening. There will be an AI city which will focus on how new generation technologies, particularly AI, can be utilized. So there will be compute infrastructure available, there will be innovation centers, there will be an experience center. Companies which are working on AI products and solutions, they will have their offices. So there will be an AI city. There will be a couple of clusters, 4 clusters to be precise, which will focus on manufacturing, because there has to be some economic imperative of that satellite township. But these will all be green manufacturing. There will be no polluting manufacturing which will be allowed in that thing. And of course, there will be a township which will have housing, which will have shopping, which will have entertainment, which will have convention centers, and so on and so forth. So the medical tourism hub is a part of this larger development which is being planned, and I am very sure that once the entire future city is up and running, this will be the talk of not just India but everywhere else also. People will be taking note of it. To have such a futuristic large scale township with these kind of distinct components is, in my opinion, one of its kind. So this also is an advantage, that this fourth city or the future city actually will become a destination by itself, and therefore to have a presence or a footprint in that fourth city will also be a matter of great pride, and it will also bring lots of traffic in a normal way also to your doorsteps. So these are some of the things which I wanted to share with you. Now the timelines are like this. The land, as I told you, the entire 20,000 acres are already with us. Master planning has been completed. We now know where the zones are, and we are now reaching out to potential clients in different kind of lines of activity. So through this call, I'm appealing to some of you. In some other ways, I'm reaching out to American universities. In some other way, I'm reaching out to people who run sports academies in the US and elsewhere, and we are trying to bring the best kind of companies and agencies to participate with us in the development of this future city. So the government of Telangana is partnering with Touch a Life Foundation, TAL, as we all know them, and they are also one of the organizers of this conference. So if you show interest to kind of become a part of this medical tourism hub in Hyderabad, please meet Mr. Kishore or anyone else from TAL, register your interest. He will also pass on my mail ID to you, so that if you want more clarification, more information, I'll be happy to do a one-on-one call with you and give you more explanation. If any representative from your organization is in a position to come to India and see things for yourself, eventually seeing is believing. I can go on and on and on and tell you all kinds of things, but if you are able to come for a day and see how this city is shaping up, that itself will give you lots of confidence, etc. And if there is anything else that you require on behalf of the government, so as I mentioned right at the beginning, I represent the state government. There is also a federal government, but in case there is something which you need, which needs to be addressed by the federal government, we will be very happy to take it up, get the required rules and laws or reforms carried out, so that your ability to set up an institution in Hyderabad, treat international patients, and provide your global services, high quality services to people, that really will materialize. So once again, I'm delighted to interact with you like this. As I said, please express your interest if you feel that the value proposition that we are offering is very, very strong. And I do travel to the US also. I was there a month ago, and possibly in March or April I'll be making another trip, but we need not wait till March or April. As I said, with the help of Mr. Kishore or other representatives of Touch a Life, please get in touch with us as early as you can, and we'll be happy to fast track your journey. So thank you very much, and have a very useful and productive conference.
Kaipa also is like looking outwards. We are always looking to solve this. Kaipa also is like looking outwards. We are always looking to solve the things by looking at the things from the outward as if. Kaipa also is like looking outwards. We are always looking to solve the things by looking at the things from the outward as if the solution and the problem are only outside. And we forget that we are the element, we are the person, we are the individual that is going to see things from our own perspective, act on things from our own perspective, solve the situation with whatever creativity and intelligence what we have within us. And if we are disrupted and disturbed mentally and physically for health, then our ability to handle and to act and to do things is going to be less effective, less efficient. And that is why established in the self, perform action. Transcend. So whenever you go to a tree that has maybe some problems in the leaves or some problems in the fruits, some problems in the branches, and it's weakening, if you try to fix the flowers and the leaves on the surface, you will get very little effect. Maybe you have forgotten to water the roots of the tree, and the tree is dying as a whole, and all the surface values that appear to be different and separate are nourished from the same roots, but you have forgotten to water the root. So there is a time when one goes back, withdraws, goes back to the self, and then acts. Nature has organized this in our life already. We sleep, and then we are awake. If we want to achieve most, we have to be most restful, most settled within ourselves. And we want in this conference, as we beautifully heard, to have the outstanding, most modern, most advanced technologies. What is very interesting is that some of these technologies can come from the most ancient, most tested throughout the history of time and the history of humanity, techniques of self-development, techniques of being able to overcome situations that come to us by withdrawing, by going back to the self. If you want your arrow to hit the target, you pull it back first on the bow, and then you let go of the arrow. So this ability to transcend, that's what transcending means, to go beyond the surface value to the ocean of life. I'd like to present to you some of the research that's pertaining to exactly what we're facing today, and then with a short time explain what my work and contribution has been in terms of explaining why it works, how it works. First, we want to know that transcending, going back to the self, actually really works. I might borrow your... it's here, great. So it's a technique. First, what is a technique? You have heard a lot about mindfulness and different techniques. We want to talk about TM technique, which is transcendental meditation. Here there are some highlights which says that it's not a philosophy, it's not a way of life, it's not a belief system. It's a very easy, very simple technique that even children can practice from a young age. and they can improve gradually, and you don't have to have any previous knowledge of philosophy or understanding. And therefore, it is applicable to all, and that's what science is about. Science is that thing which uses the laws of nature and is not dependent on individual belief in it or not. It works whether you believe it or you don't. The basic idea is the mind is a field, like a field of ocean, let's say. This maybe shows like an ocean, let's say. And it has on its surface waves. This is the active thinking. And we can project our thinking outwards, which means towards the wave. And in transcendental meditation, we take the mind inwards, so we direct the mind towards the inside. And the mind then, guided by its own nature, which is to always seek more charm, more happiness, more fulfillment, actually dives within. And the reason why, and that's what we will explain, is that within ourselves is the greatest possible fulfillment, because this is our self, our being, our source of our intelligence, our source of our thoughts, our source of our creativity. So we think a thought, we don't know where it comes from, but it comes from a place where there is creativity, intelligence, that is kind of computed in a way that we are not conscious of on the surface. But if we take our awareness there, and there is a technique, that's transcendental meditation, it takes you to a state which we call a state of restful alertness. The mind settles down, you're completely settled, rested, and the science has shown through many, many studies, hundreds of scientific research studies, that the body rests profoundly, but the mind remains very alert. Reaction time is faster, alertness is there, but there is great settled restfulness. This has profound effects, as we can see here, that are very contrasting between what would be a situation when one is active and projected outside, as for example in fight or flight or freeze response, compared to what happens during transcendental meditation. And these are scientific findings on the right side. It's not just a nice idea. Cortisol level, for example, goes very deeply during transcendental meditation. Cortisol is an indication of the level of stress. And there are many other indicators, such as heart rate, as we have seen, skin resistance, etc. But this was just to show you that it's for real. What happens in the brain is great coherence. So we use our brain like, let's say, a computer, but it is much more than that. And it has many processors in it. What we have seen in summary in transcendental meditation is that when you transcend, there is alpha wave coherence that is established throughout the brain, which means there is a new functioning of the brain which is integrated, as if all the processors are now working together instead of being in a way that is not coherent and not harmonious. This leads to tremendous changes, and it's very interesting that many of those were required and requested by Dr. Kaipa. And we have seen improvements in all these values: greater creativity, field independence, practical intelligence. This is where intelligence has also emotional intelligence, because it's practical, it's effective. There is improved mental efficiency and also fluid intelligence. Of course, the time doesn't allow to go into what each one of these are here, but you can see the p-values in the bottom that show a very, very high significance. So these values are not, we're not talking about hopeful thinking. These are scientific research studies that have demonstrated repeatedly the importance of those techniques. Anxiety, for example. In recent times, we have seen huge changes in medical professions, medical health professionals going through COVID. They have had terrible situations, and many have experienced anxiety, depression, suicide, insomnias. And thanks to the research that has been done before, we have now in more than 90 hospitals, particularly, for example, in New York and great institutions, the use of transcendental meditation. This shows how before TM and after TM, whether you start with a high anxiety level or even moderate anxiety on the left side, you can see how after TM, the anxiety levels decrease dramatically. This is on PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorders, in military veterans. It's been used in the United States. And it compares transcendental meditation to the usual techniques that are used, which is one of them prolonged exposure and health education. And you see the improvements from different perspectives. These different columns that you see here represent on the left side transcendental meditation, then in the middle prolonged exposure, and the lower one on the right side of the columns, the comparison of how much improvement there is, and you see very highly significant. And that is why now even in Veterans Administration has adopted transcendental meditation for cure and prevention and help in disease. And the different blocks that you see here are different ways of testing for PTSD, which is either through questionnaires or through physician's assessment. So it's both subjectively and objectively showing the important transformations. Now we come to the physical level. What does this mind do to the physical aspect of life, which is also very important? We have put people that have coronary artery disease and artery disease in general through a 5-year follow-up studies and compared them to controls through health education, eat the right thing, do the exercise, etc., and those who practice transcendental meditation. Over 5-year studies, 48% lower rate of cardiovascular and stroke-related diseases, 48% less death, less problems from these cardiovascular diseases. And guess what? When we looked at it even more carefully, this 48% was for those who are on average practicing transcendental meditation once a day. Those who practice twice a day, which is the recommended practice, they had 66% less disease and less problems. So this consciousness-based technology of the ancient Vedic tradition, Yoga Stakuru Karmani, saves lives effectively in a most efficient way because it's less costly, it is do-it-yourself technique, and it is most effective. So the American Heart Association recommends it, and this is the program I talked about, which we have called Heal the Healers Now, and this new initiative is now in 90 hospitals, and they are doing research on it. Time doesn't allow me to go in great detail, but you can see some of those hospitals that reported studies about transcendental meditation and its effects on doctors. Brigham's and Women's Hospital, Harvard Medical School. There is at Miami multi-site hospital study, many hospitals, Duke Medical Center, Weill Cornell at New York, Presbyterian Hospital has done it, and these are some of their research. This is, for example, on emotional exhaustion. It shows significant reduction in exhaustion and anxiety traits, depressions, and different factors. And they are now recommending it to their patients. And this is what the doctors say when we did ask them. For example, would you recommend TM to a friend? And 93% they said yes, they would. So burnout is reduced. And this is just to show anxiety, insomnia. This comes from a Duke randomized control study. Anxiety, important changes. And you see here the difference between control and the practice of transcendental meditation over several months. And like this, the studies continue from these different important hospitals that we have now had the pleasure to work with. How do we learn TM? It's within a short time, just one session of introduction, and then 3 sessions of practice and training. There is an instruction time, and then there is 3 follow-up, and then you are on your own. But our program offers follow-up all the time, and the effects are real. How does it work? It works through consciousness. Again, Dr. Kaipa said, we need a new paradigm. And the new paradigm is the most ancient paradigm. And it comes from Veda and Vedanta, which says that consciousness is primary. The paradigm today is that the physical universe is primary, that everything comes from some energy that appeared somehow vaguely on the Big Bang and then led to particles and molecules and cells and then complexified and created the human nervous system, which then led to the emergence of consciousness. The reality is different, and there are converging arguments and converging factors and scientific findings that tell us that consciousness is primary, and by awakening consciousness within ourselves, we improve our life, like watering the root to enjoy the fruits of the tree, going deep within. And also there have been scientific findings how the collective practice of consciousness-based technologies, like transcendental meditation, improves behavior in society and improves to the point of reduction of crime, reduction of infant mortality, reduction of accidents of the road. And so this is really the reality of Vedanta that is now becoming most modern and most effective and practical, not just as a philosophy, but as a effective technology of leading life in a better way for the individual and for society. I've written a book on that topic. It's called Consciousness is All There Is, which is actually a translation of Advaita Vedanta. The book is not a translation. It just gives the arguments of how consciousness is important and how by understanding consciousness and practicing techniques of consciousness, you can improve your personal life and find solutions to society. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Don't move yet. Oh, sorry. We got an award for you.
Thank you very much. For our third keynote, it's on integrative healthcare, the future. Our speaker is Anand Kuchibhotla, the president and CEO of Silicon Andhra. Anand Kuchibhotla is the president of the University of Silicon Andhra, a nonprofit WASC accredited institution dedicated to the fine Indian arts, languages, and culture. Under Dr. Kuchibhotla, the leadership of U of SA focuses on uplifting underrepresented students and serving the Indian American community while integrating cultural values into modern education. He has received multiple awards and honors, including the D-Lift from KL University, the Sporthy Award from Bamidala Foundation, and the NTR International Pratibha Award. Please welcome Anand Kuchibhatla.
The mic for me. Namaste. Good morning. I'm the first one being experimented on a wireless microphone. Hopefully we don't get a... First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the team behind putting this wonderful event. We all know that we can survive without going to a school. We can survive without going to a temple, church, mosque. We can survive not going to many places, but none of us could lead a life without having proper health care. Is this okay now? So given that, I just want to start with an example. I have a daughter who delivered a baby boy few months ago. She, her hospital is Kaiser Permanente. When she went for postpartum recuperation, the doctor gave some medicines and then said, I cannot prescribe you, but I recommend you to use the ashwagandha capsules. And she has to go to a supplement store, Sprouts, and some other place, and get the ashwagandha capsules. And then I have a very close family friend who was diagnosed a couple of years ago with breast cancer. And she has to go through 6 cycles of chemo. The most advanced hospitals in the Silicon Valley. She went through her first chemo cycle. Her entire life was shattered, like you know that when you go through the chemo, the side effects of that. And then fortunately, she was guided by some wonderful people from Pune, helping her to go through a Ayurveda protocol. So when she went to her oncologist, she said that you can use it, but I cannot say that I recommended you. You understand what is the current situation is there. Trust me, me and my are the godparents for her. We saw the tremendous change right after that night of the chemo therapy. She was in miserable condition, but having this Ayurveda protocol, in 48 to 72 hours, she recuperated. Even her oncologist was surprised. After that, several of the people went through this protocol and it helped them. Recently, I met one of the very top interventional cardiologists. And he said that patients come, okay, whatever you are giving and all, that's fine. Is there something else, the natural kind of thing for my cardiovascular disease? Ladies and gentlemen, what we are talking about here is the integrative health. Dr. Kaipa mentioned it, Dr. Stewart mentioned it, the ancient wisdom what we have. Unfortunately, the integrative approach is somehow glorified, but at the same time, there are many, many, many hurdles for that. If you look at the integrative medicine, from our backyard, Stanford to Columbia to MD Anderson's to Johns Hopkins to everybody is doing a lot of research on that one. Somehow, the Indian knowledge systems, the ancient Indian wisdom that has been proved for centuries, that has been treatized, but that is not accepted. That's not accepted in the mainstream. The simple reason they say, let us talk to the yoga first. yoga, meditation, transcendental meditation, whoever experienced or experiences, they know the wonders it does for the mental health, for the physical health, and all. But unfortunately, several decades ago in this country, yoga was completely commercialized. Yoga was completely commercialized. For lack of better word, a few group of people, they literally control the yoga, how you are certified. Have you ever heard such something like that, 100 hours certified, 200 hours certified? Does it make sense for a yoga? And there is no check and balance. You write it, they give you a certificate. And then some religious institutions in 21st century recommend yoga is not for their religion. But fortunately, there are few people. Yoga was banned some time back, you know that, it was a cult, it was banned in this country and Europe by certain religious organizations. But today, there are books being written by Dr. Indraneel Basure and who is from Harvard, interventional cardio electrophysicist, something like that, most advanced. His book, now they are thinking of there would be a fellowship in yoga, in the mainstream medical education. So the thing and our perspective to these ancient things we need to change. And yoga, some of you must have seen, we have it in our backyard in Half Moon Bay, there is a goat yoga. And the beautiful thing is, I don't have a presentation. And then latest fad in San Diego is snake yoga. When Dr. Kaipa talks about Yoga Vasistam, Patanjali Yoga Sutras and all these things, when you leave the fundamental thing and you turned the yoga into a mere aerobic physical exercise. As Dr. Stewart says, it has a lot more inner, depth and breadth of it. It is high time that we need to bring that science. Immediately people say in this country, anything you want to do, combining these systems, evidence-based medicine. If you are a leader and you hold forth for a long time, then you think anything what you say has to go. Ladies and gentlemen, when you look back this evidence-based science, 70 years ago, my grandmother who lived 90 years without having any of these hypertension, sugar and all, when she feels for every Indian calendar of the 11th day of the month, Ekadasi, she used it to fast. And on a Saturday, some people eat only one day. And if she has some problem, she went into the backyard and pulled a few herbs and made it some elixir out of it, drank it. She never visited a doctor. That's why now we have the American Medical Association approved lifestyle medicine fellowship. So when you want to see these kind of things, and the same with Ayurveda. You know Ayurveda, after this many years and this many centuries in this country, nobody can prescribe because Ayurveda is not an accredited program. By fighting our friends from the Chinese medicine, acupuncture, for a long time, physiotherapy was also not approved. The future, what we need to do is, recently I visited Patanjali University in Haridwar. They have invested hundreds of millions of dollars doing the clinical trials into the modern 21st century, what the pharmaceutical companies are doing. It was mind-boggling for me. Spent several hours, latest sophisticated clinical trial equipment, and trying to extract the molecule out of the herbal medicine. I told them, it's wonderful you are doing it here. In the United States, all the research that happens is you have 6-footer and very select people. Recently, finally, our National Institute of Health recognized US is lot more, has different kinds of demographics. That's why they created with $1 billion allofus.org. Some of you must have heard or seen. They would like to take all different races, religions, personalities, when they're doing the clinical trials and the future medical research. When it comes to the future, in India, now the government is taking an active part. They formed a Ministry of Ayush. You know, Ayush is life, but Ayush means Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy. And now they are introducing these into the mainstream allopathic programs. Ladies and gentlemen, trust me, we cannot survive without allopathy. And also believe that we cannot survive with allopathy alone. That's where the integrative approach is needed. Where we needed, if there is a critical thing like an accident and injury and all, there is no way without going through the allopathy. And then there are certain things all know the allopathy treats the symptoms. But whereas the yoga, Ayurveda, other, I don't want to even call alternative, but the integrative approach helps them at the root level, the cause level. For that, what we need to do is, as the entire global community need to come together and start supporting the initiatives to do the more research into these areas. If we have to go for the evidence-based route, let us try to do it with the kind of technology what we have there. We can do that. I would like to take one step back. Silicon Valley is not the Silicon Valley without the academic institutions like Stanford, UC Berkeley, and UCSF, whether the technology, information technology research or the medical research or biotechnology, that made the Silicon Valley. And here I need to market our institution. We have a University of Silicon Andhra. The entire goal is to bring these ancient wisdom, the Indian knowledge systems that are proven, and do them, teach them, do the research, and do publish. In Sanskrit we say bodhana, teaching, sodhana, research, and prachurana, publication. We have started School of Yogic Sciences, and we have started School of Ayurveda and Natural Medicine, Sanam. And we are on our way to start a world-class School of Medicine Allopathy MD program by 2027. Outside the Banaras Hindu University in Varanasi, University of Silicon Andhra is the only university that is focusing to do the integrative healthcare, integrative medicine research, teaching and all under one roof anywhere outside India. So when we are talking about Dr. Stewart, when he showed it, he has proven that. And when Dr. Kaipa says, and I have one Dr. Manju Kolli from Ayur Hitam is sitting there, and we all need to come together. And if we put it together, I'm confident the integrative healthcare has a future, will have a future, and will impact immensely beyond our imaginations, because the research is going to go. When we talk about artificial intelligence, the technology, what Sai Garu, what Veena Garu, what Kishore, everybody is talking about it. If you try to apply, there are no LLMs, really serious LLMs in yoga. There are no serious LLMs in Ayurveda. And you cannot just bring Ayurveda. There are so many things in Ayurveda. That's where we need to combine our ancient Indian knowledge systems that were there for centuries, combine with the 21st century Artificial intelligence today is the buzzword. We don't know what it would be 10 years down the road. But we need to connect and combine and integrate them to provide a world-class healthcare for the population across the world. And I'm very happy to say today is a very important day. Silicon Andhra 6 years ago, on the same day, today is the 6th anniversary of Ravi Prakash Silicon Andhra Sanjeevani Hospital in a small village called Kuchipudi. Today we are celebrating the 6th anniversary. Kishore mentioned about freemium. For the last 6 years, we have been providing top-notch health care to thousands of patients in that rural area, next to zero or almost free. And anybody who wants to take, Kishore mentioned that one world, one family, we also work with them. For regular bypasses and all, we are still far away. Any orthopedic surgeries and all, if you have friends, it's a beautiful rural setting. Our building looks almost any American hospital here. We have the infrastructure. So we would like to provide free health care, and we are here to share that place, our health care, our philosophy, and the principle to make this thing happen. Looking forward to working with you all. We have the university is an accredited American university located in Milpitas. Let us come together. We'll be here. And if you want to see our hospital, we have a booth there. You can see a hospital, how it looks. Once again, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share the vision, what we have for the healthcare and the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Very nice. Chala very nice.
Our next key.
Thank you.
Hello. Our next keynote: Role of AI in Predictive and Preventative Care by Brandon Focus. Brandon Focus is a global industry technology leader at healthcare at IBM with nearly 30 years experience across various healthcare sectors. He brings a comprehensive perspective to the industry. His experience spans electronic medical records, revenue cycle optimization, analytics, and AI consulting. Brandon focuses on leveraging innovative technologies like generative AI and predictive modeling to simplify the healthcare process and improve outcomes for patients, caregivers, and citizens.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's on. I'm on. Whoa, there we go. Now we got it. All right, because the nuns said my voice projected growing up, so we got to get the volume right before I get started here. So thank you all for having me. I definitely had to find some inner peace and ground myself after such amazing speakers to start the day. To follow such distinguished people is amazing. So my name's Brendan Folks, and I have a really fun job. My job is to work with healthcare organizations around the world every day and try to use technology to solve business problems. It's really fun. It really is. I get to do fun stuff. And I like to travel, so that helps. So when we think about this, and I was thinking about stats and technology and what we could talk about in preventative medicine and how we think one study says you could save $700 billion here in the United States of the $4 trillion that's spent with better preventative medicine, and I could go through all these stats. I said, you know what? I have a better idea. Let's talk about a story about how we can use these modern technologies today, an as is and a to be. because I want people to be inspired of what they could do with these technologies as we look at the global challenges around the world. And as I talk to people around the world, it does come back to 4 things. Can we improve outcomes? Can we reduce costs? Can we provide better access? And can we provide a better experience, especially for caregivers? That was a great burnout story, by the way, Dr. Nolan, about using TM to help with the clinicians, because we have a burnout problem with our clinical members. So how we're going to get there, and I was speaking last week, I was at the Duke Health AI conference last week on the other coast, and the chief medical officer, Rick, was up presenting, and to think about improvement, as he said, we have a $6 billion health system at Duke. $2 billion of that is waste. Can you help me find that? He goes, I can't give you any money to find it. You got to find it and then we'll recuperate the money because there's no extra money around. So if we think about some of that waste, so we're going to talk about 3 characters. So Mrs. Ramirez, late 60s, early 70s, widow, over, and we'll put her in Oakland. Kids didn't move far away, but with California traffic, they can be as much as 2 hours away from 10 miles. So she lives alone, widow, type 2 diabetic, hypertensive. Meds are great, doesn't exercise a lot. She lives by herself, doesn't get out very much. Dr. Gutierrez, primary care doc, busy, 2,000 patient panel, all kinds of stuff going on. I got 15 minutes per patient. I got to take care of my patients, but I got to do a million things. I'm charting at night after I put my kids to bed. And then Mary, the diabetes coordinator at Blue Shield of California, since we're in California. Same thing, massive panel, just tons of data in front of her, trying to help these people with diabetes take better care of themselves. So Mrs. Ramirez has her annual visit coming up. She goes and gets her bloods drawn, all that other stuff. They're not great, they're not horrible. Doesn't set off really any flags. Mary sees the results, says, yeah, we sent her a flyer. She can, she should probably exercise more and use her gym membership, that benefit that she has. She goes into her appointment. She's a little nervous because people have white coat syndrome. My mother's a nurse. She still has white coat syndrome, even though she worked with doctors her whole career. She admits it, her blood pressure goes up all the time. So it's one of those things. So she goes in, she's a little nervous. Dr. Gutierrez comes running in late, looks, takes 1 second, late from her last appointment to read, runs in and starts asking her questions. But she's over here, playing with the medical record. And do you, click, 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 click. Do you, click, 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 click. There's not an experience, there's not an interaction. She asks questions. Mrs. Ramirez leaves out the fact that she's having dizzy spells sometimes, which means her sugars are all over the place. Because it wasn't an interaction, it was a lot of this and that and this and that. And away she goes, hey, you should really exercise, get out more. Okay. Mrs. Ramirez goes home, they don't change her meds, nothing changes. Eventually, Dr. Gutierrez gets around to actually finishing her chart at 8:30 at night while trying to help her kids do their math homework at the same time. A couple weeks later, Mrs. Ramirez has a fainting spell, falls, breaks her hip, ends up in the emergency room. Thankfully, she's had her phone on her so she could call and get help. Catastrophic mess. Happens every day. It's awful. It's a real scenario. It's sad. Where can we use technology to make this better? We're not going to diagnose anything, because then you got to go through FDA 10K compliance. That's a pain. We're not doing that. That takes years. Where can we just use these technologies to empower these people to take better care? So let's back up. Same scenario. Let's just change the paradigm a little bit now. So all of a sudden, she goes and gets her meds. She goes and gets her labs done. And like I said, they're not great. They're not bad. It all gets sent everywhere. It gets sent to Dr. Gutierrez, ends up at Blue Shield. Blue Shield actually has this comprehensive program where they've taken not just your clinical data, financial data, administrative data, they have block level data about social demographics, access to food, access to transportation, propensity to not fill your meds, unstructured information. It's all pulled together, and all of a sudden, Mrs. Ramirez shows up on Mary's likelihood 72.6% likelihood she's going to have some sort of adverse event in the next 3 months. And by the way, this is actually in production at Blue of California for diabetes already. So now she has something. Now, once again, okay, what does she actually have for healthcare? Now the artificial intelligence serves Mary. Hey, by the way, she's eligible to go to the Y, which is 2 blocks away, 2 bus stops away, even though she doesn't drive. 2 bus stops. Piece of cake, right? Go reach out and tell her that. So when she reaches out and tells her, hey, listen, you should really do this. The Y's 2 blocks away. She's like, okay. Not everybody trusts their health plan here in America because it is a trust economy. Most trusted person in healthcare, still your pharmacist. So she goes, okay. Now, wait a minute. That information is now served up to Dr. Gutierrez. So same scenario. She shows up for an appointment. At check-in, they say, hey, by the way, we'd like you to sign a consent form because we're going to use this technology that includes artificial intelligence to listen to your conversation with your primary care doc, because in California, you guys are leading the way. You passed a law the other day about AI and patient privacy and patient communications. Thank you for being out front as a state on what needs to happen around patient transparency and how we use data and how AI is regulated. Trends go from west to east usually. Hopefully the rest of the country starts to follow suit, kind of following the EU AI Act. So, sorry, out of character. So she consents to say, okay, that sounds okay, all right. So now she's in a room. Now comes Dr. Gutierrez. Now think about this. Dr. Gutierrez is given a summary of all of that history, including the score from the health plan and the gym membership information and everything presented to her, so that 1 or 2 minutes she has before the appointment, she has a real understanding. Okay, I remember this patient. Let's go in and talk about her health and wellness. Let's get her to adopt that gym membership at the Y. So now she walks in with a goal. And they walk in, and they sit down and they have a conversation. There's no this. And they have it in their native language, first language in Spanish. And they talk to each other in Spanish about how you could be better, how you could feel better, how you can get out, take better care of yourself. So in that 14 minutes now of the 15-minute visit, Mrs. Ramirez agrees, I'm going to go to chair yoga at the Y. By the way, my mother does chair yoga now. She loves it. She's 78. So, but it's a social thing. Loneliness is as bad as smoking, they say. Now she's out. So she's going to agree to sign up for the Y and go do chair yoga, which, by the way, I had built in my scenario before all of your presentations this morning, was I had a yoga concept in my presentation anyways. So she agrees to go. Now, with that 1 minute extra, the doctor turns and the documentation's there for her to verify. She reads it, she makes a couple of edits, and in 1 minute, her charting is complete while it's fresh in her mind. She's not charting at home. Mrs. Ramirez goes home, she joins the gym, she goes to chair yoga, and she sees a woman that her and her husband, the couples, they used to go to dinner together all the time before her husband passed. Now she's out, she's social. There is no fainting event. What did we do there? We just made it easier for clinicians to be clinicians. So when we're thinking about this information, we're thinking about the technology here, the important thing to think about is what do we do to change an outcome? Who's going to do something differently if we empower them with this type of technology? And it's those fun scenarios, those fun stories. But there's a risk involved because everyone's got great ideas and we're not going to lose capture of this moment in time with the technology and the buzz we have. But the key is to make sure that when we have a good idea, we don't do something just to prove it works. What are we going to do differently? There's a great scenario from last week about this amazing predictive model they built in the emergency department at Duke. And the guy was up there, and we did all this work, and we did 97% accuracy of who's going to be admitted, who's going to be discharged, who in the middle still is yellow. They built all these dashboards, they studied the models, they had it published. It was great. And the ED doc goes, you know what I did differently with that information? Nothing. It did not change the practice of medicine in the emergency room at all whatsoever. We do the exact same thing we were going to do. All we did was prove that we were going to do what we were going to do anyways. So, and people, we're all guilty of these things. You want to prove, you got to publish, you got to do this, all this stuff. There's great ideas. What are you going to do with it? What are we going to do that's different? We looked at predicting one time medication adherent event, non-adherent. Who's going to be non-adherent on their medication program? What we found is middle-aged guys are the worst because we lose our keys. And I did remember to take my blood pressure meds this morning. I've told this story and been like, oh wait, I forgot to take my blood pressure meds. Because it's a genetic thing, everyone's got it. I was the last one of my siblings to go on blood pressure meds. But it's one of those things, but what are you going to do if you predict that someone like me is going to forget to take their meds? Well, let's study the features. If one of the features is economic uncertainty, financial insecurity, loss of job, that's a likelihood because the model's fully transparent, explainable, free of bias. So when a model gets pushed out, everyone understands why it said what it said. It doesn't make a decision, it empowers. And the thought is, one of the ones we did was actually, we're going to just automate a 3-month supply order on us, and a care manager is going to be triggered to call them to say, we're shipping you a 3-month supply of your medications for free. Here's how you need to remember to take them. We automated something. It was a different behavior to drive a different outcome. Not just, okay, now we know who's going to be non-adherent. Because there was another great study done 10, 11 years ago predicting the onset of CHF before it actually happens. That's great. We did this and that, and it was published, it was in Forbes, there was case studies done, press releases. We didn't do anything with it because the organization wasn't staffed to know what to do. Okay, now we have 1,100 patients in our 60,000 patient panel. What are we going to do? Send them a letter? Hey, you should come in because you might have a heart attack soon? Some sort of congestive heart event? That's not good patient experience. Like, they didn't know what to do with it. So I think my advice is we come up with these good ideas, and as we look to pull the knowledge of all medicines together, what are we going to do differently? What do you want to do differently? What do you want that outcome to be? Reducing burnout, some of the TM stuff. I spend a lot of time with clinical teams. We call it intelligent workflows. How do we alleviate the burden in day-to-day life for clinicians of just stuff they don't need to be doing? It was when Rick, the chief medical officer at Duke, was talking last week about all that waste. He just showed a slide of how they just cleaned the supply closet. That's it. Little lean Six Sigma modeling of what the supply closet should look like versus what it looks like in my son's room. My 23-year-old's home after college work. He has a job, but his room is still a disaster like he's 12. So we just close the door when he leaves for work every day. But that sort of efficiency, it doesn't have to always be some big giant model. And the other thing to think about is, as we think about a great idea and what we want to do and how we want to do it, how are we going to do it with a level of social responsibility? Every time you ask ChatGPT a question, it drinks a pint of water or a half gallon of water. We do not need to turn on a nuclear reactor in order to do these things. Warm the oceans more and create another catastrophic event in Florida. One of my coworkers' house, gone. Got battered the first hurricane, a week later, she's home. Single mom, teenage kid, doesn't have a house now. Like, you guys see this stuff in California, you guys, horrible weather events. We need to have a level of social responsibility along with a planned outcome that's going to make somebody's life better. It's a great time. It's a fun time. And what other thing is great here that I think is good, I always remind people this. And actually, I saw it. My wife wanted to watch. Anybody watch the Oprah special on AI? My wife watched it on repeat on Hulu, and she's fantastic, let's be honest. Is there a better interview? She's so good. And she had Scott, one of the co-founders of ChatGPT, and she called him on it. She's like, I bet you don't have people that look like me developing your software. And he was like, well, we're trying to hire. She's like, what are you doing about it? I think the great thing about this room is the diversity in this room. As you're thinking about a use case, as you're thinking about an example, the people you want to touch need to be represented in the project. You can't just have a bunch of super brilliant IT guys in the back room cooking something up without representing the people that they are going to work with. Especially if you're going to do something where you might translate from one language to another, because not all words translate the same way. Like you're working with a health plan. I'm a member of Anthem. Member translates sometimes into slang in other languages. It doesn't come out the same way exactly. I wouldn't know that if we didn't have an Hispanic member of the team involved. So there can be funny ones like that, but you got to think about the people you want to touch, and are those people represented as you design the project from day one? Here's my idea. Let's define what are the risks, what are the potential outcomes, who needs to be involved. You document all of that. Then you let the smart people go to work. Then you get the people you're going to affect into the program, and then you make change. So it is one of those things. This is a really exciting time. There is no bad ideas. We just have to be responsible, ensure the data is free of bias, ensure that it's cross-representation on the team when we're building out the use case. So at the end of the day, we're going to automate something that makes somebody's life better. So I'm not a clinician. I just didn't like biology. So I've just been in this industry 30 years. I'm passionate about it. This program is amazing. When I was asked to come, and I did a little homework into what Touch a Life means, and obviously, if you didn't catch it, I'm not from this coast. I'm from the other one. I was like, yes, I will fly out here on a Friday and do this, because what you're doing is great. And the way you describe the platform, people who want things to people who need things, that was so simple. I mean, it's just a really exciting time. The platform's here. Let's see what we can do together to help people. Thank you very much for having me. Everyone have a great day. Sorry, somebody was taking a picture. Thanks. Anyways, that's okay. Thank you very much.
All right. For our last keynote, it's Health Reimagined, Innovation Shaping Tomorrow's Healthcare. Our speaker is Anurag Miral. He's the adjacent professor, medicine, cardiovascular medicine, Stanford Bayer Center for Biodesign at Stanford University. He's the adjunct professor of medicine and director of global outreach programs at Stanford Bayer Center for Biodesign, where he focuses on applying biodesign principles to resource-constrained settings worldwide. He co-directs courses on global health technology innovation and serves as a faculty fellow at Stanford Center for Innovation in Global Health. With a background in medical technology development, Dr. Miral has senior roles at Path and Johnson & Johnson, and he has collaborated across the US, India, and China. He holds a PhD in chemical engineering from the University of Colorado and an MBA from UC Berkeley, and has published over 30 papers and holds 7 patents. Additionally, he's the founding chair at the APAC Biomedical Engineering Innovation Design and Entrepreneurship, promoting medtech innovation in Asia-Pacific region. Please welcome Dr. Anurag Miral.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here, and what an amazing gathering this is. Really interesting range of conversations that we are having today, from transcendental meditation to Ayurveda to AI. And it really aligns with my view of healthcare, which is a multimodal approach to health. And I'll talk a little bit about that today. The topic of my conversation, my talk is Health Reimagined, Innovations Shaping Tomorrow's Healthcare. Next slide. So at Stanford, I'm part of 2 centers, Center for Innovation in Global Health, which is health it's a euphemism, global health is euphemism for healthcare for the underserved around the world. And Biodesign, which is a health technology innovation program, and focuses really health outcomes and equity through innovation, education, translation, and policy. Next slide. I'm going to tell you 3 stories today. The first one is a story of health of the world, its history and its future, and I'll come back to this at the end of the talk. When you go back to 2,000 years, maybe even 1,200 years back, pre-industrial revolution, you see the chart there. X-axis is resources, y-axis is disease burden. India and China were fairly rich. They contributed about 50% of world's GDP together, and their health outcomes were really, really good. Disease burden was lower because of the affluence, and you see them on the lower right corner. And Europe, and US didn't exist at that time, at least not the way it is now, was on the upper left corner. Well, post-industrial revolution, these regions actually swapped places, and by the time 1800s, 1900s had rolled around, Europe and now the US was in the lower right corner. India and China were in upper left corner. That swapping happened partly because of the affluence, and also because of the way diseases were evolving, infectious diseases in particular. But where the future really is going to go ultimately, and we are already starting to see this in Europe and Japan and India, where resource availability is starting to become, and you'll see this in Africa, starting to become far more, around a cloud in the center. And the disease burdens, what we were affected by COVID pandemic, that was a shared burden, right? So I'm going to come to that last slide towards the end of the presentation. I'll talk about how we get there. Next slide. Out of the 8 billion people in the world, there are 5 billion who do not have meaningful access to healthcare. 5. It's a large proportion of our population. And in this day and age, that's really inconceivable. Next slide. A big part of the reason is that the way healthcare has evolved. Healthcare traditionally used to be very community driven. Most of the healthcare was provided locally. There were healers in the communities. Doctors knew, the health providers knew the community members. They knew their history. They knew their family history. They knew the history of the individual itself, and that played a major role in the way health was provided to these individuals. Ironically, it moved from the community-centered healthcare delivery to large hospitals over the last century or so. Next slide. And I call it a sick care, by the way. It is sick care because you only interact with the system, with the healthcare system, when you're sick. Next slide. And the reason it moved, actually, we go back to the previous slide, sorry. The reason it moved from the community-centered care to hospital-based care, which is sick care, is because of technology. Irony. It's the big CT scanners, big MRI machines, big international cath labs, and so on, which really saved a lot of lives, but it also meant a lot of care actually shifted to these big buildings. And we needed more foot traffic, the HMOs and so on basically required that more and more care was delivered in these hospitals. And this model was exported outside of the Western world. Now India, China, all of these countries actually are following that. The same thing is happening in Africa. So we have actually taken the entire world from community-centered care to this hospital systems-based care, sick care, this double-walled edifice in which everything happens within, but what happens in the communities, what happens at home, what happens at workplace is really, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you are quote-unquote well, the system doesn't care for you. It doesn't know that you exist. Next slide. Interestingly, in the last couple of decades, there are kinds of technologies that are evolving. Those technologies will move us back from the sick care to healthcare to health to the community care-based settings. Next slide. And I'm using the word health with a very deliberate reason. Healthcare is often a transaction that you do when you are, unwell or you're about to be unwell. Health really talks about thinking about an individual or a community and its health status. So preventative health, wellness, all of that becomes part of it. Mental health becomes part of it. Often we don't think about mental health as physical health. We see those as disconnected. And we heard from speakers before me that they are connected. They're deeply connected. There was, in 70s, there used to be this mind, body, spirit movement. People poo-pooed. And in my own institution at Stanford, we actually really saw that as this new age thing, which really didn't have any real relevance to real clinical medicine. But now we have centers at Stanford which talk about this, right? So we have moved a long way towards this, this concept of health, overall health. Next slide. And in that journey of moving from sick care around the world to community-based care to the health of the overall community, innovations from Global South are going to play an important role. Of course, Silicon Valley is a hub for technology innovation. A lot of health technology comes out of here, a lot of AI, very interesting stuff that's happening at Google, other places. My own students are working on really, really interesting things. But I would argue that a lot of work we are doing here has not as much of a relevance to Global South, which means it doesn't have as much of relevance to the world. And especially if you believe that last image that I had in those 3 2x2s, where the resource is going to be common and the disease burden is going to be common, we really need to be looking at solutions and innovations that are coming from outside of here. And that's really what I want to share. So for the last 17 years, next slide. So the India story is what I want to talk about. Last 17 years, we've been training health technology innovators in India in the biodesign framework, which is a design thinking based approach to healthcare innovation, identify unmet needs, invent a solution, implement it. Common sense. Common sense is fairly uncommon in health technology innovation. So the point that we're making is very simple. Understand the problem before you solve it. And that's what we've been teaching for the last 17 years. We started with 4 fellows in a country of 1.2 billion people every year. We would train them here at Stanford, we'd send them back. These 32 fellows that we trained in 8 years became the gurus of health technology innovation in that country. India decided this is actually what they want to invest in. They have created lots of innovation programs, biodesign programs. And now India today has 10,000 innovators working on health technology. And it's the 3rd or 4th largest innovation ecosystem, depending on how you look at it, in the world. Next slide. That's the journey we have gone through. We were founded in 2007, Stanford India Biodesign. I moved from the industry to academia to Stanford as a co-founder of that program. And over the following 8 years, we trained fellows. Lots of fellows came out. Lots of innovators came out. And we realized that these innovations are not going to get to the patients. So we started working with them to bring those technologies to patients and Founders Forum. We realized that we needed to work on policy. Policy is a big lever. So we started working with the governments, different governments within India, the central government and state government, and that's where we are today. Next slide. Lots of innovation programs across India. That really shows that it's nationwide now. Next slide. And this is where we are with health and technology innovation ecosystem in India. 11 plus biodesign programs, 10,000 plus innovators. Government has spent about $1 billion supporting these innovators. So government does have a role to play, but private sector investors, also venture capitalists and others, have also invested in these innovations. Next slide. I'll give you some examples of the kinds of innovations that are coming out of Global South. These innovations actually enable the kind of shift we are talking about, from going from healthcare system, big institution-based care, to community-based care. This first example is Soham. It's a newborn hearing screening device. This actually brings hearing screening to under a tree. You can actually do this, not really under a tree, but into rural communities where there's a very noisy environment, the audiologists don't exist. So you're really getting local health workers empowered and enabled to do hearing screening in India, which doesn't exist today. A lot of babies who are born with hearing loss actually end up having a very different trajectory from babies who are not born with hearing loss, and that actually impacts those communities, those families, the Indian society at large. So this is a hardware and software combination solution. There's an AI component to this, and it's really been implemented across many states in India. Next slide. This is the first innovation of its kind in neonatal resuscitation in the last 50 years. It's a foot pedal operated neonatal resuscitator. What this does is allows one healthcare worker to cradle the baby while delivering the resuscitation and being able to manipulate the baby with a mask. And the data shows that actually nurses that are not as well trained in remote settings can do just as well as pediatricians with our current bag and mask system, shifting the care back to the communities. Next slide. This is a really remarkable solution, which is not just an innovation in technology, fundus camera, and AI-based analysis of images from fundus camera. It's also a healthcare paradigm innovation. These fundus cameras were set up across a given state and different rural communities. Healthcare workers actually use these to screen these patients. The image was uploaded to cloud, and AI solutions actually assess the patients. If the patients had certain eye diseases, they were moved on to next level of care. Apollo was partner of this startup. State government was funding it, so it was a public-private partnership, and it has already impacted 17 million plus patients across India and other parts of the world. So really remarkable innovation. Next slide. This is another example where TriCog has a CT-based imaging analysis platform that identifies patients who might be suffering from heart attack, catch them within the golden hour, move them to an intervention very, very quickly. This has already touched more than 20 million patients and saved thousands of lives in India. And it does that at a fraction of a cost of what happens, what the costs are in tier 1 settings in India, as well as places like Stanford. Next slide. So those were the examples of the kinds of technologies that basically are shifting the care using these really high-end technologies. There's AI in there. The algorithms that are being built are leading-edge algorithms. There's a lot of data that they're generating, and that data is really proving very useful to identify the disease in settings where otherwise you would not be able to, because you don't have trained personnel, you don't have the appropriate technology. So the hardware, software, and the care pathway innovation, all of that coming together to really shift that care from the healthcare system-based or institution-based care to homes and communities. And that ultimately will bring us to hopefully a future where it's a distributed healthcare, distributed health, and we would be in a place in maybe 50 years where our resources are going to be shared, similar level of resources in a cloud of countries, whether it's Africa, it's Asia, whether it's Europe, it's Latin America, and the status of health across the world will be in a similar place. There is indication this is already happening, and you can see the technological innovation that's coming out of Global South will probably take us there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I'll be introducing the next panel discussion, Quantified Health and How Wearables and Smart Devices Are Reshaping Patient Care. Of late, we've seen the rise of remote monitoring in various health indicators by employing technologies like wearable devices, my phone, and my watch. You can have a lot of different Fitbits, lots of different tools that provide immeasurable ways of continuous data collection. There are many benefits of remote monitoring, which employs people to take charge of their health today and understand the importance of what we call the moderator of this panel, Dr. Antani. And Dr. Antani, could you come up? Dr. Antani is going to be our moderator. He's a surgeon turned lawyer. And leading pharmacy and healthcare in medical devices, digital health practice, and he specializes in high-profile client representation in regulatory affairs, policy shaping, the medical field, and is an accomplished author and speaker. He has contributed to industry publications and forums, and he also serves as a visiting faculty member at premier institutions and is involved in the community service through various organizations. He has a couple of people to join him up on stage here. Dr. Raj Gupta, professor of Qualcomm, and the endowed chair of the Computer Science Department of Engineering at the University of California, San Diego. Joe Lancaster, VP of Product Management for Enterprise AI at Solex. And Sriham Pradha, the founder and CEO of Cardiac Cloud AI. And speaker Raj Patel, the principal solution architect and IBM ecosystem for building a better lab.
Yeah, happy to. Yeah. I was going to say the same. Yeah, happy to. Can I send you a LinkedIn connect? Yeah, absolutely.
relief, at the same time, a worry. And how this happened? Because that gentleman was wearing a watch which was fully connected. It is almost, I am from Mumbai, India, and this watch is available in everywhere. You know, Apple also has the same function. That he had some arrhythmias, which is irregular heartbeat, which went to a doctor connected on that watch. The hospital was connected to that watch. Ambulance service was connected to the watch. And before family got the information, the hospital and doctor got the information, and he was taken immediately in real time, and patient was saved. It's a great thing that can happen. There is another paradox to this. Another family, the elderly father goes for a walk, and the family is quite relaxed. He is wearing the best possible watch, and nothing is going to happen. Just stay relaxed. Half an hour passes, and suddenly the news comes that somebody is found unconscious on the road, and we're trying to find out, and got a number somehow when calling you. And the son gets confused. Hey, he's wearing the best possible watch. Why should I worry? But the battery of the watch was dead. So this type of situations have started happening. I know technology is the greatest enabler, no question about it. And as long as it is used and reaches the best people at the right time. And you know, when you talk of healthcare, I always think of a camera on a tripod. And we heard that also in the beginning, that one leg is affordability, second leg is accessibility, and third leg is safety. And lies on that tripod is a wonderful camera, which is a patient. So, be it regulations, be it technology, be it any function that is happening, they revolve around these 3 and 4 points. And then when it comes to patient, it is care and privacy everywhere. Whether it's India also is going to, I will discuss that, very interesting data privacy laws very soon. So this is what I just want to briefly discuss these points and just share thoughts with you. So Joe, I'll just start with you. You know, before, of course, I'll ask you a question, a very quick, brief introduction about yourself so that relate what you're talking. And once you introduce, I just want to touch upon, just take us through the story of variables, you know, from experience we know, and the need of the right technology to reach the right people at the right time, especially when we are talking about patient care, which is paramount. Quick introduction and let's discuss this.
Yes, thank you. Again, I'm Joe Lancaster, Vice President of Product Management for EAI at Solix Technologies. And, you know, I think first I just want to say how amazing it is that we live in an age where a small device on your wrist can paint an incredible view of your physiology. You know, that is something that is, I don't know if you guys grew up watching Star Trek like I did, but I mean, I gotta say, I feel like I'm starting to live the dream. So it's not, you know, uncommon to see a smart device on, you know, kind of like almost every other person's wrist these days is what I see. And that's going to lead to incredible opportunity to improve patients' outcomes. And I think, you know, for technologists like myself, we tend to, you know, geek out on the technology and love, you know, data and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it's all about how can we improve the patients' lives, right? How do we tie it all back from there? So, you know, I think the key is really focusing on how do we get devices that are affordable, so that they can be kind of ubiquitous? How can they be turned into actionable insights, right? Garbage in, garbage out, and the classic adage. But we need to turn it into things that can modify behaviors, inform care. And, one interesting, device and class of medical devices that are out are these continuous glucose monitorings. As an example, think about, being able to have a patient that constantly knows what their glucose levels are. Then they eat something and they can see the response in real time, right? Do you want to swap mics? Okay. Hello? Okay. Try this one. Is this any better? Okay, sorry about that. So, the patient can then say, I ate beef or pulled pork or chicken, and my blood pressure spiked. The idea is that not every human has the same response, and so you really have the opportunity to personalize your care, personalize down to that individual's physiology and metabolic health, and that's a real game changer. The other thing with continuous glucose monitors is that 9 out of 10 patients with prediabetes don't have any idea that they've got prediabetes. So this would actually be a way to potentially be proactive, go from reactive to proactive, and potentially capture and treat that condition before it progresses, and maybe even reverse it through lifestyle modifications and medications. So I think it's an incredible place to be. I think the key will be reducing the costs, getting availability, and really focusing on outcomes, both for the patient and then training the clinicians so that they're not just overloaded with yet another data stream that they have to deal with.
I think affordability. I think this battery also is going. Hello? So I totally agree that affordability is something which needs to be addressed, and at the same time accessibility. Anybody else who want to chip in this? Sure.
So I think, thank you, Joe and Dr. Mellon. But so we've been playing, I'm Sriram, and we are playing in the cardiac space, as you can tell, the cardiac cloud part, and particularly going after preventive care for CVDs or cardiovascular diseases, right? And if you look at the one thing I think, before we dive into where variables are, it's important to understand the state of the market. So where is healthcare in general? Let's talk about US healthcare first. So if you look at US healthcare, we spend anywhere between 17 to 19% of our GDP in taking care of our healthcare, which is a significant amount. Mind you, most of the countries in the world don't spend anything close to that, number one. Second, so where do we spend it? Fine, we spend a huge amount of GDP, but where do we spend it? We spend a lot of it on chronic care management. And particularly even in chronic care management, there is 5 or 6 diseases, and topping all of them is cardiovascular diseases, which are cause the biggest reason for fatalities, number one. Second, hypertension, diabetes, and COPD, or respiratory diseases or pulmonary diseases. So if you spend 80 to 90% caring for the chronic care, clearly we need to be focused on fixing that problem, which is what kind of variables do we do? What kind of technology do we bring on the table to make and reduce the costs while we take care of better lives and bringing the better lives to it? So in that aspect, so if I look at how things are evolving, I think, there are different pieces coming along, and then where are variables focused? How are they going after the market? So you see some segment of the variables going after fitness markets. They want to know how many steps you have taken today and how well I'm keeping myself fit. That's one part of it. The second part of the variables, if you look at it, are variables focused on general awareness. I mean, what's my blood pressure today? What's my sugar level today? Just a general sense of what overall health. So what does that do? That gives you some sense of guidance, that gives you a behavioral change of habits to better manage your healthcare. And tertiarily, the more important part, the third part, is devices focused on really doing diagnoses and providing diagnostic stuff for you. And that too on a preventive level, because when you go into prevention, you're going to reduce costs, save lives in a big way at the end of the day. So So broadly speaking, these are the different categories. So I'll also, since we were talking about it, I'll throw a little bit of a negative light on how things are working also. So people, for example, are wearing an Apple Watch today, right? They look at it, yeah, it's great about arrhythmia detection. It gives you when you have an AFib, right? It tells you when there's atrial fibrillation. The problem is it's giving a lot of false positives. And it's actually inundating our healthcare system. So, we work with 300, 400 hospitals across the US, and cardiologists constantly complain to me when I go meet them, I didn't have this many patients, and that too, patients that believe they have a problem with it, with their heart. So what's happening is, we truly need to get focused on increasing the accuracy of our so-called lifestyle variables. They're not adding, maybe they are saving a few lives, I'm not going to take that away, but it's important that their accuracy goes up tremendously so that when they walk into a physician's office, it's truly a heart condition that needs to be addressed. Because, one of the problems I'm sure all of you are aware of, we have serious burnouts of physicians, we have serious shortage of physicians, so our healthcare system itself is not able to handle what it is that we're trying to do in the process. So I think, improvement of variables, both from medical grade stuff, which we are doing at our level, is very important. Improvement of variables for lifestyle behavioral changes is also very, very important. And then, of course, the other layers that they've been talking about, which is access to the information. How does a physician actually create a care plan? How does a physician monitor the patient? All that stuff we do today, and it's a growing problem, and we're doing a lot of AI around it too, so I'll talk a little more, otherwise I'll take all the time. Thank you.
I think you touched upon a very important point, and dependency on this is going to be a big issue. I'll just pick your brains on that. And variables leading to lifestyle changes or behavioral changes. I myself is wearing Libre here. And just now before coming here, I just saw my number, whether I should eat something after half an hour or not, and I know what I need to do. That definitely is changing the scenario. So Rajesh, I'll just come to you. Of course, first quick introduction. And AI is a buzzword, maybe, or AI is there. I don't know whether AI is there or not, whether AI will be there or not, especially from healthcare point of view. It is either hard to easy or easy to hard. It's very difficult to ascertain. So can you just share your thoughts on how AI, you're into that space, of course, how it can really take the quantified self, I call it a wired self rather than the quantified self, to the next level, if at all required, with reference to healthcare, and how it can happen.
All right, can you hear me now? Yes. All right, excellent. So let me just first say thank you for asking the question, Milind, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. I don't feel qualified about talk about healthcare, but I can say something about AI.
AI is everywhere, so talk.
Just as a way of background, I started as a chip designer at Intel. Some of the works I did is now in the museum downstairs. But for the last 30 years, I've been a professor of computer science. And I was chair of computer science at UC San Diego, and then founded the Kali Juolo Data Science Institute, which is really an institute on AI and machine learning. And that has about 50 faculty now, 1,400 students. And we have just launched the School of Computing Information Data Science, for which I serve as an interim dean. Now, coming to AI and what is easy and hard about AI. The surprising development in last 10 years in machine learning has been that if there is a pattern, the machines are very good in identifying that pattern, detecting that pattern. And this was a very big surprise for us because this was a very hard problem. Of course, we can all see patterns. We can see regular waveforms, but complicated patterns. A picture is a complicated pattern. For example, recognizing patterns in data became very easy because of the advances in computing and algorithms. Of course, in order to get the patterns, you need to have the data to give you the patterns. And so we started recognizing text, we started recognizing speech, we started recognizing images, and all of those were patterns. And when it comes to health, quantification was one way you could get the data first. If you don't have data, you don't have patterns to detect. And so all the quantification, and there are challenges there, whether it's your ring, whether it's a watch, whether it is whatever else you have, even medical data. Can I mine those patterns? That was the obvious question. Well, what was easy also became very hard in medical care settings. Because you see, when you see a picture of a cat on a YouTube video or even on a picture of a cat, the cat remains a cat regardless of the background. But if you look at a time series data, that data may mean completely different things depending upon the context in which it is placed. And the data of medical care is extremely context dependent, and that context is not captured. So we talk about a very large funnel of data. So we do have the data, but we don't have a whole lot of labels on that data, because labels requires an expert called an MD to look at all the data and then say, well, this is what this means. And there is no automatic way of identifying that data. So what is very easy for us in computing, in data science and machine learning is extraordinarily hard to say, we'll just capture all the data and detect a fibrillation, which is a scaling problem, or detect some other condition. And one of the biggest nightmares, I'm almost done, one of the biggest nightmares in medical care is detecting things too late. Anybody who has had cancer, anybody who has had conditions that could have been detected earlier were not detected, and we somehow missed it. The medical care errors are very large. We talk about false positive of Apple Watch, talk about the medical errors, which is even larger. So those are the biggest challenges. On the other hand, I saw the demonstration of Optimus Prime, and Optimus was a great robot. Robotics is a hard problem in real life. But we have been using microsurgery, and Da Vinci is pretty successfully, prostate and others. So medical care actually has advanced in many areas which are actually harder in those areas. So that sort of is the dividing line. I'll stop there.
Anybody wants to chip into what he just mentioned? Or I can go next. You know, one thing that has come out from what he just mentioned is data. And I think data being generated through technology, be it AI or machine learning, or across all things getting digital, variables, everything. You know, that reminded me of something very interesting which I heard somewhere. I'm sorry, it goes in Hindi, sorry for that. That earlier we used to say, Bhagwan deta hai, God gives. But now, Bhagwan data hai. That is the situation that has come, and we need to respect that data. And data, when you talk of data, immediately comes confidentiality, privacy. We have here HIPAAs and other laws. India also has come out with very strong and tough law on data privacy. We are expecting rules which is going to really change the law, and where health data is considered not a critical data, but just a personal data. So lots of issues are likely to happen. But that leads to, you know, data privacy being one of the limitations. So I'll just come to you, Sriram, then I'll come to you. You talked about false positive, false negative, and which is a huge concern, because being a surgeon 20 years ago, for 14 years, we always thought, should I treat patient or should I treat report? Or should I treat patient or should I treat data? Because sometimes treating data may lead to harm to patients, and treating patients without data can also lead to harm to patients. So there needs to be a balance on that. Quickly, on maybe 2-3 minutes, you want to touch upon other limitations on wearable?
Sure. I mean, I'm going to answer his question, but also I just want to add, you know, we've had the same problem. So we had to build the entire AI engine to detect arrhythmias in cardiac space. And now we're also building generative AI on top of that. But that's exactly what we do. So we have a huge team in the back end. Although we do thousands of studies every month, somebody is annotating the data. So first of all, a cardiac technician, a certified cardiac technician, annotates the data. And once it's annotated, a physician, a cardiologist actually looks at it and approves it. So you have to create a huge data pool or a data lake to start building the whole neural networks around building the AI part. And I think it's going to continue being a challenge because sometimes what I've observed is even annotating the data or labeling the data, as you call it, is subjective. I mean, you look at a certain rhythm pattern, you take a human, and human interpretation has always got a certain tolerance around it. So we are also looking at the possibility actually of annotating the data, but by 2 or 3 people to see how accurately we can actually predict the stuff. So first of all, the whole AI, the data lake, moving the annotated data, building the AI engines to detect arrhythmia is all, is moving along. And of course, while the AI data part is moving along, and then the complexity comes when you start annotating the data for a simple variable, it's fine. But the more complex you get, for example, when you talk about deterioration of the cardiac conditions, there's so many comorbidities. You're talking about somebody could be hypertensive, somebody could be diabetic. So then you have to build a predictive model around how quickly that heart is going to deteriorate. And then genetic dispositions, race dispositions. So we're talking again, the pattern recognition, the work that we are beginning to do, we are very much at a very nascent stage of what needs to be accomplished. Because you've got to think about it. There's a certain level of, sorry to say this, but there's a physician incompetence also, because when you look at the subjective distribution of the physicians all around the world, you're truly talking about an A-class, top-notch cardiovascular surgeon that can detect things like that, versus somebody in Timbuktu with not much of a broader experience to detect that. So even within that range of cardiovascular physicians, I think AI is going to play a tremendous amount of role in the process. So at least we are betting on it, and let's see what happens. But that's the hope of where we're going. In answering your question, right? So I think, there are going to be, false positives and false negatives. And I think how do we reduce that becomes very important. That means the maturity of the AI technology, the maturity of the actual technology itself. For example, just to give an example, AI, as far as Apple Watch is concerned, it never measures the true EKG, because the EKG is the measurement of your millivolt voltage across your heart, right, at different points. But in order to do that, you need point A and point B so you can actually measure the voltage. So Apple Watch claims they're doing an EKG and they're detecting AFib, but they're truly not measuring it. It's a approximation based on the blood flow. So how do you change that? The only way an Apple Watch can truly measure EKG is if you put your other finger on the other side. So all of a sudden, your length of your entire arm becomes a single lead for it to measure. So technology, I think, has to evolve significantly in order to reduce that. And I think we have to attack that problem. Otherwise, we are, injecting more trouble into the healthcare system where we're saying, you know what, we are ready, we give it to you, but you kind of start suspecting your own health condition very quickly. Too quick to think that you have a problem. Yeah.
Thank you. In India, we call it jugaad. So Raj, I'll come to you. He touched upon a very important point, and we heard pluses, minuses, good and bad, merits, demerits of getting quantified, how technology or AI can help you, and you have a lot of first-hand experiences. Can you just tell us how technology can be a greatest enabler getting quantified or using technology like AI, machine learning, or what he just suggested, that put a finger like this, then you get the correct information. Can technology help there? Just share your thoughts on that.
Sure.
Brief intro. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. So I want to, first of all, thank the organizers, right, for getting all of us together. I think it's a great platform. And of course, thank you, Milind, and all the panelists here that are here. So my name is Raj Patil. I'm part of IBM, senior technical leader. For the past year and a half, of course, with the Gen AI picking up significantly, I've been working with a lot of companies who want to, leverage AI into their solution, right? And a lot of them are healthcare providers Small to medium size is the other types of companies that I've been working with. And I would say that AI has been a great enabler for them to reach to a larger audience, right? So I'll give you some examples, right? So a few of the startups that I'm working with are more, related to dealing with, women's health, right? So they are into, women who are having reproductive issues, or they want to deal with that, or somebody who wants to, women that have postpartum problem. So different startups, right? Again, companies, they have a niche market, maybe leverage, going after the Latin America market or something like that. Now, for them to be able to reach to a wider audience, it wasn't possible without AI, because then they had to provide live agents to answer all the questions. Now, in the morning kickoff, somebody talked about natural language is a great enabler, right? So using natural language, asking questions to the AI chatbot, saying, I'm having this problem, is this the right thing, or what medication do I take? Now, having that AI, leverage the repository that they have, all the information that they already have created. So rather than a live agent answering those questions, having AI answer those questions, right? Understanding the questions in any language, right? Again, these are small things, right? But these small things help their patients significantly, right? And help them scale their business significantly. So I think that comes from the patient angle, right? Like, making it more helpful, right? The entire system being helpful for the patient. The second aspect is, I think, and I was telling Brendan that he took my thunder away, is from the doctor's perspective, right? He talked about the case where when you go to visit a doctor, the doctor's busy, looking at your reports on his computer, and he's like scanning through it. He's looking at your reports from 6 months back. I actually, went to my doctor, I had an annual physical, and that's what he did. He said, oh, let me look at what your, lipid profile was a year back. And he was looking through all the numbers and said, oh, this one, has gone down, or this one has gone up. Now, rather than that, AI could have just provided him a summary of the entire background of, all my reports, right? Would have had that in front of him. He didn't have to do all that analysis. Now, again, he could do that, or a simple machine learning could do that. But I think what makes it more interesting, and I think Brendan talked about the Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is using the domain knowledge as well, right? Because a lot of times, when we talk about cardiac numbers, right, or the patients, the type of data you'll have for person with cardiac issues or person with diabetic issues might be different, right? You want to look at the same data differently. So that's where the labeling of the data, that's where the domain-specific data comes in. And I think that's something that's evolving significantly. And I think that's where I do believe that it's going to be a significant growth in the area where it's going to be leveraging domain-specific data. How do we make the information available to doctors as easy as possible, as quickly as possible, so that they can make a decision, right? Because as everybody's been talking about that, we have fewer doctors and the doctors are very busy, right? So you want to make sure that they have the right information, they can make the right decision, and then continue on. And then the last point I just want to make is again, from the patient's perspective, right? A lot of times, and you see this with your relatives as well, right? Something happens, right? You have a stomach ache, or maybe you are vomiting, whatever. The first thing you do is you go to Google and you search for it. Maybe now you go to ChatGPT and then you try to say, okay, I'm having these symptoms. What should I do? Again, that's not a qualified answer, right? That's more of collection of millions of data that somebody has put into blogs, somebody has, put it into their, put it into some forum or something like that. It's scanning the data and giving you the answer, right? Again, that's where I think the domain-specific these companies providing you the right context, right information based on your history, I think that's going to be very important.
I think very true. And I think next I have a question to all of you, especially where are we heading? You know, of course, not exactly on quantified self, but I remember reading somewhere that one very famous personality was asked by his son, hey dad, how many moms and how many siblings I have? The dad says, why you are asking me? Look, I just asked generative about the profile of yourself and said that your father is married to 3 women, have 7 children. And that was a merging of 2 equal names. So there are limitations. So just question to all of you in a very brief 1-minute answer is, where are we heading when we talk of preventative, personalized, I want to add predictive healthcare also, when you get wired and get quantified. And end of the day, remote care, patient care is going to be definitely beneficial. The surgeon in me says that very definitely. But when you talk of this, are we on a freeway or we are on a rumble strip? And do you expect that law and regulations will play a huge role, or there needs to be a conducive environment, regulatory environment? Rajesh, I'll start with you. A quick 1-minute answer to this. I'm going to ask everybody the same question.
So if I understand the correct question, the question is...
Are we on the right track or a wrong track? Let me simplify it for you.
We are always on the wrong track in the short term, and we are always on the right track in the long term.
Can you define long term?
Yeah, so long term I think we are fine. It's very hard to predict the impact of the technologies that are emerging today. And anyone who tries to do that has a long humbling experiences from the past. So, but there are a couple of signs that I think that tell us we're in the right spot, or right place. One is all the things, all the decisions, all the inferences, where you can tell the right from the wrong, either retrospectively or statistically, they will become automated. They'll become much better. All the decisions where human judgment is required, from resume reading to interpretation, they are very hard problems. And there's a lot of snake oil that is coming in the form of AI in those areas.
Sure. Freeway or rumble strip, and need for a conducive law for this to fly off or go on a freeway.
So that includes like privacy and I mean, you know, it's important that we make progress, but at a pace that is not completely, you know, the old adage, move fast and break things, right? I think that doesn't really apply here to an extent, because you could really have real world impact on people, and that could set the whole industry back. So I think we do need to think about the right ways to approach that. I'm not a policy expert, but I think we need more work. If you look around the world, you know, the EU, China even has recently passed. So I think there's work to be done there, but, you know, I don't see it really moving, so I think we should probably make that go faster.
Raj, your take?
Yeah, so I do think that governance for the AI, I think, is very important, and of course in the Medicare field, it's doubly important, right? Because you want to make sure that patients' records and all of that, of course, there's a HIPAA and all of that already there, but I think that's something that a lot of companies, as they embrace AI, don't think of that, right? Because you say, oh, I'm just going to ask LLM all the information. I'm going to provide all my reports to LLM. But then you don't know if that LLM is going to use that to then train itself, right? And that basically means that you are giving out your data, your private data, which you should not be doing, right? So all of the governance is going to be an important factor that people have to keep in mind as they embrace these AI technologies and figure out, what do they need to do and where do they need to make that data available.
Sure. Shyam?
I think I'm going to take a slightly different perspective on some of the stuff. Yeah, I'll just close it out pretty quickly. So one thing I think is wearables in general are definitely empowering people all around the world. I think simply because today equity in healthcare is still a big challenge. So if you look at US, for example, simply, if I look at my old generation of cardiac monitoring devices, they cost anywhere from $800 to $1,200 a pop. And for me to say, I'm going to put a device like this in somebody in India or in Africa, it's not going to happen. It's too expensive. But some of the variables that have evolved, because the technology has moved so well from the price point of view, we were able to bring it down to about $30 a pop. Now, all of a sudden, it's more interesting. It's a stronger story. Because now, what we could diagnose with a 7 or 10-day study only in the US, now we can do this in Africa, we can do this in India, and that means we have definitely built more diagnostic capabilities. And I definitely agree as far as the law is concerned, we absolutely need to have privacy. It has to be strengthened out totally, because otherwise this information floating around everywhere, and we got to have governance around that. Second, I think this information can be misused in so many different ways, including accessing variables, because the protocols for locking down, so people can't just access information as they want randomly, also needs to come into play. I mean, there's a lot to evolve. There's no question about it.
So I've come from India, so I need to ask this question. You know, I firmly believe that Indian healthcare is really going great quality-wise, facility-wise, and that's why offshore medical service or medical tourism, we call it, is absolutely there. So I just want to understand from you, when you talk of technology in healthcare, wearables, quantified, how do you see India from Silicon Valley? If given an opportunity, would you go there to do business or have somebody go there and to do business? Yeah, Raj, I'll start with you. Anybody for that matter, not necessarily everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I would say...
Then you go.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, yeah, I mean, definitely, because from what I understand, I mean, India is a booming market. I mean, I know a few doctors in India, and then they are really, really good, right? I mean, the quality of education, the quality of the doctors that we have, and the quality of hospitals, right? Because I think at the end of the day, patients look at, you know, am I getting the right, you know, the room, the treatment, the facility, and, you know, is it clean, and all of that is there. So, so definitely there's significant scope for it. Absolutely.
So yeah, quickly I'll add that we have a large team in Hyderabad, India. So I love my team that's able to do some of the annotations. They're doing some of the analysis, some of the AI engines are all being built there. Second, I think India needs a different marketing strategy. It's very clear to me because we tried working with a few hospitals in the very price sensitive, structurally the expectations of the hospital, the physician, and us making the money makes it more expensive in India actually. Here, because here the price point is already set. And as far as the healthcare system, the physicians, there's no extra burden. So maneuvering is slightly more difficult. So I kind of retrenched it back a little. I said, let's build up the US market first, and then we'll re-strategize India, right? But I think India's size of the market is huge. You're talking about, you know, whatever we do in US, the volumes are going to be comparatively nothing compared to what we can build in India. And the need for cardiac care, or need for healthcare in India is tremendous. And I think I also saw a lot of new technologies coming into India very, very fast. And even evolution, for example, the kind of devices that India is building, the innovation that's happening is very, very interesting to even partner on the other side. And I think, you know, India's challenges as far as rural health is concerned, how do we cater to the need of rural needs? How do we cater to the poor? There's so many problems that are getting addressed by Indian innovation. It's a different perspective on that completely.
Relief at the same time, a worry. And how this happened? Because that gentleman was wearing a watch which was fully connected. It is all. I am from Mumbai, India, and this watch is available in everywhere. You know, Apple also has the same function. That he had some arrhythmias, which is irregular heartbeat, which went to a doctor connected on that watch.
children have received, management of congenital heart disease, which is a it's
Check, check. Mic check, mic check. Check.
All right, we're going to be starting our next panel, and this is going to be Digital Frontiers in Cardiology, Transforming Healthcare with Remote Monitoring. I want to welcome to the stage Dr. Shawati Kale. Hey, come on up. She's a board-certified family physician practicing since 1999. She completed her residency at the University of Illinois, Chicago. Dr. Kale specializes in caring for patients of all ages with particular interest in women's health, and she leads an effort to unite the medical community through education and career development and thought leadership. I also wanted to invite to the stage Anurag Sharala, doctor, the clinical assistant professor of medicine and cardiology at Stanford. Welcome. And I also wanted to welcome to the stage Dr. Kawalget Ahmad, Stanford University School of Medicine, and Shriha Singhu, the founder and CEO of Qubit Wellness.
Yeah. So, one more person. Yeah. Mr. Sridhar Iyer. Yeah. So, thank you. So, we are first going to start off with heart disease and how common it is. And our first speaker is Dr. Anu Chirala, who has done some she has a startup called InstaMed, which does focus on remote patient monitoring. Anu is board certified in cardiovascular medicine, and she serves as a clinical assistant professor at Stanford University. So Anu, tell us something more about your InstaMed and how does it help track the patients with cardiac illness?
Hello. I first of all want to thank the TAL team to invite us and try to throw some light on remote patient monitoring and heart disease, which is a passion of mine. And I am a practicing physician that I started in the South Bay in Morgan Hill for almost 28 years and have also joined the Stanford cardiovascular team and have seen a lot of heart disease. This journey towards remote patient monitoring actually started during the pandemic when we lost contact, the lights were switched off and we lost contact with the patients. And at that time, our wonderful Medicare, the CMS, came up with devices to connect, for the physicians to connect with patients and called it remote patient monitoring. It was the most appropriate thing that the CMS ever did in the history of CMS, because during the pandemic it became very useful. So I adopted to that very quickly and became a co-founder for InstaMD and basically made it happen in my practice and for several other practices. So basically, I will explain briefly this. Remote patient monitoring is using electronic devices to connect patients to the doctor. And it was, like I said, during the pandemic when we lost the contact, it was very useful. We have 4 different kinds of devices that is supported for this specific remote patient monitoring. One is the blood pressure monitor, the pulse ox, the glucometer, and the weighing scale. All of these are usually used for patients with chronic illnesses, like the major for diabetes, blood pressure, COPD or lung disease, and kidney disease and heart failure. So these patients receive these devices at home, they use them, and the readings come automatically to the physician. The moment they take it at home, it's connected to the physician. And the physician has a team, a clinical services team, that is monitoring this carefully in the background as per the orders of the physician, and making sure that all patients are in perfect range of blood pressure. And if anybody goes out of range, the physician is notified and the medications are changed, so the patient is back in range. So this is the program essentially, and the reason it was devised is very simple. Heart disease, as we all know, is the #1 killer everywhere, not only in US, especially in India. It's much worse, much more rampant, much more earlier. It's more malignant in India. So what are the pillars for this heart disease? Blood pressure, #1, easily treatable. Diabetes, malignant but can be treated. Cholesterol, smoking, obesity. So all of these are the underlying pillars that keep heart disease as #1 killer. So if we attack these chronic illnesses, then we are successful. We have tried for many years, but we were not successful. Now, with remote patient monitoring, it has been a success because we empower the patient. This is personalized medicine. Each patient gets their own device, and the settings are set for that patient. The device is catered to the patient's chronic illness, whether it's diabetes or blood pressure or heart failure. So it's personalized, and I really like that emblem that they put there. Healthcare, personalized. It's very personalized. It's connected. The devices connect the patient to the doctor. and with the help of a team to the practice and the doctor. And the doctor makes the appropriate changes. So every patient is walking with the doctor, for, going along with perfect numbers for whatever illness they have. And it's preventative. So you take care of these 4 major preventative aspects, you're a success in heart failure, in heart disease, and of course heart failure. So this is the premise, and it works. We now have 4 years experience, and multiple thousands and thousands of patients have been enrolled, and it has been a very successful venture for our government and for the physicians who are using it, and for the patients, because the patients are very much empowered. So this is the real life story of the physician who actually practices this day in and day out. And it is the dream. Of course, it can never happen without the IT support and the connected devices. So I just wanted to let you know that this is my experience that actually happens with these devices. So,
Thank you, Anu. So how do you think this remote monitoring is going to help in India, where the prevalence of heart disease is even much more? Anu?
India very much needs this, and we really need, again, this is very new, it's a new baby in America, but as we go on, the gurus, the IT, the technology gurus and AI have to figure out a way how it works in India. It is expensive. It is expensive in the US because each patient gets an electronic device and there's many people involved. So it's very expensive, but our government is very generous to our seniors and it pays for it. In India, we have to make it work. And I have been with some thought leaders trying to figure out how can we do this in India. We can do this if we share. We share. These devices are expensive. In India, they can be made at a less cost, and in the remote villages, if these devices can be shared, then it can work, because the cost is what it is. Plus, we have a lot of support with the primary health centers that can monitor this, and of course, now we have the remote monitoring. If we have virtual clinics and virtual assistants that are monitoring this, then we get these devices that is probably not one-to-one, but shared between several people, then we can make it work. That's how I believe it can work.
Thank you, Anu. So next is Dr. Anand. He is a distinguished physician specializing in pediatrics and pain management, and is a professor at the Stanford School of Medicine. He'll talk to us more about pediatric heart disease and how can it be managed with remote monitoring too, right?
Thank you. First of all, I must share my gratitude with the TAL team for inviting me here and for setting up this Health Fest, and to Dr. Kale for not only her leadership of the APIO, which is the physicians organization in Northern California, but also, moderating this panel. So I think one of the killers of children that is somewhat less known is congenital heart disease. In India, there are about 2.5 lakh, 250,000 children born with congenital heart disease every year. 90% of them don't survive to go to school. A large percentage, about 60%, don't even survive to their first birthday. Because congenital heart disease is hard to diagnose, once it is diagnosed, it needs specialized treatment, which includes either a device closure or a surgical operation, more often the latter. But once that treatment is done, that child has a normal 60, 70, 80, whatever years of lifespan, within that region, within that community. Unfortunately, there are only about 400 cardiac surgeons in India that specialize in congenital heart disease. It's not an easy, it's a long, long training pathway to get there. And then it's not lucrative. Why? Because these babies are being born to young parents who are very early in life, so they cannot afford it. So this is a huge killer of children. In fact, the current estimates from Niti Aayog are 30 to 40% of the infant mortality rate in India is because of congenital heart disease. And why is India it has twice the international incidence of congenital heart disease. Why is that happening? That's because of poor nutrition and some degree of pollution. A vast majority, 58% of mothers in India are anemic during pregnancy. That turns on certain homeobox genes that are, unnecessarily activated, which cause some of these congenital malformations. Or it is some hidden hunger, so missing trace elements in their diet, or lack of protein, balanced first-class proteins in their diet, things like that. So, and then the other thing is the rapidly increasing pollution of water, air, soil, you name it, our environment. So I think although it's remarkable what the adult cardiology has done in terms of reducing death rates from myocardial infarction and stroke. But even in that area, there is space to do a lot more. And although remote monitoring tells you about your physiology, it doesn't tell you about your life. Life is more than what is physiology, you see. You can take care of cholesterol and, come off smoking and have moderate exercise and all of the, eliminate smoking, eliminate all the risk factors. Yet, 50% of heart attacks are related to the quality of the person's thoughts and emotions. That is a huge factor. Happiness at work and happiness at home is a huge factor that explains the risk of heart disease. So, yes, there is a Pollyanna phase right now of AI being able to solve this problem, but I think maybe it may make it worse. Because when you focus on what you don't want a heart attack. When you focus on what you don't want, you focus on the problem. When you focus on what you want, then you focus on a solution. So what do I want? It's not that I want a healthy, happy, balanced life. And somehow these, constant concern about what is my heart rate now, what is my blood sugar now, it's making people into hypochondriacs. So I think we need to connect with ourselves rather than connect with our, physiology. And I think that's where a lot of the ancient wisdom of India will come into play. I also want to, mention, until about 10 years ago, congenital heart surgery was inaccessible to anyone who didn't have the 5 or 10 lakhs required to this. But there is now a network of hospitals, not only in India, 6 of them in India, but 3 of them outside India, which have no cash counter, no billing department. Cost completely free of cost. No charges of any kind. And these are the Sanjeevani hospitals that are located. Already 32,000 children have received management of congenital heart disease, which is it's the world's largest program. Still under the radar as far as America and some of the developed world is concerned. So I just wanted to mention that if we put our hands together, then we can come together as a society and save these children, give them long, productive lives. Just that one intervention right around the time of birth.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anand. But you pointed out a big thing that prenatal care also needs to be focused on, right? So that's where prevention starts, that as soon as the conception occurs, then preventive care, prenatal care, proper prenatal care, and trickling down into the even remote places. Right?
Yeah. And even reproductive period care. You know, the girl child, I'll give you an example. My father had a twin sister. He was a double MA professor at Lahore University when partition happened. But his twin sister, who was far more intelligent than he is, far more, didn't study beyond the second grade. So this happens in every household. The nutrition, the resources of the family are taken away from the girl child because she's considered a liability. And so I think that's where, you know, giving the prenatal care, but also giving the proper nutrition and education to children who are still young before their reproductive age, that's very important.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. So we move on to the next speaker, Sridhar Iyer, who actually will tell us how he is involved with training pediatric cardiothoracic surgeons and building a hospital in India which will cater to this particular problem.
Thank you, and thank you, the panel, TALHospitals, for having me here. And I think Dr. Anand introduced the problem as a perfect segue for me to continue on. So why am I here? I'm not a board-certified doctor. I'm not anywhere in the medical field. I'm an engineer. But either you can call it the second job or the first job nowadays is to work with the Saloni Heart Foundation. So I'm a board member in this nonprofit. And Saloni is my daughter's classmate who passed away in middle school. And her parents started this foundation in her memory. So getting back to the problem that we're talking about, as Dr. Anand introduced, about 250,000 children in India are born with congenital heart disease. They need medical intervention within the immediate few months to a year. Today, there are about 15,000 surgeries performed each year in India across all the hospitals. Only 2,000 of those surgeries are performed on children under the age of 5. So think about those numbers. 248,000 children in India born each year die a morbid death. And why? Early detection is not there. The primary clinics don't detect this fast enough. When the detection happens and they go to the doctor, the facilities are not there to perform these surgeries. And if the facilities are there, the doctors are not trained to do pediatric cardiac surgery. So you have tons and tons of cardiac surgeons in India, but pediatric cardiothoracic surgery is still relatively less amount of surgeons. And the main reason is they get an MCH and most of them come to the US and UK. The hospitals there, as Dr. Anand already mentioned, don't find it lucrative. So what we did with Saloni Heart Center, Saloni Heart Foundation, is initially we said we'll provide second opinions based on the doctors that Saloni had consulted with. We have about 21 faculty members across the US who provide second opinions for free. So I urge you all to spread the word. If you know any family in India who has been diagnosed with CHD, reach out to Saloni Heart Foundation, send all the papers, diagnostics, all of that stuff, and our panel of doctors who are heads of departments of Boston Children's, UCSF Children's Benioff, Washington, Philadelphia, all of those people are pro bono looking at your diagnostics and providing you a second opinion if this is the right diagnosis. Is this the right recommendation for surgery and intervention? Are these the right hospitals? And if not, we come back to the Saloni Heart Foundation, where our volunteers will basically drive you towards the right hospital in India to get the intervention. Now that's not enough, right? Not even close. So we are at the run rate of about 1,000 second opinions per year. That's currently what we are doing right now. So think about it as like 3 inquiries come every night to us, and we are all completely volunteer driven here. So that's the rate at which we are responding right now. So if any of you want to volunteer and increase our capacity, please join us. But I think the biggest thing that we realized, and I think Dr. Anand talked about the commitment from the government of India and with the Niti Aayog, which is the new version of the Planning Commission of India. So Dr. V.K. Paul, who's the head of health in Niti Aayog, has worked with us. He's one of our advisors. And he connected us with the UP government because you can imagine the numbers. Majority of the children in North India don't have access. So we are now working with the UP government who have identified SGPGI Lucknow, which is like the 3rd largest government teaching hospital in India, as our primary collaborator. So SGPGI Lucknow has now been committed where we are going to set up a 200-bed pediatric cardiac hospital who are dedicated to only training the faculty members. So we are collaborating with UCSF Children's Benioff. So I think, take a step back. If you remember the story of how the IITs were formed, like everybody here probably knows about IIT, whichever field you're in. IITs were formed with collaboration with MIT, Carnegie Mellon University, Caltech. We are basically trying to replicate that model. So SGPGI, which is the 3rd largest teaching hospital in India, is going to be sponsored by UCSF Children's Benioff. So the head of pediatric cardiac of UCSF Children's Benioff goes in February, and now he's going to go in October with 15 of his faculty members to go train. In February, they went for 9 days. They performed surgeries from 7 in the morning till 10 in the night, non-stop. And they took on 9 patients, children who were declared terminal in India, and they all survived. And that is the process that we are trying to do now, where we are training the faculty members so they can train the next generation of surgeons who are trained in this field. And for that endeavor, I am the corporate fundraiser who's going out with my arms asking for people for money. So we are trying to raise about $60 million. We have about 36 beds right now in the adult cardiac surgery center, already dedicated as Saloni Heart Center. And so we are raising about $2 million right now. Just look in your pockets. That money is required to, and this is the complication. We have an OR, we have 36 beds, but it's not enough for those beds to become pediatric cardiac surgery beds because they need different sets of equipment, they need different sets of surgical instruments, and that's about $2 million for 36 beds to be converted. So that's the cost investment, the capex investment. On the other side, the government of India and the UP government has been extremely generous. They recognize this problem. They want to do something about it, and they are hiring already. They have opened a rec for 45 faculty members. They have already opened a rec for 2,500 nurses. 350 nurses have already been hired. We have training the nurses in all the different hospitals nearby and getting them ready here. So I think the idea is with Saloni Heart Center, we are hoping to be a multiplicative effect, and we can take these 15,000 surgeries per year to close to 50,000 surgeries a year to start with. And then once we have Saloni Heart Center in SGPGI Lucknow, hopefully we will get Boston Children's Hospital to sponsor AIMS XYZ. And the Niti Aayog wants us to set up a Saloni Heart Center in 20 AIMS by the end of this decade. So that's the journey that we are on, and hopefully some or all of you will join us in this journey. Thank you.
Yeah, that's wonderful. You know, I hope this is just the first step and every state has it, right? And you can build it like the root system that from the primary healthcare center in a remote village, they can reach Lucknow,
Yes.
Right? The problem has to be spotted first and for it to go through a channel and reach the place where it has to.
Exactly. And I think the first thing when the government of India asked us is, why are you a non-profit based in the US interested in this? Well, we have a personal story, Saloni. Second is, they said, why don't you go to the private hospitals? And the point is, private hospitals are looking at ROI. So we'll probably use all our resources, train 2 doctors, and they'll perform some surgeries, but they will only perform surgeries that are having a high chance of success. So, as for example, Dr. Anand pointed out, the Sanjeevani set of hospitals, they are focused on saving as many children as possible. So in that process, if there is a child who has to deal with a complex CHD, how do you prioritize that? And the idea is they will probably refer them to Saloni Heart Center. That's how we are collaborating with every hospital that you can think of. We are in touch with every hospital in India, be it the Satya Sai hospitals, the Mata Amritmai hospitals. We are collaborating with all of them because this is not a competition, right? We are all trying to save children's life, and we all have to collaborate with each other. And we are hoping that Saloni Heart Center will be the place where all the complex terminal children are sent, and we try to save them. That's the point.
That's wonderful. Yeah, so we'll be open to questions after our last speaker. Shrivani Singaraju is an experienced director of pharmacy and a chief medical officer for COVID vaccine clinics. With 10 plus years of pharmacy management, she's also the founder and CEO of Qubit Wellness Pharmacy, which focuses on preventative care and has received 300 positive Google reviews. So over to you, Shrivani.
Hello all. I'm never used to sit down this long as a pharmacist. I'm only used to standing up. If you can allow me, I'm ready to stand up and talk. But thank you so much. I do want to start with a gratitude to everyone. I'm grateful to be here with all these stalwarts in healthcare and technology. As Ratan Tata just said, you know, I've been following him, and the biggest innovation of the century is integration of biology and technology. And that will always be great. And my journey started, I think I've been in pharmacology, pharmacokinetics for a long time. My mother is a known COPD patient. Since the time I've known her, I've seen her going through a lot of asthmatic attacks. She was using only, you know, rescue inhalers. Back then there was no protocol, right? Like maintenance meds or, you know, follow-up, regular physical, you know, care. Then she ends up with diabetes from the rescue inhalers and overuse of steroids, and that turned into congestive heart failure. So I've been in this journey even before I joined my medical college and pharmacological college. And then my great uncle, he's very involved in my studies. He would allow me to study everything written in the pharmacology book. He would not let me flip the page. He's like, everything is important. Read every line, every molecule matters. So that's why I named my pharmacy as Qubit. As you all know in IT term, Qubit means quantum particles, very important in defining and shaping the quantum world. So I believe in preventative care at quantum level. Everyone should pay attention to each and everything that goes into your body. And at Qubit Wellness, I'm very proud to say I have 300 Google reviews. I have 200 patients in my realm. Not everyone has come to the pharmacy, but they know me and I know them by name, their family, their cultural sensitivities, what they need. And I advocate their need to the physicians and advocate physicians' diagnosis to my patients. Sometimes my patients come and tell me, oh, this doctor has overdiagnosed me. I don't want to take this medication. I'm like, no, looking at your clinical notes, I can tell why is this. You invest now, the next 5 years will be good for you. Just like your retirement plan. Invest now in your healthcare, you'll have a better future at retirement. Don't start at treatment, start at preventative. So my goal is to educate, advocate
doctors to patients, patients to doctors. And in US, you know, our biggest hurdle is insurance. Sometimes we have to cross that path. So I try my best to advocate that path to insurance and clear the hurdle. And this morning I was in CDC meeting, CPHA meeting about updating my vaccines. And Ashish Jha, our physician for CDC, is a COVID-19 management physician. He wants to make flu vaccine over the counter, as easy as possible to pick up a grocery item. Who wants to wait in line, waste their time instead of binge watching at home, right? I felt it is very innovative, very exciting to have a flu vaccine over the shelf. And don't worry, these are not injectables you want to inject yourself into your butt or arm. This is only nasal spray. So I said, okay, fine, it's cute and innovative. I am there to integrate any innovative idea, exciting idea that comes in the Silicon Valley. I can't escape innovation into IT. So in my pharmacy, we have telemedicine, tele-virtual consultations, where my patients don't have time during weekday to pick up when they want pick up or when they want delivered. So I set up after hours at their convenience time and do consultations, help them understand why this was prescribed, how it should be taken. So I help a lot with compliance. In my pharmacy, you will not see any prescription sitting there for 10 days. The prescriber prescribes, I consult them, and it is there at their door. And we happily help them understand and continue the care.
Yeah. How about devising a small preventive cardiology kit of nitroglycerine and aspirin? And
I am actually working with an Apple intern. I'm trying to figure out, especially the inhalers. People do not understand how important those inhalers are. If your asthma is not controlled, how it will impact the cardiac health. So I'm actually working with an intern who can put a sensor in inhaler. When it goes down, it triggers the patient. It's time to refill, not just the numbers. Yes.
Thank you. Yes. So I really want to thank TAL for arranging this. And we are open to questions. If anyone has questions about pediatric cardiology problems and initiatives, as well as adult, we can take the questions now from the crowd.
Yeah, the question is for Sunny and for you as well, related to the pediatric interventions. Right now, the capacity is limited in India, as both of you pointed out. As a result, actually, we don't even look for how many children have CHD. I think we have some epidemiological data, but it's not actually well established what the prevalence actually is. So most expect that the number may be actually an underestimate. What do you do in your work that you're doing with India? What do you do both in terms of building the capacity, bringing interventions to India, these procedures, but also creating enough awareness around what the problem is and how we need to actually be finding more of these patients and making sure that they get treated? How do you address that challenge, that gap?
Yeah. So I think we're so busy doing the surgeries, and we follow about 250,000 children outpatient. So it's unbelievable the pace at which things are growing, because you see, not only is the medical surgical care free for the child, but while the child is in the hospital, just think, these are parents who are coming from villages. They are destitute. So while the child is hospital, the parents get free accommodation and free food. And so generally we have not had the need to advertise. There is a waiting list, there are surgeries, and there is a prioritization approach. There's a lot of training that's happening. So there are surgeons from all over the world, but a lot of surgeons, cardiologists, are at the Sanjeevani hospitals. There are 6 Sanjeevani hospitals. The first one was in Naya Raipur, and they're pretty much 5 out of the 6 are located in rural areas. They're not in metropolitan. The only one that's in metropolitan area is in Kharghar in Navi Mumbai. But, Raipur, Palwal, and then there is Khargar, of course. There's Sarla Memorial in Mudenahalli. There is in Telangana, Siddipet, and there's one more hospital I'm blocking on. In addition, we have hospitals in Sri Lanka, in Fiji Islands, in Nigeria, that are again the same model. So children from over 30 countries have been treated, in this network. Very soon we will be opening up a Sanjeevani hospital in Turkey, possibly one in Afghanistan and then Malaysia. So these are all things because the need is so great. 1.4 million children are born with congenital heart disease. 95% don't have access to healthcare. So the need is, and because all of these hospitals survive on donations, the cost effectiveness is just unbelievable. The same surgery that costs $350,000 at Stanford costs about $2,500 at one of the Sanjeevani hospitals. And the outcomes are comparable. Very, very low mortality, less than 1% mortality rates, which is comparable to what Stanford, Children's Heart Center does, or UCSF Children's Heart Center does. So I think this, for example, many of the nurses for Saloni Heart Hospital trained at our hospital in Khargar, in Navi Mumbai, where we need research. We need the innovation to happen in the digital space as well. Like you're at the Biodesign Hospital, there are consumer level remote monitoring devices, but they are not built for children. The medical grade remote monitoring devices just don't exist. Where they will help, all the single ventricle physiology. Anyone with a Fontan or a tricuspid atresia or those, that's one group of patients. The other group of patients are children with rheumatic heart disease and arrhythmias as a result of that. Third group is congestive heart failure in children. These are little kids. It's impossible to keep some sticky things on their body. Okay, they will just pick at it and get rid of it. So that's where innovation needs to come in. And we can save tens of thousands of lives with one small advance in the digital space. So I think there is a lot of financial incentive to work with adults to prevent yet another STEMI. And there are people living after their seventh myocardial infarct and all that. But think of the life, the quality of life that is saved when one child's congenital heart surgery is done.
So I think to kind of give a different perspective, the challenges on scale and access. So while, for example, my foundation is predominantly focused on right now setting up the Saloni Heart Center in Lucknow, different parts of the government have reached out to us. So one example to share is a former minister for the state of Kerala reached out to us, and he shared statistics in Kerala. So he built software, and this is with the state government, mind you, not any private enterprise. Within the state government, he built some software, and he deployed it in all the clinics, first-line clinics in Kerala. They reduced congenital heart disease death mortality rates by 70% in Kerala by connecting everybody to all the hospitals there. Now, we are trying to see if we can do that in UP. So think about a state like UP, which has so many children who go untreated. A simple thing like you go to the Well Baby Clinic, you do a pulse ox, and if your pulse ox for a baby is less than 95%, it needs a referral. right? And connect them to the local hospital, right? And hopefully, if there are complications happen, ultimately to Saloni Heart Center. If you build that pipeline, a lot of these deaths can be prevented if they are diagnosed much earlier. And I think the problem right now is while we are focused on the last stage of the surgeons, it will be fantastic if a bunch of you are able to volunteer on setting up this ground level grassroots intervention. Software is available, government is willing. We need people with the know-how, time and expertise to implement it. And the state of the government in India now, today, is so clean that there's no bureaucracy. You don't have to get permissions. You don't have to give people, what do I get out of it? That question is gone now, right? So if you want to do something and it's for the benefit of the people, just put your hands up and speak up and get involved. It's literally as simple as that. But we have to execute.
Yeah, so coming back to adult, this thing, one of the things that has changed over the last few years is ordering the CT calcium score, right? So I would like Anu to talk about it a little bit and explain how that has helped. And sometimes I've had patients who refuse to take the statin. They say that, no, the statin increases my blood sugar, the statin gives me muscle aches. I have read this. They highlight everything that is in the PI and bring it back to me. And so I tell them that, okay, go and do the CT calcium score. So Anu will talk a little more about how that has helped.
Yeah, the morbidity and mortality for heart disease is not only great in the whole world, but is greater in India. And every day we hear about young people dying in India. Young, it attacks the young, 30s, 40s. And we have South Asian Heart Center here in El Camino that's doing a phenomenal job in trying to promote awareness and prevention. And the youngest people we have seen here is in the 20s, and all Indians. They get it very severe at a young age. But I first want everybody to understand that heart disease is preventable. Before it's treatable, it's preventable. It's really preventable, and these 4 pillars, the mass education is very much needed. It's there here. We have our annual wellness checkups. We have our primary cares who take care of us. In India, that is lacking. We need a lot more awareness. And I have had these discussions, but it has to start maybe at the level of the government opening these centers where people are screened. And screening can start very simply with just blood pressures. That's what, if we have these remote monitoring devices that are kept in many of the rural areas and people are screened, blood pressure, diabetes, cholesterol, very easy to screen. And then a certain percentage will fall out, like 30%, 30 to 40%. In Tamil Nadu, 40 to 50% are pre-diabetics. Some states, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, have a lot more diabetes. So once they get screened, they fall out, then you do the second level of screening for these patients. More advanced testing. And doing something as simple as a coronary artery calcium scoring. Very simple test. You need a CT scan, but you don't need a fancy CT scan like an angiogram. It's a very simple CT scan that can be placed in many areas in India, where they get a 5-minute scan and they'll give you your score of plaque inside your heart, in the coronary arteries. Very big indicator, very powerful indicator, prognostic indicator. It really will help weed out all these high-risk patients, because once these patients know they have something, they listen to you. They will change their lifestyle. Just saying, do it, they won't. But once they know that they have a lot of blockage in their heart, they can have the appropriate testing and the treatment, and they will be empowered with you to take care of them. So, my plea is, again, at the grassroots levels, to try to take care of the chronic illnesses. screen the population for the chronic illnesses, and then do higher level of testing, including coronary CT angiogram, and even there's a blood test called lipoprotein A, which 30% of the population in India has it. Very common, and that's one of the risk factors why they get it so early. And that is seen when you're born, so it's genetic. So testing some of these high-risk patients early on, there is treatment for everything that I'm talking about. Treatment that's curable. So heart disease is treatable, is preventable, curable, and my plea is using technology with remote patient monitoring will take us, far ahead in this game to prevent heart disease.
Thank you.
Hi, Dr. Anu. As a pharmacist, I'm the first access to my patients. I'm asking a question related to patients with the healthcare system here. I have a very good friend, know them for decades. So he had heart attack when he was very young, 14. He was in a Google office meeting. He sensed some kind of tightness, and he was searching on the Google, what are the signs of heartburn? And then it got worse, and he's like, okay, I'll close the meeting. And he went into the parking lot. He started searching, what are the signs of heart attack? He didn't imagine. But then he was like passing out, and then he called 911. They took him to Stanford Hospital. He got 3 arteries blocked, stents. And having a pharmacist friend is difficult for him because in every party he has to hide behind me to eat his gulab jamun. So now he's 53, and he saw me wearing CGM. I have a concierge physician. I have a familial history of atherosclerosis. My physician suggested, and I love all the latest technology. There are some patients who don't like to be attached to any gadgets, right? They're like, Srimani, I don't want gadget. I don't like anything hooked to me. But I'm like, don't wait until you get a catheter in your bladder. Start with the preventative care. So this person, my friend, really interested, saw me wearing. It helped me a lot to understand as a pharmacologist with, quantum care and all. And he went to his cardiologist. He had a appointment after 6 months, and he expressed his concern. My pharmacist friend is pushing me to get a CGM and maybe some weight loss medication I was recommending. But the cardiologist said, I can't prescribe you CGM. It's not my mete. You have to ask from your PCP. The next PCP appointment is 6 months. So why is that? It's preventative, in my opinion.
Very important. Let's talk about diabetes and all of us here, and especially in India, pre-diabetes. Diabetes, when you have diabetes in US or in medical literature, you're called CAD equivalent. If you have diabetes, you have heart disease, period. That's it. You have diabetes, you have heart disease. So diabetic patient is treated as already you have heart disease. So CGM is nothing but a continuous glucose monitoring, which the Libra was the first one that came out, and it's prescribed by a physician. So like blood pressure, even diabetes early on can be treated, and tremendous benefit can be there by catching it early and treating it early. Now, everybody does not have access to CGM. But recently, just as of a few months ago, Dexcom came up with Stelo. I think I already told Anurag about this. And I'm not a diabetic or a pre-diabetic, but I wanted to try it so I could talk to my patients, and I'm wearing one now. And I urge everyone, and this should also happen in India. We have to make it happen in India. It brings about tremendous awareness. It's a small, you buy it over the counter, you go to Dexcom.com and you order it just one time. Spend your $100 for 1 month. You get a CGM, you and your husband share it. And all you do is, it'll give you continuous glucose monitoring for 1 month or 15 days. And every time you eat, it'll tell you what your sugar is. And in that 15 days or 1 month, you will learn these things are not good for me. These things are not good for me, and you will, because it'll show you a nice spike, it'll beep, it'll tell you, and then you will try your best to change because you want to be healthy. And if you know your spikes are too high, you're already diabetic and you go to your doctor. So that this is all new. So it's called Stelo, You don't need a doctor's prescription. Otherwise, unless you're a diabetic, you will not get continuous glucose monitoring. It's not going to be paid for the insurance. But the Stelo is, and it's not much. I mean, for us in US, in India, it's going to be expensive. Nobody's going to spend $100. But I'm sure India, they can figure out how to make a less expensive Stelo that they can start using, and people will notice that unfortunately, most of the things that we eat in India will really, really raise our blood sugars. So there has to be first awareness, then there can be a change. You can't have a change without awareness. So first we have to keep the awareness, and I'm glad you brought it up because you can do it now with Stelo. Try it out. There's no harm in putting this on. It's painless. Put it on for a few weeks, see what you're eating, see what your spikes are, and say, I'm going to try to avoid these. I'm going to try to avoid that. And then tell other friends, because a lot of people can benefit. And as a whole, as a community, we'll benefit when we save lives by treating diabetes and catching it early. Thank you. That was great.
Yeah, thank you. So that concludes our heart disease and the prevention and management session. And hope you all gained from this. Thank you, TAL Hospitals, for inviting us and hosting this event.
Hello? All right, thank you, everybody. Our next panel discussion is AI in Oncology, Revolutionizing Cancer Care Through Medicine, Learning, and Personalized Medicine. As we're all aware, artificial intelligence is transforming the field of oncology by connecting the power of machine learning and personalized medicine. This technological revolution is enhancing the precision of cancer diagnosis, treatment, and patient outcomes, paving the way for a new era of cancer care. The key innovations being early detection, diagnosis, personalized treatment plans, radionomics, drug discovery, and development. The next panel discussion is moderated by Mr. Vikram Kumar, CEO of Multiplier AI. Vikram Kumar is the CEO, and along with Mr. Vikram today, we have Roger Rose, partner of Haynes & Bones, Dr. Kevin Knopf, Division Chief of Hematology Oncology at Highland Hospital. Next is Kove Kovalan, who is the founder of Radiology and AI Expert, and Dr. Michael Sassong, Chief Scientist of LifeVox AI. Vikram Kumar is the founder and CEO, a company specializing in AI-driven marketing solutions for the healthcare and pharmaceutical industries. Over 25 years of experience in healthcare, marketing, and analytics. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. So first, I think not just because I'm here, but this is one of the most inspiring panels that is there. When you hear the stories, you will really moved. We have somebody who will talk about how AI in oncology really helped them change their lives. We have a physician who kind of breaks protocol to be able to get the patients the right treatment. We have people who have run an AI company that's so successful that they are able to take over some of the radiology centers that they work on. So it's a fantastic panel. We'll go with more detailed introductions. So I'll go in the order that people are sitting, so that's easier. Dr. Kevin Knopf is an MD, MPH, and he's a hematologist, oncologist within the leadership team of Highland Hospital. In addition to that, he's also a chief medical officer within a leading genomics company. We have then Roger Royce. As introduced, he's a partner at Haynes and Boone, and he's also a board member of Cancer Patient Lab, and he's a Silicon Valley Advocacy Chair of PanCan, I think a very active member within the industry. Next, we have Dr. Michael Sassoon. Okay. He's a PhD graduate from University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, and he's the chief scientist at LifeVoxcell. And within that, he's helped develop several innovative products. Then we have Kovi Kovlan. Kovi Kovlan is on a mission to close the gap between health and sickness through early disease awareness with AI. And since 2009, he has led development of radiology AI platform backed with $10 million in grants. That's 14 plus patents, piloted site, and saving millions of lives. So I think AI and oncology is a very interesting topic. What is less talked about is that AI and cancer are very similar in their core properties. Cancer cells are fundamentally adaptive. So that's and AI is about, again, self-learning, right? AI is supposed to be where a tool where software has reached a point where it will learn by itself and expand. And the tough part about cancer cells, for example, if you are looking at prostate cancer, if one line of treatment blocks their ability to get to feed on a particular food source and get the details, then they learn, adapt, and get another. So that's where, but I'll leave it where. So to start on a note, a very inspiring story, Roger. I think we'll start with your story. I'll leave it to you. Okay. From the time I've heard it, I think it's been very inspiring.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and thank you for asking me to be here. My name's Roger Royce. I'm a lawyer in Palo Alto. I do a lot of work with cancer technology startups, and I started doing that about 2 years ago when I was diagnosed, and I took a very particular interest in this sector and immediately went out to my network to see what's new in cancer technology therapy, and I was really amazed to see what's out there. And now I spend a lot of time promoting companies that do what some of you are doing here. So the way I was diagnosed seems to draw a lot of interest because I might be the only person you've met so far who probably wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for artificial intelligence. In fact, that's one of the few things that my doctors all agree on, that if it had not been for early detection, my prognosis would be way worse than it was. And again, I probably would not have made it this far. 2 years ago, I read about a liquid biopsy blood test called Gallery by Grail in a book by Tony Robbins and Pete Diamandis. And so I set out to get that test. Now, my doctor would not prescribe it because he was skeptical. He said, you don't have symptoms, you don't need a test, it's unnecessary. I advise you not to get that test. So I went to a second doctor who also would not prescribe the test. Finally, I found some telemedicine doctor who I'd never met who said, it's just a test. And I got the test, and the test detected a signal for pancreatic cancer. And if you are ever told by a doctor that you have cancer, the next words you want to hear are, we caught it early. And fortunately, they caught it early. But they never would have caught it until probably towards the end of my life, if not for this test. Now, the reason I'm telling you that story is because the Gallery test, it analyzes methylation patterns in blood. It's a blood test. That's all it is. It takes your blood and looks for biomarkers. And it relies on artificial intelligence to pick out those patterns, because that's one of the things AI does really well, right? It can find patterns. And based on what the machine will tell you, what it shows the machine, it will tell you that, yeah, we found a pattern here that looks like cancer, and not only that, it looks like it came from this tissue of origin. And that's incredible. I mean, that is amazing. And again, this is a life-saving technology, and I feel like it's only the start of where AI is going to go in oncology.
Yeah, I think fantastic. Of all the things I've heard, I think total inspiration. Next over to Dr. Kevin. What's the state of AI in 3 diseases? Do we hear more such stories? Is it curable? Is it extending life? You can pick cancers, and over to you.
Sure. Thank you for having me speak here. I think where we are with cancer care, particularly in America, is that we have some cancers that are curable if they're caught early, and usually surgery is involved if they're a solid tumor. We have a lot of cancers where we're prolonging overall survival because of new drugs, but we haven't increased really the number of curable cancers in America that much in the 20th century. There have been some great strides like imatinib, which now cures CML, but for solid tumors, we don't really have a lot of improvements there. So I think we in clinics spend a lot of time definitely trying to identify patients who are curable and cure them, and then with the other patients trying to figure out how to make them live longer. And that's where a lot of individual precision decision-making is necessary. Now, there are a lot of cancers where we could cure them without any AI if we just sort of applied some distributive health economics. For example, if we could vaccinate the world for HPV and HBV, we'd eliminate 6 cancers. And metastatic cervical cancer is a cause of huge suffering in the third world, and it's also on the rise in America. In America, probably the cancers you see the most in clinic would be breast cancer, colorectal cancer, and lung cancer. And of 2 of those, a large part are preventable as well with smoking cessation or vaccination. So with breast, colorectal, and lung, we don't always screen people for colorectal cancer, and so that's why some of them are metastatic. So if we pick those cancers up earlier, whether it's by precision oncology tests that revolve around AI, so blood screening in a manner similar to the Galleri test, our cure rate's very high. But if it's metastatic, we're making these patients live longer, but we're not curing patients that often with those cancers. And so in clinic, the question is picking the right therapy. And most of the times it's kind of boilerplate. You follow guidelines. We are looking at trying to get more precise information about these cancers so that we can use certain drugs or certain combinations of drugs. And that becomes a complicated problem biologically because these cancer cells evolve over time and the mutations change over time. So I think that's an area where we really need to have AI at the clinician's disposal to give us guidance regarding how to treat those patients, because now a lot of it is just empirical. I think the biggest strides in AI that are hitting clinic now are probably in diagnostic imaging, which we'll hear a little bit about, and in diagnostic pathology, but not so much in decision support, which is a big interest of mine, and in precision oncology. So there are a lot of tests, including a lot here in Silicon Valley, based around precision oncology and testing and things like that. And AI may be embedded there, but it's not yet in the clinic where you can log onto your computer and get some sort of AI-guided recommendation for treatment. And so I hope that that's what happens a lot over the next 5 to 10 years for us.
Yeah, so I think Dr. Kevin mentioned about imaging and radiology. So the next question is over to you, Kovi. Okay. So what is the state of AI within radiology? I mean, where are we in terms of within radiology and imaging currently?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for the opportunity to present to you guys. So that's a great question about state of radiology. Well, the state of radiology today is about 30 years, but we're about to change that. Before I really go into that, I really want to give a little background on radiology. So, if do you guys know that the word patient in Latin means sufferers? And so we go about our lives on day-to-day basis, not knowing when we're going to fall sick. Like we look at ourselves, we think tomorrow we'll be fine, but what if that day is that you're going to get sick tomorrow? Check, okay. And so there's a huge gap between health and sickness. How about this one? Okay. There's a huge gap between health and sickness. And our mission is to kind of close that gap. And so how do you go about closing this gap? And I think radiology is the place to do it. And I'll try to explain what that means. So out of 350 million people, we have healthcare in the US. And we spend about $5 trillion on that. But if you really look at the number of patients who fall sick every year, that's about 3 years. We're talking about heart attack, diabetic, cancers, spinal injuries, things like that. There's a big, huge equation change between what we see, 350 million and 3 million, but then you spend 5 trillion. So that means each patient, we spend $2.5 million. The balance is not right. And so the question becomes, out of the 350 million people, who is going to go sick next? And we don't know this answer, but radiology gives us an insight into that. Every sick patient have gone through radiology before, during, and after. So radiology is truly the corridor between health and sickness. And so if you insert AI in between there, we can filter out earlier on. And if we can do early disease awareness, then we can save more lives. And if we do get that disease, there's a better chance of recovering. And that's why what we've been doing since 2009, I've led a team to build this new AI visual platform for radiology. And it covers an end-to-end spectrum of running a radiology center. And the first thing we did was diagnostic. We tried to help access to these radiologists of these large data set over the internet. So we use things like predictive buffering to access images interactively. And then we started solving some of these workflow issues, most of the manual things that happens in the systems. We automated using AI-driven processes. That increases 37% in profitability for these centers that we ended up starting to look and acquiring these radiology centers and then turning them into an AI-powered disease prevention hub. And so talking about the state of the art of radiology, we are on the transformative stage of taking existing radiology center and making it into a hub where disease can be made aware ahead of time before they happen.
Yeah, so that's very, very interesting. What he's talking about is that the AI in radiology that they are able to bring in has been so beneficial, they can take over the radiology center and run that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, Dr. Michael, so what's it like really in being able to come up with an algorithm or implement? What are the challenges you see in actually implementing AI in any setup?
Yeah, so a big part of the challenges, it's really in getting AI results in front of physicians, and I think building it on the same platform, what LifeVoxel has done allows AI developers to get their results in front of physicians as soon as possible and aid in the detection. And part of that, we worked with a breast cancer AI detection company, and the results that they saw were, 45% of cases could be diagnosed earlier, could be detected earlier. They saw a 70% reduction in the workload of the radiologists because, and this is simple region of interest labeling, labeling scans as, high risk, medium risk, low risk, so that they could kind of do that. And that also helps prevent burnout because you have 30,000 radiologists in the US and, we're doing, a billion mammograms or hundreds of millions of mammograms. So doing those reviews and adding the AI to that really reduced the workload on these radiologists and resulted in, a 20% overall improvement. region of interest labeling, labeling scans as, high risk, medium risk, low risk, so that they could kind of do that. And that also helps prevent burnout, because you have 30,000 radiologists in the US and, we're doing, a billion mammograms or hundreds of millions of mammograms. So doing those reviews and adding the AI to that really reduced the workload on these radiologists and resulted in, a 20% overall improvement. The issues really with that are, where do you find the data? The company that we worked with had a very difficult time finding the data. But that's where having a platform that works with the imaging centers that can also support that AI development work. So going in and accessing that patient data, having the patient history and, outcome, along with the input from the radiologist to do the labeling of the data, that really gives AI developers access to data that just isn't available now. So it's also very, it has a broad demographic. So we work with clinics in El Paso and New Jersey and Brooklyn and Iowa. So it's all over the place, all, races, very broad demographics. You can compare results between those demographics. So that's really, our next big push now that we're kind of establishing a presence in the imaging center market. We can start building this large-scale data set to allow AI developers to come in, access that data, train their data, and then make further impacts in AI detection of cancer.
I'll just put a clarification question on that. So if you're actually developing, let's say, a model for example, for radiology, for any type of cancer, so what amount of data you need, and how would, how do you decide that the model is good enough or others?
So you go through essentially you take your data set, and typically those are tens of thousands of studies, and they're you have to have positive cases and negative cases. You need to go through, have your AI train on that. I mean, there's other approaches where you can do segmentation and identification of regions and other things. But if you really want it to establish a risk level, you're going to need positive and negative cases. And then you take a piece of that data set, you have to set it aside, but it's still part of your original training data set. And a big part of the issue is you can go to Johns Hopkins and say, oh, can I have access to your radiology data? That's still a very limited demographic. And usually, for example, the breast cancer detection that we worked with had on the order of 30 or 40,000 studies. That's really not enough to get, really good results out of AI. You want hundreds of thousands of studies, but that data just isn't available. On our systems now, we have millions of mammograms that can be analyzed, all with full history of disease. And because it's mammograms, they're usually done yearly. So you have time progression of that disease. So even before you were able to detect it, you have historical mammograms. So it's very challenging now to get the data, get enough data, and have it be high enough accuracy. And even after that, we've seen cases where the FDA has pulled clearance because of false positives, because they trained it on one demographic and you take it anywhere. And there's, a lot of diverse representation here. We have, people from around the world, and a model that's created on, Mayo Clinic data in, Minnesota is not going to apply to somebody in Malaysia. So I think that's where kind of democratizing the access to that data to the, having a more diverse data set can really help the AI developers come in and improve early detection and AI progress in radiology.
Yeah, great. So Dr. Kevin, he's a leading proponent of precision medicine. And my question is, in a time when, due to risk of litigation or other reasons, you have got a whole set of guidelines that clinicians are expected to follow. So how many clinicians actually practice, or oncologists practice, deviation from the protocols, and how do you, do it? Yeah.
Yeah, in oncology, there are widely accepted guidelines that most oncologists follow, having to do largely with what kind of surgery you do, what kind of radiation, and your chemotherapy, immunotherapy choices. And if you follow these guidelines, most of the time you'll get a good result for your patient. And I think that most oncologists are very comfortable following those guidelines day to day. In order to go outside the guidelines, I think it requires a lot more background understanding. It requires reading articles. It requires a little bit more scientific thinking. And the way to do it legally, I think, is you have a conversation with the patient where you explain why you're going to try something, and then you put guardrails on it. You try it and see if it works. So there's a lot of examples of N of 1 results. There are some very prominent oncologists who have clinics that focus on precision oncology, and they're sort of out in front, and then as they get something that becomes very tangible, then it can become incorporated into a guideline. But one of the things I think about with AI in particular, as I'm in my clinic all the time, is I realize that the decisions I'm making day to day, I'm largely following algorithms that are not that difficult. They're sort of algorithms I've learned along the way. And I spent all this time in college and medical school and residency and fellowship reading the science and trying to understand things. And so I think that where I'm really thinking the hardest is when I'm coming up with something that's not on a guideline in a positive way. That requires sort of scientific thinking. And the second case where I'm really thinking hard is when I do something called de-escalation. So the guidelines and the way American oncology is set up in particular, we end up overdiagnosing a lot of patients, overtreating a lot of patients, using more chemotherapy than we should. Even with mammography, we diagnose breast cancers that might be very indolent and don't need to have surgery. And these are very complicated and nuanced things. So when I think about what AI will replace in the decision support spectrum, I think that if you're following guidelines, and that's pretty much all you do clinically, that AI can have a lot of competition there for that sort of thing. So I don't know how it will become incorporated into the clinic, but if you're just sort of looking up guidelines and following them, that's something that a decision support system could do. To think more about treatment outside the box or about de-escalation, both of which do carry some legal risk in America, requires, I think, a higher, sort of more critical level of thinking and a deeper level of understanding. And we're very focused on American cancer care a lot of the time, but the rest of the world has some very different problems than we do. For example, in India, patients have to pay out of pocket for their cancer care. That means they have to pay for each drug or each scan, each test, and it requires a lot of thinking to say, well, I don't really need a PET scan here, I can use an X-ray. Or I don't really need to use this test, I can just sort of rely on my history and physical. Or to actually look at a clinical trial of drugs and say, well, they don't really need this drug, they could get this drug instead. And de-escalation may be helped by AI. Over time, I think maybe it'll bring people the opportunity to de-escalate. But if you talk to the individual patient and you really try and get to their goal, they either want to be cured of their cancer, or if that's not possible, they want to live as long as possible with a good quality of life. I think that's where de-escalation has a big role. And I've given talks on de-escalation, and I'm part of a group called Common Sense Oncology that's a worldwide international organization that talks a lot about de-escalation. So the term de-escalation basically means getting back to the care that the patient really will benefit from. And so I think to go and veer from guidelines to either de-escalate or to find something that's unique takes more sort of thinking, more scientific background, and a good understanding with the patient. And I think if you do it right, you're not really putting yourself at big legal risk, I think, yeah.
So where would you want AI? Would you want more on the discovery, the diagnostics, or the operational support?
Yeah, I think, I think AI will help with diagnostics, which is a lot of what we're doing with radiologists. It'll help a lot with pathology. I think where we have trouble with cancer care is the biology of metastatic disease, how it changes over time, how the genes are expressed, the RNA, the protein, and how we know when chemotherapy drugs are working or not working, how we know when we can de-escalate to 2 drugs, how we could decrease the number of patients getting immunotherapy to only those who are going to respond because PD-1 is not a great inhibitor there. So I think if AI can help us get that data to our fingertips, when we order precision medicine tests, we get 20 pages, and it's very hard to interpret. So I think if we have a way that interpretation of precision oncology data goes through an AI filter and then gets explained to an oncologist or any other physician in a way that they can understand, that will let those results get to more patients and help more patients that way.
Okay, great. So I would not, first point also I would want to emphasize, I think Dr. Kevin talked about spending time on research papers and others. With cancer, you would definitely want a clinician who is updated, up to date, and is able to break the guidelines and step out for the treatment. So that's one positive thing. And second, yeah, a lot of good use cases for AI told by Dr. Kevin. So we're going over to Roger. Okay. So 2 questions. One, you have been associated or you have idea about NCI and other institutions. So which are the institutions that are funding? And second question is, where do you think are the funding opportunities that are there?
Yeah, before I get to that, doctor, you said a mouthful there. and as a patient, I do want to comment on a couple of things. I guess first of all, I'll just tell you personally, the way I've used the technology, especially AI, was first obviously in diagnostics. But also, once I got into treatment, what I found out that under U.S. standard of care, you kind of get the same treatment, before it's after they know what the mutations are, but you kind of get the same set of chemotherapies. I had 7 in total by the time I was done, not knowing whether they're going to work or not. And I don't want to tell you how bad chemotherapy is. It is not pleasant at all. I'll leave it at that. So if I don't have to have it, I don't want to have it, but you don't know. So I went through it, and I did 3 months, and then they did a biopsy, and they said, well, we got bad news. That chemotherapy, it didn't help at all. We chose the wrong ones. You had, quote, no treatment defect, unquote, according to the scientist, the pathologist. And then we switched to a different set, and I don't know if that worked. Well, since then, I found a company from Hungary, and what they do is they took a look at those mutations, they analyzed data from all over the world, and again, the machine spits out a report. And it says, these are the drugs that are likely to work on those mutations, these are the ones that won't. Boy, do I wish I'd had that report a year ago. It would have saved me 3 months of suffering. And there's no other word for it but suffering, unnecessarily. I think that's one huge application where I think the machine can help a lot. Then the second thing, you made a comment about the 20-page reports. I know exactly what you mean. I bought every report in the world that was available because I'm a no stone unturned kind of person. And I got one, it was about 20 pages. It's called a proteomics report from a company called mProbe. And I gave it to my oncologist, and he says, "What do you want me to do with that?" And I said, "Well, this should inform your treatment." And he says, "It's 20 pages." He said, "Plus, I don't even understand half these words. You know, I'm not making this up." So I eventually found a scientist who knew the report very well and said, "Go back to your oncologist, tell him to turn to page 6, line 20, and read the line that says, this is the mutation, and this is the treatment, and this is the likely success." And I took that back to him, and I sat down with it, and he looked at it, and he said, "Oh, now I get it." It's like, holy cow, is that really the state of standard of care in the US? I mean, I think a machine could easily make this problem so much easier. So now that's just as a personal matter. Those are a couple things where I saw where I think the machines will help. At a higher level, the problem I think with AI is that I'm giving you all the good news where it kind of got it right. This is a high-risk business. What if it hallucinates? What if it gets it wrong? About 5 minutes before I came on stage, coincidentally, an article just dropped in Fortune, you should go read, by a friend of mine named Vivek Wadhwa. And he talks about how this might be the end of large language models because of that. And he called, I think he used the phrase that AI LLMs are brilliantly stupid. In other words, they can analyze massive amounts of data and give you a summary of what they say, but they can't really reason, right? They can't, they don't have that reasoning ability that humans have. And that's kind of the next phase of AI, is to be very targeted, and to do more statistical analysis. And that's what he's doing over in India right now with his company. And that's the companies that I'm seeing. Diagnostics for sure. Just massive amounts of data, especially with what you guys are doing, seeing things that no human would, a pattern a human would not pick up. Secondly, drug discovery. I mean, that's what I did. I did both of those, in fact. Which drug will work with it, which mutation? Let's analyze millions of records and find out what's worked. And then, personally, the last one I'll mention is, as a patient, I have used large language models because, this stuff, I don't understand these words. I recognize it as English, and some of those words I understand, but the way they're strung together doesn't make any sense. So you run it through ChatGPT or Copilot, and it comes back with a very good explanation. It works really well for patients. And I'd like to see that get, developed better, so at least we can understand what's going on. And now the second part of your question is you ask where I'm seeing the money go. Since 2020, I do venture capital. And like I say, as of 2 years ago, I took a keen interest in this particular vertical, right? So I've been tracking it. And since 2020, $16 billion has gone into oncology startups. $16 billion. And last year was a little bit down because all of venture capital was down. This year it's back up on the rise. And just in my little office in Palo Alto, I'm seeing a lot more interest in this. I'm seeing money go into this, affinity investors as well as venture capitalists. So I think 2025 is going to be a huge year for oncology technology generally and for AI and oncology in particular.
Great. So I think Roger is saying diagnostics is a space which is possibly getting relatively better in opportunities compared to others. But overall, do you think AI in oncology is a sector that's overfunded, underfunded?
It is definitely not overfunded. I will tell you, there's a lot of hype around AI. Everybody, all my clients are tacking AI onto their company name now. It kind of reminds me of the .com phase, I'm not Yogurt Shop anymore, I'm yogurtshop.com. Well, no, I'm Yogurt Shop AI. So, but investors are smart, they understand whether that AI is helping or not. So I think valuations were just off the charts for AI companies for a while. And I just feel like things have kind of returned a little bit to normal, and we're kind of seeing what the limitations are, and I don't know that we have any winners yet. But I feel like it's a less overheated environment, and certainly will be going forward.
Great. Okay. So I think more on the side of, you mentioned about within the clinic, what are the cases on AI and others. How reliable do you think is prediction really in actual practice? Is it just, so I'll rephrase the question. Is cancer largely a genetic disease, and in that case, should the money go into ensuring that people in this room, everybody has the test done? Or is it that we should use non-genetic data to be able to predict for people, and those results may not be reliable? So,
I think the state of AI maybe is a little different in the clinic than it is in the companies that are being funded and the papers that are being written. So I spend a lot of time reading the papers and NEJM AI and reading about what can be done. What's actually done in clinic right now, at least in my clinic, is very little. So we have one sort of AI thing that tells me I'm not moving my mouse enough when I'm actively sitting there typing. We have another sepsis prediction model, which is obvious to anybody who's taking care of the patient. And then I have some sort of AI that tells me not to order a PSA because it's not a screening test that's universally accepted when I'm ordering it on a patient with metastatic prostate cancer. So right now, I think I'm just having hallucinations when I use AI in clinic. I think, some cutting edge places like Mayo Clinic or Johns Hopkins or City of Hope Cancer Center, they may be putting AI into their clinical platforms in a way that are actually helping the physicians. So of the big use cases for AI in oncology, imaging, I think, is being used in some centers, and I've heard some feedback about that. Digital pathology, for sure, is out there, and I've heard some feedback about that. The precision oncology is not there as much as we'd like. So as an example, there's a paper that was in the New England Journal about a patient with lung cancer and an ALK mutation, where they followed the mutation over time, and they kept changing the therapy as the mutation changed. And it was done at the Broad Institute at MIT with Harvard Medical School. And it was really, really a great work, but that was only work that could be done with a lot of resources at a place like that at the time that the paper was written, which is, I think, about 10 years ago. But that same concept of following the tumor and how the genetics change and how you change your treatment should be available to every oncologist in America. Could be available to Iowa, because the data is there from the molecular biology tests you run, and then the software could sort of tell you now's the time to change to this IB or that IB. So I think that's the big hope, that we'll get that sort of thing coming to the computer for all oncologists to use, rather than just those who are affiliated with the Broad Institute. Because it helps a certain percent of patients who are able to go to a place like that, but a lot of patients are not able to benefit that much. And worldwide, we have a lot of patients with very curable cancers with very old drugs who just don't get cured because of economic inequalities, which is a separate problem that I think a lot about. But we'd like to democratize care, and so I think that AI-guided precision oncology, AI-guided digital pathology and imaging has a chance to democratize care in America and other countries.
yeah, thanks. One of the research interests, at least for Dr. Kevin, that comes up is cost-related. How do you bring efficiency? Yeah. So back to you, Kovi. Okay. So I think we are close to on the time. So what's your moonshot? 10 years, how do you see AI would have transformed imaging and radiology?
Yes, I would like to see it in 5 years because 10 years is a pretty long time, and I think we are on the precipice of using AI to assist us. And I would say that as AI is really a solution to big data. We're gathering data on a day-to-day basis, but in order for that data to be really effective, AI is helping condense it, and so that you can use it in the context that you're using. So in the case of radiology, whether it's a radiologist who's trying to diagnose a case and so forth. In our lives, we have Credit Karma app. We know what our financial score is. But when it comes to health, we have no idea. Like, are we doing good? Are we going to be sick tomorrow? And so we are acquiring these underperforming radiology centers and turning them into AI-powered disease prevention hub. And what we're doing is we're handing out apps to the people who come and visit the centers and to start tracking their health. So we would first, when they come to us, we have a full medical record. And then we take a scan. This is the first time they're looking into their body. I call it the inside selfie. But from there on, like Roger was saying, all these reports and records, what do they mean? I have no idea. And so there's an app, we call it Health Karma, will allow you to start thinking about, this is what's the state of my health is, this is my score, and I can then start doing other things that can help me. So, tracking myself through, say, an Apple Watch, maybe take a genetic studies. And if I really don't feel well and I need access to the doctor, I don't need to call to make an appointment. I just press a button, doctor comes on through our physician network. You start talking to them, and if you need more care, that doctor has a full understanding as who you are. Today, when you go see a doctor, the doctor has 10 minutes. And within that time, we heard the panel earlier that you're sitting in front of the computer most of the time. But what if the doctor has an app and you have an app, and it's called Health Karma, and when you talk to the doctor, you look it up and go, I know what's going on. It's a summary of everything that's happening to you. And within the 5-10 minutes that I have, I can give you better care. And so I would like to see this happen in 5 years.
Yeah, so Dr. Michael, slightly related, a question that's new, just thought up. You have models that are there from Google, you have from Amazon, you've got Microsoft and all of them. So in terms of AI in oncology, any experience, or would you like to say which of them is something that you think is better for oncology? Or
as far as the available large language models?
Yes.
Which one do I think? I don't think I should or could pick a favorite. It really will come down to which models can be tuned better, because they're so generally trained. I think it will be required to kind of tune those models to, on one hand, to deliver accurate information and be able to verify that that information is accurate, but then also we don't want those language models to be, giving bad advice. So it really is, it's not about telling, the patient what needs to be done. It's about helping the patient go find the help that they should get. So, I don't think there's a big difference between the, available large language models, but I think it'll really come down to which one is a more open system that can be, tuned to better serve that patient communication goal.
Yeah.
I do want to add to that. No, I always say it's not early disease detection. It's really about early disease awareness. AI is here not to predict or detect. This is a very misconstrued concept. What it's really doing is taking all the data that we have, that we are collecting on a day-to-day basis, and making it aware in the context that it needs to be made aware in a timely, efficient manner.
Yeah, so I think last questions, I'll just extend that question. As patients, we tend to go to Google, okay, and I think a lot of times for a lot of diseases, when we search, there's always a question about whether that is a accurate or good enough guidelines. So Roger, you've gone through, I'm sure, tons of searches for information, symptoms, and solutions. How good is Google or GPT, or how they are becoming in terms of being able to give a reasonable 80% or some pass mark of being able to give fair guidance?
Yeah, I think obviously patients are out there using Google as soon as they get their diagnosis to start educating themselves, and they are using large language models. And I think, for many things, it's going to give pretty accurate information. For things that have clear guidelines around it, it's going to give reasonably good information. I think it's the edge cases and the corner cases that you need to have a thinking oncologist in your court, such as you, I guess, did that instead of doctors. But, that's where I think you need to enhance knowledge. So you can also get, unfortunately for patients, freaked out about things what you read on Google that may not apply to you. And so that's where a healthcare physician or other provider can actually put some reality behind that, because things always look worse on the internet. Even for myself, if I do a Google search, my mind goes to the worst possible thing. And large language models, there's a paper in Nature I still haven't read, but implying that because they're training themselves on data sets that are limited, that at some point they won't be able to generate more interesting hypotheses. And for myself and my own knowledge, I'm trying to understand how AI works at a technical level. And a book by Judea Pearl out of UCLA about causality and inference, I think, gets at the next phase for AI. He talks about the 3 pillars of knowledge on the ladder. And I think patients place a lot of faith in ChatGPT and Google searches, and sometimes can be fooled or given the wrong information because of this limitation we have now with AI. So things will be better, but there are some problems now with relying on these things. So I think a lot of the oncologist's job may be to sort of reset frames about things that patients have read about coming in from Google. I know I have to spend some time saying, well, this would apply if X was true or Y was true, but you have Z going on here, because you're only getting part of the picture that way.
Yeah, any last words? We are ending it, Roger. We started with you. So any moonshots, anything either of you would want to say?
I think that the future is very bright. I think one of the problems in American healthcare that we're facing now, if you read the newspapers, is the rising costs and the rising inequities around American healthcare. So if you're in the right place at the right time with the right doctors, I think you get great outcomes, but I think we're leaving a lot of the population behind in America. And I'm hoping that AI and computerization will improve that. And then even more so outside of the America and third world countries, low middle income countries, we're leaving a lot of cancer patients behind who could have very good care for not much money. So there is a maldistribution of how these things go around. So I do hope that a rising tide will lift all boats. But that requires not just AI and computation, but a lot of socio-political, economic thinking behind it that may not actually be at the result of AI. But, overall, I've been in oncology now practicing for 25 years, and we've seen some patients be cured that wouldn't have been cured 25 years ago for sure. We've seen dramatic improvements, even with immunotherapy and metastatic melanoma, if you look at Jimmy Carter. And we definitely see patients doing a lot better each year. Patients surprise me with how long they're living. And then it becomes a lot of thinking about prolongation of survival versus quality of life. And that's where I think we have a lot of over-treatment, and we could de-escalate to make things better for patients. So that's another good use case for AI. How this gets adopted, I don't yet know. I think there's a lot of unknowns here, and there's some fear by physicians about this as well.
Yeah,
Well, we're going to talk more about personalized medicine later today, but I'll just leave with one thing. According to the American Cancer Society, the rate of pancreatic cancer, which is what I was diagnosed with, has doubled in the last 20 years. So we're talking a lot about AI for treatment. I'm kind of wondering about prevention. And I've heard a lot of theories as to why that might be true, but I don't think anybody, it could be environmental, it could be food, it could be high fructose corn syrup, I don't know. I think a machine might be able to get us to the answer to that question, and that's going to do a lot towards both democratizing healthcare and bringing the cost down.
Okay, great. So I think for AI, just like in this panel, you need multidisciplinary team, you need insights from patients who have gone through it, you have clinicians who are doing research, you need people, the right tech to be able to detect early and to be able to bring efficiency in the operations. So thanks everybody. I think, do we have questions or do we pass?
Hi, my name is Hema. Thank you so much. This was an amazing panel. I had a question about the regulatory environment around this. I know the clinician in a clinical setting, like what sort of regulations are you seeing, and how do you think that's going to happen in the future? Because some of us are also trying to build software platforms using AI for diagnostics or even in help with treatment and prevention. So what sort of regulatory concerns do we have to worry about? And if you can shed some light into that.
Well, I'll start. I think that AI in healthcare is a highly regulated area, and that may be why very little of it actually makes it into the clinic. And I don't understand all the rules and regulations. Obviously, we need attorneys who understand how the FDA regulates devices much better than I do. But there's always a fear of doing something wrong in the clinic. So a lot of things that we oncologists do are out of fear that we're going to miss something or we're going to make a mistake. So I think that may hinder some trust towards AI until things are really validated. So the curve of how things are used may be a little bit slower as it diffuses, and the ones who are more risk averse might be later adapters of technology, as I think it is true with other technology platforms.
We could talk for an hour about that. I will tell you that's the reason so many people like me went to other countries to get care, which I did. And it was, oddly enough, I got a vaccine that was manufactured in the U.S., but I had to go to Japan to get it. Go figure, because the FDA wouldn't let me have it. So we have a, and I testified to the FDA, by the way, and I told them that I think their system needs to move along a little more quickly. So that's one problem. The other thing about AI, though, as it relates to AI, California is right out in front in terms of putting in place regulatory protections or restrictions, depending on how you look at it. And Colorado has enacted some similar bills, and we'll see. That's going to be a big unknown going forward. I think we'll know a lot more after November as to which way the regulatory agencies are going to go on this. But that could be easily the death of AI in California, or it could be, a really fertile environment.
So the way we handle regulatory in our medical device environment is we keep in mind that the ultimate decision makers are human, right? So if a professional human being, such as a doctor, is making the decision and all we're doing is aiding them, then your regulatory requirement will be lower. However, if you start pushing that limit and say, look, I'm going to start diagnosing and actually provide diagnosis, then you're starting to behave more like the professional. And so in that case, it's the difference between a supplement and an actual drug. And so if you go more towards an actual drug, you need clinical trials and make sure that the software or the technology that you're introducing is actually going to have efficacy. And you have to actually quantify the efficacy to the regulatory. However, if you step back and say, look, this is just a supplement, therefore the testing requirement is low, then the regulatory requirement is much lesser. You still have to go through them, but you have to still tell that this is not some random thing that I'm throwing there. We do have some tests that we've done, but it's not as rigorous as trying to pass through a drug, for example.
Hi, excellent panel. I'm Ravi Puvala. Me and my colleagues are here with a company called Quantum Biosciences. We just got started off working on oncological care using AI. My question is, it's very, very expensive to build the data sets and actually run efficient computing in the cloud. Renting GPU servers is like a few $1,000s a month. And what are the best practices in doing efficient computing using the current technology?
So that's one of the advantages that LifeVoxel has is that we're actually building our own infrastructure where we keep the processing very close to the data, and we actually don't move the data. So as this data is collected, if you keep the processing right there, not only can we support radiologists to visualize, do complex visualization of that data, we can also support AI developers. So it really is about, I think we have to take another look at the architecture that we're using for AI development. There's a lot of moving of data around. There's a lot of, you're paying extra for GPU, and particularly for medical, you have to protect the information, so you have additional fees that you're paying to protect that data. So we think we have a better solution for the AI processing, AI training in that medical environment, which is keep the data, use a decentralized compute infrastructure, keep the data in the clinics, keep the data in the hospitals, and just provide access to it. For the AI development.
How do you aggregate the data? It might work for the radiology center, but not for across the
Yeah, so what we build is a platform that aggregates that. So we handle multiple radiology centers within our platform. And to what Mike was saying is rather than moving the data around, we keep the computing power next to that. And so we kind of bootstrap. We have about 10 million in grants, but we bootstrapped the company up. So we didn't have so much money to buy GPU, computing power, storage. So out of necessity, we ended up building an infrastructure for AI. And so that is the infrastructure that we'll be opening up to others to gain access to the data in a highly private manner that doesn't compromise patient privacy. But then also you have the computing power to create AI models. And then once you have the AI models, access all the stakeholders, whether it's patients, whether it's the front desk or the radiologist. Now it's almost like an iPhone platform where you just go and develop your AI models and you have everything else delivered for you.
Yeah, so I'll just add to that because we solved that problem. So the problem is not about it costs $3,000. The problem is that you have to pay for it. So there are a lot of the cloud companies have grants. You have to find somebody to pay for it. And ideally, in our case, we made it the clients pay for it because if you're doing something that's going to help, if you're doing the right thing that's really going to be paid by a client, then you will find a client to pay for it. Okay. So I think, any other questions?
So this is a question for Michael Sosong, Dr. Michael Sosong. So you were talking about false positives and hallucinations, and there was also a talk about data or the predictions by AI can differ from one organization, like let's say your organization to some other healthcare organization because of the geographic differences. Would that mean that we cannot accept the results or the outcomes of different researchers universally out across the globe? And how do we handle and manage the false positives or the hallucinations?
So I think that's actually a really complicated problem that we need to solve. I don't think we have enough information right now. We have a lot of, like I said, you tend to sequester a piece of your existing data set. And when you hear claims about, we get 94% detection of this type of cancer, that doesn't mean that that's going to apply everywhere. It just means that your model is kind of self-consistent and delivering good results. And it's not until you get into these other, new data that you can really show. And unfortunately, you don't know the truth in your real data. So there may be somebody, if you're claiming that you're going to detect 94% of breast cancer, well, you don't know until, 5 years goes by that truly, your false or your negative result was a true negative result. So it's a really difficult thing. I think by having a broader data set, it allows you to apply your model to one demographic and then apply it to a completely different one, and you can kind of measure that consistency. But again, it's a really difficult problem to really know how well your models are performing, especially across different populations.
Yeah, so thanks to the panel. I think we are formally ending. And of course, thanks to the Touch a Life team. I think a lot of effort over a lot of time put in for that.
Thank you, Vikram. We have some awards for you, gentlemen. These are appreciation awards for your coming out today. Dr. Kevin, nope. Here you go, sir. Roger Royce, thank you, sir. Dr. Michael Song, thank you, sir. And Kavoya Kavalin, thank you very much, gentlemen. We appreciate it. How about a round of applause, everybody? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. All right, our next panel discussion is Lifestyle Medicine, Transforming Health Through Everyday Choices. So lifestyle medicine is an innovative approach to healthcare that emphasizes the role of daily habits and choices in preventing, managing, and even reversing chronic diseases. By focusing on nutrition, physical activity, sleep, stress management, and social connections, lifestyle medicine empowers individuals to take charge of their health. For more understanding on this, I'd like to call our moderator for our next topic, Dr. Sachin Deshmukh. And along with our panel today is Mr. Noreen Keeney, Director, Practitioner, Trainer of the Heartfulness Institute, Dr. Jaraya Kodakanath, Chief Ayurvedic Consultant and Academy Director, Kerala Ayurveda of the USA, and Dr. Anupama Uppaluri, Chief Doctor, Snigdha Ayurvedic Hospital. And last but not least, Vida Manju Kohli, Chief Arudu Officer of Ayurveda. Dr. Sachin is a multifaceted expert. Yeah, welcome up, everybody. Multifaceted expert in holistic health and wellness, combining his background as a physician with extensive knowledge in yoga, meditation, and alternative medicine. Dr. Deshmukh is an owner of Yoga and Nature, focusing on integrative wellness programs. He is trained as a physician in India with degrees in holistic medicine and homeopathy. Ayurveda is a yoga therapy institute and applies his experience in Yoga Nature and his role at Shiv Nadar University. Dr. Deshmukh's approach uniquely blends ancient wisdom with contemporary health science to promote holistic wellness. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. All right, so we have 4 distinguished faculty here for the panel on the lifestyle medicine. As you see, the lifestyle medicine is also a new branch of medicine which deals with every aspect of life from morning till the evening time. And we are very excited to welcome these distinguished panels who have expertise in different fields, and they will unfold variety of ideas which are practical, we can integrate on our daily life for this particular subject. So the first person is Mr. Kinney, and I'm going to read it because their bios are so distinguished and big, so I don't want to miss any details. So Mr. Naren Kinney is the co-founder and CEO of the Global Technology Incorporation, a company which is focused on the real-time analytics. He has over 20 years of experience in leadership role across various technology companies, and he is also a dedicated volunteer and trainer at the Heartfulness Institute, which is a non-profit organization offering meditation techniques in over 160 countries. He is also known to introduction to the 5C framework. The words are contentment, clarity, calm, courage, and compassion, to integrate heartfulness meditation into organized settings. Additionally, Kinney is also a very prolific artist whose work is often auctioned at various charitable causes. His expertise also spans into business leadership, meditation practices, artistic endeavors, and demonstrating a multifaceted approach to the personal and professional development. So that's Mr. Kinney. The second panelist is Dr. Jairaj. Dr. Jairaj is an Ayurvedic scholar and clinician with over 20 years of experience in India and also in US. He is also serving as the CEO and Director of Academic Programs and Wellness Services at Kerala Ayurveda, USA, which is located in Bay Area. He is also lead faculty member and chief consultant focusing on personalized Ayurvedic treatment protocols. He is a board member of the National Ayurvedic Medical Association and the California Association of Ayurvedic Medicine. Dr. Jayarajan is dedicated to integrating individual Ayurveda practices with modern health concepts. He is also involved in research exploring the links between Ayurveda healing and epigenetics. He is also known for his compassionate approach to teachings and also healing practices. So welcome. Now the third panelist is Dr. Anupama. She is a highly accomplished Ayurvedic physician with over 25 years of experience in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. She is also a gold medalist in Ayurveda, and she has worked as a senior research fellow at NIMH and also earned her PhD fellowship. Dr. Anupama specializes in leading various disorders, including gynecological, musculoskeletal, respiratory and skin conditions, as well as managing metabolic disorders. She is skilled into Panchakarma and Kerala treatments and also offers cosmetic remedies. Dr. Anupama uses the her holistic hospital in Hyderabad and consults also for Snigdha Ayurvedic hospitals in various locations. So that's Dr. Anupama. And the last panel is Dr. Manju Kohli. So she is a renowned Ayurvedic practitioner. She is based into the San Francisco Bay Area. She is also founding director of the Ayurhitam, an Ayurvedic wellness clinic. So with over 15 years of experience as a clinical pharmacist, and she also transitioned to Ayurveda to address the shortcomings of conventional healthcare, focusing on holistic healing rather than just the symptomatic management of diseases. Dr. Kohli completed her Ayurvedic lifestyle certification from the Mount Madonna Institute and then underwent advanced classical Ayurveda training. She is dedicated to leading ancient Vedic sciences, serving on the board of California Association of Ayurvedic Medicine and volunteering with organizations like NAMA and GR Foundation Education Trust. Her mission to help individuals achieve comprehensive health, physical, mental, social, and spiritual through the principles of Ayurveda. So that's Manju. So I had to read it because they are so much long resume, so I don't want to miss out anything. So anyway, so we will begin the panel discussion with Dr. Jairaj, and he's going to talk about the body rhythms, circadian rhythms, and its relevance from the Ayurvedic perspective. Then the next panel, it will transcend into Anupama, talking about the behavioral aspect of that. And then the next one will be Manju. She will be talking about the diet and the relevant aspect. And then the Kini, he's going to talk about the mental aspect and the spiritual dimension accordingly. And then we will have open up for any question answers for all of you.
Sure. Thank you. Namaste. I'm coming from an Ayurvedic family, and for us, this is not a job, this is not a business, this is our life. We are here to serve. I have been with the Kerala Ayurveda over 25 years and has been a part of the research group. Done a lot of work. The main work, what I led was the metabolic syndrome work, where our clinical studies were in Banaras Hindu University. Our toxicity and other studies happened in California. And we got a US patent also for that last year. The patent was not to hold the commercial interest, but to prove that this ancient science also can prove using the modern tools. The entire Ayurveda works on the premises of epigenetics. That means your ability to downregulate your disease tendencies and your ability to upregulate your healing tendencies. The whole Ayurvedic system. And Ayurveda, if you look at it, even the name Ayurveda, what is that? The true knowledge about life. That means it is the lifestyle medicine. It says, what are the possible reasons for you to get into imbalances or disorders, and how you can take charge of your health and heal that. So the first clinical principle in Ayurveda is, while all the diseases happens in our body and in the mind, all the systems to help us heal from these problems are also working inside our body. Digestion is inside us, metabolism is inside us, hormones are inside us, immune system is inside us, all the healing mechanisms are within us. So who is the real healer? The individual is the healer. It's an empowering science. That also tells that means you have an opportunity to take charge of your health, because the disease, a good number of or a major number of disorders are due to your own deviation from what you are supposed to do, what you are supposed to eat, how you are supposed to think. So there is an opportunity taking this as a lifestyle medicine and using the principles for prevention as well as for healing. So Ayurveda is the lifestyle medicine. Now talking about the rhythm, if you really look at it, kalartha karmanam yogo hina mithyadi matraka, all disorders happens due to the imbalance or disorders in the time cycles. That means sleeping, out of cycle, eating out of cycle, kalam. Artha means how we perceive this world and react to the world through all the 5 senses. Karma means action. These are the 3 reasons for any health problem, right? One is the derangement in the time cycle. Second is how we perceive and react to anything what is coming to us. And third is the karma, the action, what we do in our life. So let me focus on the first one, kala, the time. Ayurveda says that everything in this nature works in cyclic rhythms. Day and night rhythm, lunar rhythm, seasonal rhythm, everything in this nature is cyclical and symmetrical. The same way, everything in our body-mind system is cyclical and symmetrical. Cardiac rhythm, breathing rhythm, digestive rhythm, sleep rhythm, menstrual rhythm, everything is in cyclical order. Even our hormones are produced, whether it is melatonin or any cortisol. It is not that continuously body is producing things. It is cyclical and symmetrical. Because of that reason, Ayurveda says, our body is expecting a cyclic rhythm from us for everything what we do, especially eating and sleeping, right? Eating and sleeping. And a little bit about the sleep. Generally, we, in the modern world, it's all about productivity, and we think sleep is a waste of time. Ayurveda says, Nidrayatam sukham dukkam tushti pushti balodayam. Your sleep is much more important for your health and longevity than your awake time. Because from the time we wake up in the morning till we sleep, it's only wear and tear. Physical wear and tear, mental wear and tear, sensory wear and tear, emotional wear and tear. The only time our mind-body system heal, recoup, rejuvenate, replenish is during the deepest state of sleep. That too at night. Do you know that? No point in extending that sleep to the daytime. That will create more sluggishness, right? Because human system is made in a way to sleep at night and be awake during the daytime. And whenever I talk about this, when I consult, they will say that, Dr. J, even though I am sleeping at 2 a.m., I wake up only at 11 a.m., 9 hours. Isn't that enough? So I tell them, it is not just the quantity of sleep, the quality matters. What is that? Ayurveda says there are 2 types of energies influencing us and the nature every 24 hours. The heating, stimulating sun energy during the daytime, and the cooling, calming, nurturing moon energy during the night time. The benefit of sleep, what you can get by sleeping during the moon hours, you cannot get it by sleeping during the sun hours. Because there are a few subtle systems. They can recoup and rejuvenate only in the period of soma, that is the moon hours. The subtle systems are mind, immune system, hormonal system, and nervous system. These 4 systems cannot heal, recoup by sleeping during the daytime. So that is why the rhythm of sleep is the key in restoring health and sustaining health. Early to sleep, early to wake up. That is the slogan of Ayurveda. And I get concerned these days. I read an article. An average time, the most active time for teenagers in America is between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Can you believe that? The most active time. So it needs building awareness about it. Then comes the eating time, the rhythm of eating. Ayurveda explains that your system cannot be completely active all the time. Your body, if you are able to keep a rhythm in sync with the circadian rhythm, it will be very easy for your body to help you. That means eating in the right time, every day. There is a body intelligence. If you do that every day at the same time, your whole body intelligence will get aligned to that rhythm. You will feel hungry, you will eat, it will digest, absorb, and it will nourish you. There is no accumulation, there is no exhaustion. You will have sustainable energy. The rhythm is everything. Because at the right time. Then people ask, what is the exact time to eat? There is a very interesting concept in Ayurveda. It's not about exact clock time. They say there is a 48 minutes period called one muhurta. According to the Vedic sciences, that is 1 unit of time cycle. Then that accumulates into yamas, then to ahoratra. So that 48 minutes, that means if you are eating your breakfast, say 7:30 and 8:15, 45 minutes every day, you do that one lunar cycle, your body will start asking exactly at the same time. Because with that lunar cycle, you habituated your system. Your whole system will be aligned towards that. So they say earlier the breakfast, the better. Please finish your dinner 2.5 to 3 hours before you sleep. Keep the lunch midday and continue the cycle. The chance of you getting a metabolic imbalance, a digestive imbalance is very, very low unless and until you eat a lot of crap items, etc. So rhythm is the most important thing. You know, there is a question asked, that question repeated in Mahabharata, you can see, in Ashtanga Hridayam, you can see the same question. Who is healthy? Ko aruk, who is not sick, who is healthy? And the sloka start, Kale hidam midam kale yatha kalam. The first guidance from the Vedas is the rhythm. More than what you eat, more than how much you eat, the rhythm is everything. So as a clinician for 26 years, I always make sure that the people coming to me are oriented towards the cyclical rhythms. Everything if you can do in a rhythm, even meditation, you do every day, you go and sit, naturally you will fall into meditation because your system understands that, oh, I am in the right place at the right time. It's all about rhythm. It is not about, I did a lot of work on this. When I was the Chief Medical Officer of Ayurveda Gram of Kerala Ayurveda in Bangalore, it's the Silicon Valley of India. And one time I got somebody who had a lot of issues, stayed with us, got cured. And during the discharge discussion, he told, I run a software company, it's a small company, 92 employees. All of their health is going down last 5 years. Can you come and help us? And I told, of course. Myself and my team, we went and analyzed them. Many of them told, we won't eat breakfast because we won't feel hungry. We heard that we should eat when we feel hungry. Some told, from school time itself, we don't take breakfast. We are not used to it. So I told them, I want all of you to eat your breakfast between 7:30 and 8 for next 1 month. Then let us see. And all of them really we never knew that. Everybody felt like eating after 1 month at the same time. So I told them, if you don't feel hungry, eat little bit. If you feel hungry, eat moderately. So there is an opportunity for us to retune our system the way we want. That is a good thing about our body system. As long as you are convinced, you know how important it is, you are ready, we can transform our body the way we want. We should know it is how important it is, we should have the conviction, and we need to continue. Thank you so much. About rhythm.
Thank you, Dr. Jairaj. You saw quite a live example of how life should be. Before we go to the next panelist, I want to intrigue your more interest because just listening, I like people to be involved into the process, right? This is something we do every day. So what is the sign that you are healthy? How will you tell us? What way we know you are healthy? What is one criteria, only one thing, which proves you are healthy? No. 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 Feel happy and calm? No. Huh? So when you wake up in the morning, you have to run to the bathroom to use restroom. That is the sign of optimal health. right? So if you don't get the call to the bathroom when you wake up, you are sick from the Ayurvedic perspective, right? So thank you. So go ahead.
Hello, is it okay? Yeah. I'm Dr. Anupama. Okay. Is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's better.
Yeah. I'm a private practitioner in Hyderabad. So I deal with lifestyle medicine every day for the patients. Lifestyle medicine is a new word nowadays for everyone, but Ayurveda itself is a lifestyle medicine. So it's been happening since ancient period. Lifestyle medicine already told in Ayurveda, as Jayarajan also said the same thing. So we have basic principles in Ayurveda. Those tell us the lifestyle, how is our lifestyle is. So Ayurveda is a science of life, as you know. And the main aim of Ayurveda is swasthasya swasthya rakshanam, aturasya vikara prashamanam. So we have to keep our healthiness of a healthy person and cure the diseases. For this, they gave some principles. So those comes under the lifestyle.
You can use this.
Hello? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that in this, the main principles starts with Traya Upastamba, 3 pillars of our life. Aharam, Nidra, Brahmacharyam. Sleep, diet, sleep, and physical activities. So the first thing today I'm going to talk about is the food. So food, diet is a main, the Mahabheshajam. It is called Mahabheshajam. It is a superior medicine above all. So when the food is right, there is no use of medicine. When the food is wrong, there is no use of, medicine won't work. So for everything, it starts with our food. You are what you eat, or in other ways, you are what you digest. So we start anything as a disease to assess the patient. We start with digestion power. This Agni, it is called Agni in Ayurveda. So we start to assess the Agni. So how is his Agni? So that is also based on the body constitution of the patient. So the diet, how they should be taken is depend on the Agni level and the constitution. So that is we have, some of you know, we have body Prakriti's constitutions, 7 type of constitutions basing on doshas, Vata, Pitta and Kapha. So the diet also is different for each body type. So if we consider our body as a car, we should put petrol car. For the petrol car, we should put petrol. And for a diesel car, we should give diesel. For electricity. Like that, for Vata Prakriti people, we have to give some kind of diet. And Pitta Prakriti people, we have to give some kind of diet. It's different for each body type. But regularly, what we take, it should have a balanced diet. So everything should be in a balance. Like what is a balanced diet according to Ayurveda is Shed Rasopeta Aharam is balanced diet, which has Madhura, Amla, Lavana, Katu, Tikta, Kashaya, Rasal. That's all the tastes, 6 tastes. So sweet, sour, pungent, astringent, salty, and sour. These are the 6 rasa should be there in our diet, for everyday diet. So these, basing on these, the body constitution will suggest the diet. At the same time, from children to adult, we have specific dietary restrictions for every age and every person, every activity, every events. Like for babies and for the people of 1 year, we suggest some kind of diet. And when the girl or a boy matures at the age, that's Rajasvala Paricharya. We have a different diet when the girl matures at that age. So Rajasvala Paricharya diet is there. And when the lady becomes pregnant, during that time also we have different diet. We have to follow all those diets when we suggest, we advise the patients. And at the same time, after delivery, there is a separate diet for Sutika. It's called a postnatal period. And after that, menopausal age, we have some diet for the ladies. So like that, different kind of diets we advise during those kind of phases basing on the body constitution again, right? Also, if you see, this is a routine for general health. So basing on also, if they take the disease-wise, so whenever the patients come to me, so they ask for medicines. For every patient, I start with giving lifestyle advices, not only medicine, but also the lifestyle, what to take, what time to take, when to take. So all these details should be given for the patient. So as I said, how our dinacharya, I mean, in the dinacharya, we tell all these things. So we should start the breakfast. One of the aspects is diet, so that we should start with the breakfast. Breakfast should be taken, as I said, 7:30 to 8:30. So, and after that, lunch should be 12 to 2, and dinner should be around 7:30. Because why these timings means, the basing on the doshas, the kala. So in the mornings, pitta is little less, so we should be taking moderate amount of breakfast during the time. In the 12 to 2, the lunch time, the pitta is more, because the digestive power is more in that case. So it should be taken heavy lunch. And then the dinner, it should be little less, because as we sleep in the night, so our metabolism will be little decreased, so we should be having a moderate amount of dinner in the evenings. So like this, we go with every aspect in the life, in the adult, and different phases we have different diets, and different disease we have diet. And also, as I said, disease-wise also, I can suggest the patient, but especially I treat many of gynecological cases. Like in that, PCOS is the most common, and hypothyroidism is the most common nowadays. So I advise the PCOS for the metabolism without any medication, with the diet and some kind of vyayama, yoga, they can get rid of those PCOS kind of diseases. So it's only just with diet and exercises can cure that. The same thing with the thyroid also. So some of thyroid patients have the low metabolism for hypothyroidism and high metabolism for hyperthyroidism. So basing on the constitution, the symptoms, I can advise the diet for them. So then with some medication in the diet, they can control the hypothyroidism as well. Then, as well as I have Panchakarma Center, I do treat many of Vata kind of Vata diseases like spondylitis, arthritis, all those musculoskeletal disorders, I can treat them. So for those patients, usually I advise Vatahara diet. So for example, so you should not take potatoes and tuberous vegetables. Those kind of very specific diet is there for each and every disease. So it should be followed like this in different phases and different diseases. We have to give a lot of advices to the patient. And all the treatment and lifestyle modification depends on the Agni, what I feel. The Agni is the digestive power, and what we eat starts with the digestion only. That's what thank you.
Thank you. So thank you. That was also quite insightful. There is an old Ayurvedic teaching that anything which is never used, anything which is underused, anything which is overused, anything which is used in the wrong manner ends up in disaster. So no matter it's human body, no matter it's human mind, no matter it's your car, or no matter it's your house. So the choice is yours, right? So we'll go to the next panelist. So go ahead.
All right. Am I audible? Unmute. Okay, I think I'm audible now. Perfect. Thank you so much for that insightful introductions, Dr. Jayarajan and Dr. Anupama. That was wonderful. So lifestyle, I wanted to talk more about code of conduct, right? What is it that we need to follow? What is the conduct that's given to us? What's the behavior we're supposed to follow? I think my words are cutting off in between, or am I okay? I'm okay, okay. So the first sutra in Ashtanga Hridayam, it starts with Ragadi Rogan Satatanu Shaktan Ase Aseshakaya prasutanaseshan outsukya moharattanchagana. Is it on? Okay, good. All right. So the sutra goes, Ragadi Rogan, raga, attachment, lust, greed, anger, jealousy. These are the very first diseases that he talks about. And those diseases, when they pervade all over our body, that's when the first disease starts. So Ashtanga Hridayam is very, very clear. When he says that, not only he points out what is the cause of the disease, he is very sure to give the treatment for that too. Because that's the manual that's given to us. So that manual is super easy for us to follow because our body is with us all the time. You know, with food, we have to plan. With exercise, we might have to plan. With any other things, we might have to plan. But our body, our mind is with us. Is it really? Is our mind here with us right now? Are you all listening to me, or are you all planning with the next event? Right? So that's what our mind is switching from one talk to the other topic all the time. So these code of conducts that are given to us is to calm our nervous system all the time, because our nervous system is continuously on the go all the time, moving from one to another. Almost all of us, if we take the test, ADHD, we might be passing that test with flying colors because there's so many things that we do. So with that, he talks about what is it that we need to do when we are being here, mindfulness. What's the mindfulness? Observing the changes that are happening in our body and acknowledging those instead of suppressing them. That's the most important thing. Because we're so used to suppressing any small discomfort that we experience, be it anger, be it jealousy, be it greed, be it palpitations like I'm having right now while I'm talking right in front of you, right? Acknowledge all of it. And once you acknowledge it, then we can go towards what is the treatment? What is it that we need to do to overcome that? We're in a conference all day, listening to so many people, going to so many booths, understanding so many things. That also activates our nervous system. So calming things like meditation is the number one thing that he's done. Of course, who's going to sit down for 20 minutes and meditate twice a day? That's the most important formula. But just being mindful, I mean, right now, if you're just listening to me and not thinking about anything else, that itself is mindfulness. Acknowledging whatever is happening is mindfulness. And then we can go to the next level of meditation and observing your breath. That's the next level. And he also talks about, I call him he, because he's like my friend, right? That's what we practice with the lifestyle every time. He also talks about how we need to talk, who we need to talk to. All of that is beautifully given in lifestyle. Now, what are a few things that he has mentioned for calming our nervous system? Observing our breath all the time and regulating it. Like before you go to bed, take few deep breaths up and down 20 times. That itself calms your nervous system, number one. Number two, calming music is another thing that you can do. Number three is doing meditation. Close your eyes and observe all the thoughts that are going through. These are all the things that can be done. And if you have to practice things, then practicing Abhyanga is applying oil on your body, full body oil massages to calm yourself down, is the calming nervous system, right? So these are all the code of conducts. And again, in the code of conducts that Dr. J was mentioning earlier, hitam and mitam with the ahara. right? What are you observing? What are you eating? And eating mindfully. When you eat, the thoughts that are going through in your mind are going to be digesting with the food that you eat. And remember, whatever you eat is becoming your tissue in about 7 days, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks. So would you want your tissues to be made up of anger, jealousy, lust, greed kind of thoughts? Or would you want them to be with happy thoughts? So you want to make sure that you're very mindful when you're eating and not watching something or scrolling something on your social media while you're eating. This is super easy, isn't it? Yeah? Easy? No? Difficult? How many of you think this is easy? Okay, great. So all of you are going to be following not watching anything while you're eating, right? That tan mana bhunjita is what Ayurveda says. So these are the easiest things that can be followed without having to actually follow other protocols. These are the easier things. And then you'll be surprised that with these small yet effective principles and changes are easier to implement, and then you get the freedom of, I am in charge of health. I don't have to give my health. I don't have to put anybody else in charge of my health, because I know what dis-ease or what discomfort I'm feeling today, and I know what I'm going to do to overcome that discomfort, right? So being mindful is the biggest mantra that we spoke about today. The last thing that I'm going to talk about is, we as a body right now, this physical body, is the Annamaya Kosha is what Ayurveda talks about. Beneath that layer is the Pranamaya Kosha, the breath. It is subtle, yet you can feel the breath. Beneath that is your Manomaya Kosha, that's the mind. The mind which is governing us, yet we're not able to feel it. Whatever happens there, you cannot go there, mind stop it, mind stop it. What happens? It aggravates even more. Stop thinking, you'll be thinking even more. The easiest link between these two is the Pranamaya Kosha, is the breath. That breath is the link, because you've always seen, you think about coming onto the stage, talking in front of 10,000 people, your breath starts increasing. And the same thing happens when you watch a beautiful sunset, you take a big breath. So you're able to regulate your breath according to what's happening in your mind. The opposite thing is also possible. So that's what we also teach in the lifestyle medicine. According to lifestyle medicine, alter your breath, the prana yama. Alter that so that that pranamaya kosha is going to then address all of those ragadi rogan, all of the greed, jealousy, lust, all of those negative emotions that we carry in the mind are going to be addressed by just following this breath. So I just wanted to address that code of conduct, which is easy for us to practice. I hope that at least one of you is able to practice this mindfulness going forward. Thank you so much for listening.
All right, thank you so much. We will go into the next. So, you know, you are what you eat. And so I made up a story. It's actually based on real experience. So the man from Silicon Valley went to the god, and food was very upset. So the food was complaining to the god, the man is preserving me, canning me, frying me, all kind of things. So the god reminded the food that if you don't eat the right food, the food will eat you. So that's what is happening. So the most of the problems what we encounter, they are essentially based on the wrong food choices not eating into the proper rhythm, not taking the good rest, and also mental imbalance. So when you don't feel happy or yourself, you either stop eating or you overeat, right? That's the common reaction. So we have a wonderful expert with us, Kiniji. He is going to talk about little bit mind-body aspect. So before he begins, I will introduce one more thing that I always use this word, forgive me. The Silicon Valley man went to God and he said, I have everything, but one thing is missing. That is the patience. But give it to me now. So Kiniji is going to awaken us to the now is the present. Right? So please go ahead.
Yeah.
It is working.
Now is the present or now is a gift? Let's find out. Thank you for the opportunity. If you really listen to all the doctors, I'm the non-doctor on stage here, so bear with me. There's a consistent approach. Number one, the cause of all ailments is within us. The cure of all ailments is within us. If I were to use the word balance, what is the first picture that comes to your mind? Balance. Juggling artist, trapeze artist, yeah, tightrope walker, right? Yet, in the modern day in and day out, we use the term work-life balance. Have you ever tried balancing something as mundane as a ball or a stick? Here we are thinking of balancing work and life. No wonder we are like the hamster in the wheel, right? Instead, I want to introduce a new concept which we have to have ingrained in our mind, which is integrated lifestyle. How many of us are purists who, while at work, do not think of home? Or, while at home, never think of work? So basically, it coexists, right? Now, if you accept this phenomenon, there is a possibility of a solution. In an integrated lifestyle, there are a few aspects that are a must. One is acceptance. Until and unless we accept facts, we will never attempt to solve them. Anything. It could be a scientific inquiry or a hypothesis or a simple mathematical problem. Everything starts with acceptance, right? The second aspect of it is all the basic elements of life are within us, the Panchabhutas, as we say, right? Now, it is nothing but a microcosm of the whole ecosystem. If that is the case, why don't we pay a little more attention to this whole concept of spirituality? Way back, when Copernicus tried to find what he called a discovery, they had to go to the church to get an endorsement. Only when the Pope said, yes, the world is round, they accepted. Guess where we are today? Wisdom tells us the world is round, Ayurveda is the best thing for you, yoga and meditation will find solutions to most problems, and the current generation says, where is the scientific evidence? In the struggle to become intellectuals and to become analytical, we have forgotten how worthy is wisdom. How do we transition from knowledge to wisdom? Only through experience. How do we get to experience something? By practicing. What do we practice? We practice Brahma Vidya. What is that Brahma Vidya? That which is simple, which comes at no cost and is always available. Then what is my investment? My investment is the discipline to practice. That's all it takes. to lead an integrated lifestyle. I would see several placards going up saying time is short. So I want to provide a few minutes for the audience. Maybe our esteemed panelists with me have some answers to some of your inquisitive questions. So why don't I use some of my time to extend that to you people? We are always available after this if you want to talk to us and learn more about heartfulness meditation, which again is free of charge, always available, and most often guided and at your doorstep. Thank you for the opportunity.
So thank you, Kiniji. So we will open it for the questions. I want to elaborate a little bit. So how the lifestyle became so important. So in London, there was a study done with the double-decker bus. So the drivers were getting severe heart disease, but the conductors were very hale and hearty. So they researched and they found the driver is driving few hours a day, no interaction, but the conductor is having lot of social interaction and having good time in the up and down. So there is an old logic that the human body is built for movement and the human mind is built for stillness. So we do opposite. Our body sits in front of the screen 9 hours and our mind is spinning 1,000 miles per hour. So that dissociation creates the bigger problem. So now to address that, you got all the wonderful kind of database of information to at least think little bit different. And it starts with how you wake up in the morning till how you go to the bed. And then there are a lot of studies. So the studies like what time you do exercise. So if you do the exercise like Zumba class at the evening time, you actually become more prone to heart disease because heart is a muscle and it needs rest. So when we sleep, the heart muscle is also resting that particular time. So a lot of these things we didn't know like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, but there are a lot of interesting new studies popping up every day. So please make use of all these wonderful experts. I'll open the platform for the questions. Anybody want to ask the faculty?
I was just introduced to the heartfulness meditation just recently. I went to Hyderabad and I saw the Kanha Shanti Vahana, something, right? So there I was surprised. I rented a bicycle and I was going around. There are 13 chakras in heartful meditation, right? But I was only aware of 7. So what is the difference and why is it, 13?
No, that is the discovery that shifts the perspective of individuals, right? Oftentimes, the perception of what you experience is highlighted through a text. Our popular access to that text gives us awareness of only those chakras. But when a text comes to light, which says, if the purpose of life stops at just liberation, then the initial chakras are good enough. You go to the crown chakra and you have said, I have found bliss. If somebody says there is much more beyond bliss and try to experience that, and when someone experiences that and captures it and says, here's how the journey from the crown chakra all the way to the liberation point is, then that mergence that happens is the remaining chakras. Now, incidentally, when we say Anahata chakra, it is the heart center. There are 5 here. And all the 5 are related to the Panchabhutas. Each Panchabhuta shows us what exactly is the quality a human being has to cultivate in order to gain control over that chakra. It is qualitative, which means it is possible for human beings to achieve. So like that, each of the 13 chakras have a specific significance. If you see me later, I will give you a map you can use to take that journey yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your panel session. In the last few years, we've seen a lot of meditation and mental wellness mobile apps come up, including with big consumer bases, valuations, investments, all of that, Headspace and Calm and, few others, Insight, and, with guided meditations, white noise, help people go to sleep, those kind of things. Do you feel that it's redundant? Because the whole point of mental wellness, well-being is, from within, with our interplay with nature, with quiet, and what this is doing is it's only increasing our interaction with our mobile phones. Late at night or first thing in the morning, we're toggling and seeing which meditation narrative to play or which white noise playlist to play. So it's a loop, right? So do you actually see this sustaining in the long term and actually contributing to the well-being, or are we just going back to over-dependence on technology and,
I'll give my perspective. I'm sure everybody has their own perspectives. Incidentally, this argument comes when it comes to meditation apps, but we're happy ordering from DoorDash. So the solution is this. A simulator is still a simulator. That doesn't necessarily tell you don't do the real thing. It helps you get used to a practice, but that itself is not the practice. Complacency builds in very soon with that. So it's good for you to become habitual with something like the alarm clock. A true meditator never has an alarm in his house. Your body is used to such a rhythm. You just have to send a very subtle signal saying, I would like to get up at 4:30 and meditate. Get up at 4:30 is not an instruction. Your physiology takes over and give a purpose. Now watch the magic that happens. Try this for 1 week. You'll get up exactly at that time, and then it becomes a habit and you fall into a rhythm.
Thank you. There are two things. One, we are more this technical oriented people, more the left brain, the digital age. The problem is we are more interested in number of counts of breathing. We are more interested in exact 3 minutes of meditation. The whole purpose of why you are doing it is already lost because you are caught up with the technicalities of it. You should never have counts. You should never keep time. It should be a natural process, as Keniji mentioned. That's one thing. Second, there can be people, they can just sit and meditate, no need of anything. But for some people, they are not able to do that. They may need any of the sensory connection to stay focused. That can be a picture, a visual, anchoring point. That could be a sound anchoring point. That sound or the app making sound or guide, that is not the meditation, but that can be used as a tool until you are able to stay without anything in that state. It can be used as a tool. That's what. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that it's catering to, some of us like Indian food, some of us like Mediterranean food. Different people like, when I show a meditation app, someone is like, I don't like this kind of female voice. I want a male voice. So it's catering to different people. Again, different directions to bring to the same destination. So I think that is going to be more powerful for bringing to the destination.
I think you just mentioned about integrated lifestyle, and I really appreciate that. With all these meditation, integrated lifestyle, and we are talking about lifestyle diseases, which forms significant percentage of the population. Where do you see role of medications, medicines, anypathy, allopathy, Ayurvedic, homeopathy? Do you see in the long run there won't be any role of medications if we apply all the principles which you have been discussing since morning?
So, I was just going to answer that before I transfer it to Keniji. So in my practice, because I do have an Ayurvedic practice, it all depends on the ability of the person, right? The same prescription will not work for everybody. So of course, lifestyle is something. The same question earlier, why so many different things? When it comes to a certain stage, yes, definitely medicines are necessary. And one, get to that destination, then lifestyle is necessary to maintain that. So both are necessary in my opinion.
I'll also add to that. I agree with the same what Manju said. So definitely we can reverse the chronic diseases to some extent, basing on personality, personality of, as I said, constitution and what they're following the doctor, the diet and lifestyle they have to follow, and medication should be gradually decreased basing on the condition of that. So that integrated approach, holistic approach, I mean to say holistic approach should be done. That. Yep.
It is more of a dream that everybody follows good lifestyle and practices and nobody needs medication. And the whole idea in Ayurveda is the herbs or formulation is to help the individual to come onto the track. By the time we teach them how to drive further. So one is the lifestyle and the process. Second is helping you to come back onto the balanced state where the herbs and formulation helps. There is no idea of lifetime herb intake or formulation intake in Ayurveda. Thank you.
Yes, I think the experts have spoken. Anything I say will be less than that. But we talk about this whole aspect about purity, right? And pollution control. Where do you think is the source of pollution? It's the human mind. Everything begins with that thought. A very simple practice of purifying your thought will end half the problems, number one. Number two, spiritual and meditation practices won't let you stop from falling down and getting hurt or falling sick. But your perspective about handling them will completely change. You will be an eternal, positive, outlook-based optimist who has immense conviction in his own self of getting well, as opposed to, I am sick because of something outside. I would submit that as my perspective.
Thank you so much. So the answers are itself, but the science also demystifies a lot of things. So there is enough evidence to prove that if you do meditation 20 minutes once a day, it prevents the heart disease by 46%. When you do it 2 times a day, it reduces by 76%. So the formula is always that there are higher laws of nature than what our intellect can perceive. And when we follow the right rhythm, right conduct, right behavior, the right type of food choices, then the old ancient Ayurvedic teaching is that let the food be thy medicine and the medicine not thy be food, right? So that means the food should become your medicine. So what we eat, we become. So we think accordingly what we eat. So it starts with the right thinking, right eating, right ways of cooking, eating for our body type, eating the local food. People ask us, what is the way to live the best lifestyle? How can I eat Ayurvedic? You go to the farmer's market because you get everything in season. So automatically you can do so. So our time is up. We are seeing the signs from everybody. So the last question from the, maybe we can take the questions off after the panel. So the one thing, after all this talk, what you heard, you will change when you go back home. So I want to hear, what will be the one habit which you will change after listening to this faculty? Eating at the same time, that's good. But what is the one thing which will change everything? That's true, but so sleep at good time now. No. The meditation time, no. Still. Yeah, still no. So you wake up early in the morning at the sunrise, at least 30 minutes before the sunrise, and then automatically your circadian rhythm adjust to that. Just the 3 months ago new study came. It shows that if you wake up early in the morning, you make more melatonin at night. So you wake up early, you actually sleep better at night. So there are a lot of interesting things. I hope it triggered a lot of interest among you. So all this faculty will be available. We are little delayed for our panel. The next panel is waiting. So thanks for your active participation. Thank you.
We would like to please give them their appreciation awards. First is Dr. Sachin Deshmukh. Naren Kini. Dr. Jayraj Kodikanath, and Dr. Anupama Uppuluri, and Vaidya Manjukoli. Thank you so much.
The Tall Hero Awards were created with one clear intention: to honor and celebrate those who make a real difference in our world. These awards recognize the unsung heroes, individuals, nonprofits, and corporates who go above and beyond to create lasting positive change in their communities. Since its inception, we have had the privilege of honoring countless changemakers, those who lead with compassion, empathy, and a relentless drive to make the world a better place. Every year, on Tall Kindness Day, we come together to celebrate their extraordinary efforts, acknowledging the remarkable work being done around us. Through the Tall Hero Awards, we continue to spotlight those who inspire, empower, and bring hope to others, ensuring their stories are known and their efforts appreciated. Every year, the Tall Hero Awards honor exceptional individuals and organizations driving meaningful change. This year, we recognize outstanding contributors in the changemakers and nonprofit categories. Joe Sullivan, a community and philanthropy leader, enhances nonprofit effectiveness and fosters impactful connections. Carol Gillespie, Executive Director of the Asian American Donor Program, increases stem cell donor registration in diverse communities. Rena Bello, Executive Director of Bay Area Cancer Connections, provides crucial support and mentorship to those affected by cancer. In the nonprofit category, Breathe California has been promoting lung health and clean air in the Bay Area for 112 years, helping those with asthma, COPD, and preventing tobacco use. Jacobs Heart Children's Cancer Support Services has supported over 3,774 families, transforming pediatric cancer care with emotional, social, and practical aid. Young Steamers empowers underserved children through hands-on STEAM activities, shaping future innovators. We are proud to honor these heroes with the Tall Hero Awards 2024 US for their remarkable impact.
Carol Gillespie, Executive Director of the Asian American Donor Program AADP, has led it in making a remarkable impact on the fight against blood cancer. Under her leadership, AADP has become a vital resource for patients in need of life-saving stem cell transplants. celebrating its 35th anniversary, AADP's mission has been shaped by Carol's dedication to increasing donor registrations and improving outcomes for patients, particularly in underrepresented Asian and Pacific Islander communities. In 1989, the National Registry had only 123 Asian and Pacific Islander donors, making it nearly impossible for patients from these communities to find a match. This disparity inspired the creation of AADP. Under Carol's stewardship, over 272,000 individuals have joined the registry, and 708 patients have received the gift of life through stem cell transplants. Carol has empowered countless families and patients to share their stories, raising awareness and encouraging more individuals to register as potential donors. Her efforts have brought healing, hope, and new life to patients and their loved ones, creating a lasting legacy of compassion and action. For her tireless dedication and transformative work, we are honored to present Carol Gillespie with the Tall Hero Award US in the Changemakers category. Joe Sullivan is a dynamic executive director and passionate advocate for community systems and nonprofit growth. As the Houston Executive Director for Project CU/RE, she oversees the largest distributor of donated medical supplies globally, serving over 135 countries. Joe has a remarkable history of leading high-impact programs, exemplified during her tenure at Houston SPCA, where she drove a 33% increase in fundraising. Her extensive contributions span various organizations, including Aspire to Win and Wounded Warrior Project. Texas recognized LMSW with a certification in addictions counseling. Joe also actively engages in storytelling and improvisation. Her leadership and commitment make her a true changemaker in the nonprofit sector. We are happy to honor her with the Tall Hero Award 2024 in the Changemaker category. Young Steamers is transforming the future through its innovative STEAM enrichment program. Founded by Dr. Orna Kretschmer, this program blends science, technology, engineering, art, and math to empower children with critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. Focused on providing equitable access to children from underserved communities, Young Steamers offers hands-on learning experiences that spark curiosity and inspire a lifelong love for learning. Their dedicated instructors serve as role models, nurturing potential and helping children imagine brighter futures. Through their efforts, Young Steamers is not just teaching academic concepts, but cultivating the next generation of innovators, inventors, and changemakers. For their outstanding commitment to empowering young minds, we proudly present Young Steamers with the Tall Hero Award 2024 in the nonprofit category. For 112 years, Breathe California has led the charge in promoting lung health and clean air in the Bay Area, making it one of the healthiest places to live. Their impactful programs include teaching children with asthma how to manage their condition, providing support for adults with COPD and emphysema, and preventing teens from using tobacco and vaping. Through educational workshops and initiatives, they've improved air quality and lung health for thousands of residents. Even during the COVID-19 pandemic, they've continued their mission through online resources and virtual programs. We are proud to honor Breathe California with the Tall Hero Award 2024 US in the nonprofit category for their enduring commitment to public health. Jacobs Heart Children's Cancer Support Services is addressing the significant challenge of pediatric cancer, a life-altering diagnosis that deeply affects children and their families. Pediatric cancer impacts thousands of families across California, creating not only medical burdens but also emotional, social, and financial hardships. Jacobs Heart recognizes that no two families face the same challenges, and the complexity of navigating pediatric cancer requires a personalized approach. Since 1998, Jacobs Heart has provided tailored support to over 3,774 children and their families. Their holistic services cover emotional, practical, and social needs, ensuring families receive the care and resources necessary during one of the most difficult times in their lives. Jacobs Heart helps families navigate the complexities of pediatric cancer with compassion and dedication. Their work goes beyond immediate care, fostering community awareness and pioneering initiatives like the establishment of September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in California, making a profound impact on pediatric cancer care. And we are honored to present them with the Tall Hero Award 2024 US in the nonprofit category.
In a world full of challenges, there are individuals and organizations whose unwavering dedication brings hope and transformation to countless lives. We are deeply honored to celebrate their extraordinary impact with the Tall Hero Awards 2024 India. Padala Charitable Trust is empowering rural communities through healthcare, education, and sustainable development initiatives. Their work uplifts entire communities, creating lasting and positive change for generations to come. Youth for Jobs Foundation is a trailblazer in disability inclusion, providing skills and employment opportunities to young people with disabilities across India. Their efforts are transforming lives and fostering an inclusive society. KC Polaya Foundation focuses on holistic community development, offering education, healthcare, and livelihood programs to uplift the underprivileged. Their work continues to positively shape countless lives and communities. Karthikeyan Ganesan, the founder of Srishti Foundation, is building a self-sustaining community for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities, revolutionizing the concept of inclusion and empowerment. Babar Ali, known as the world's youngest headmaster, has dedicated his life to educating children in rural India through Ananda Shikshaniketan. His mission has inspired hope and opportunity for children who otherwise had limited access to education. Nimal Raghavan is an environmental activist leading by example. His tireless efforts in environmental conservation have transformed his local community and set a powerful standard for sustainability and ecological responsibility. These remarkable changemakers and organizations are shining examples of what it means to create a better future. We are honored to present them with the Tall Hero Awards 2024 India in recognition of their immense contributions. Congratulations to all our awardees. Your work continues to inspire us all.
Region of interest labeling, labeling scans as, high risk, medium risk, low risk, so that they could kind of do that. And that also helps prevent burnout, because you have 30,000 radiologists in the US and, we're doing, a billion mammograms or hundreds of millions of mammograms. So doing those reviews and adding the AI to that really reduced the workload on these radiologists and resulted in a 20% overall improvement.